Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And it is May 30th, 2022. If you're watching this after the fact, please be sure to look at my channel, click at my channel, and try and go find more recent videos and or live streams that are talking about more current weather. But otherwise today, we do have a pretty substantial risk for severe weather, with a moderate risk or a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here today. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to yet another live stream here. I'm sorry I haven't been really posting videos. I've actually been creating a video, more or less, because I'm sure you guys knew that I storm chased last Friday. And it's pretty much done. The video's pretty much done now, but I haven't been able to do a whole lot of other stuff, so I apologize for not being able to do so. But we're covering it right now, and that's the one thing that I know we can do. And you know me, the radar analysis is, I've preached that is one of the most crucial aspects of weather. I mean, forecasting, it's good to know what's going on ahead of time, but the live radar analysis, what's happening right now, all right, can tell you as to what could potentially happen in the future just by looking at patterns and whatnot. So that is what we're going to do. Once again, as I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, we have a substantial risk for severe weather. I mean, it is absolutely massive. You can take a look across the board, and we have, this huge green, this huge dark green right within here, which is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5. The orange is a 3 out of 5, and then the red is a 4 out of 5. And I'll tell you what, if you are in the yellow, the orange, or in the red here today, you need to watch out, all right? There is expected to be some significant severe weather possible within this area, so need to really treat this with the utmost respect And if there is, all right, if there is ever a tornado warning that is issued for your area, you need to heed it, because today has the potential to produce strong, long track, violent tornadoes across practically much of this orange and this red up here into portions of the upper Midwest. And I'll show you guys here. Here is the tornado risk here. We do have a tornado risk here, a very expansive one at that. A 2% is indicated in the green, 5% in the brown, 10% in the yellow, and 15% in the red. So whatever probability I just called out for you, that is your chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. And you notice how expansive this is, but I want to direct your attention here to the significant risk for tornadoes. All right, this is where you can get your strong, long track, violent tornadoes, and that is all within the silver area. And I want to point out here real quickly that this silver area goes from the border of Nebraska and South Dakota into Sioux Falls, all the way up into portions of Watertown, Marshall, Wilmer, portions of St. Cloud, and the outskirts of Minneapolis, specifically the western portions of Minneapolis, all the way through Fergus Falls, Brainerd, as well as the Grand Rapids, International Falls area, and then all the way through into portions of Canada. I believe that actually is Quebec, or not Quebec, Ontario. Geez, I'm a little rusty here. Yeah, that is Ontario. So International Falls all the way up into more than likely the Dryden areas and the Ignis area. So if you guys live in any of those areas that I just called out for, you need to watch out for the significant severe weather today, because it is anticipated to be very strong. It is anticipated to be very strong if you do get a storm that can root. So let's go back over here. There you go. Excuse me. I also want to show you guys the significant wind threat, because on the off chance that this thing does not produce your long, violent tornadoes across the board, we are anticipating this to create a substantial wind threat as well. I'll actually zoom out here real quickly. You can see that we have a 5% in brown, 15% in yellow, 30% in red, and a 45% in pink. Jeez, I'm stuttering all over the place. But we have 45% in pink, and this is all your probability of seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or larger within a 25-mile radius. But I want to show you all the significant risk, which can show you hurricane force winds. All right, hurricane force winds possible within the area, and you can see we have a very expansive risk for hurricane force winds within the area as well. And this does include portions of the Twin Cities. So the Twin Cities, you guys are not particularly out of the risk. All right, Mankato, Minneapolis, St. Cloud. St. Cloud's going to be in the crosshairs. Sioux Falls is going to be in the crosshairs. Watertown more than likely will be in the crosshairs. And then Grand Rapids later on in this event, as well as into International Falls. And then, as I said, up further towards portions of Ignis and Dryden, you guys are be in the crosshairs as well. So we need to watch out for this very, very closely here today, because this is a substantial risk for tornadoes and for hurricane force winds. It's going to be one or the other. All right, it's going to be a pick your poison. All right, and the thing of it is that this is how it breaks down, ladies and gentlemen. This is how I see it. Okay. We're guaranteed one or the other, all right? It's not going to be one of those things to where both of them don't happen, all right? Both of them have a chance of happening, and it's a 50-50 shot of which one you get. You either get the long track violent tornadoes, the strong violent tornadoes that happen across the board, to where they do damage to a specific spot, but the significant damage potentially, if it does hit something, we're fortunate enough that some of these areas here within the moderate risk is actually relatively rural, which is the good news here. But on the other hand, I'll tell you why that's the bad thing here in a second. And that doesn't even result, it's not even relevant to what I'm currently saying either. But you could have your strong, long track, violent tornadoes within a specific spot, but they are very strong and they do significant damage if it hits stuff. Or on a widespread scale, you could see hurricane force winds across the board that does widespread damage, but not as significant damage unless if it ends up becoming a strong derecho. So we're going to have to see as to which one it is. But unfortunately, you know, by the end of the day here, we could potentially see someone's life or someone's livelihoods be impacted in some sort of way by this severe weather event. So that's the reason why we are here live right now. We are trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. So if you haven't already, please be sure to share this with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this information to as many people as possible. So, you know, that way, if people don't have cable, if they don't have power, if they don't have service and whatnot, but they have Wi-Fi, they may be able to go onto social media and they may be able to find that we are actually covering this live. So that way they may be able to have, you know, substantial information so that they can be able to prepare accordingly. And if there is also a tornado warning issued for their area, they can also take their proper precautions. Now, ahead of time here, I'm going to say this right now. If you are issued a tornado warning, okay, what you need to do is you need to get underground or get in your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or tornado as possible. If you can, also get shoes, get any sort of protective equipment. So if you had, you know, if you played football and you had, you know, shoulder pads and knee pads and stuff like that, helmets, same thing with baseball or any other sport that uses helmets. You know, if you played any sort of sport and you had protective gear, please be sure to have that nearby, especially if the tornado is on the ground, because the thing of it is that the most injuries that occur with tornadoes is the flying debris, the falling debris, the flying debris. It either hits the, you know, hits the person unsuspectingly, whether it's in the head, whether it's in the leg, whether it's in the arm or something like that. And it's one of those things to where if you go ahead and get protection, you know, even if you get pillows and stuff like that, get mattresses, and you put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible, that is doing, you know, that is putting yourself at a lower risk of getting injured than if you didn't, all right? Or even if you didn't, you know, even heed the proper precautions. So please be sure to have a plan of action just in case. If you are in a mobile home, here today, you need to find a sturdy structure, okay? Because mobile homes will not cut it. Whether it is hurricane force winds or tornadoes, the one thing that is consistent is that a mobile home will not survive. It will not. Significant damage is expected to mobile homes due to the fact that they are not a sturdy structure. And if you have a friend, or if you have a local nearby store or gas station, try and ask them, hey, can I stay over here during this time period, all right, during these storms, or when there's a tornado warning, or, you know, just in general, okay? Try and ask them, hey, can I get into this area so that I can be safe? Because, as I said, a mobile home will not cut it, all right? I have seen weak tornadoes that have ripped up mobile homes. I have seen 60-mile-per-hour winds do significant damage to mobile homes, all right? So it's one of those things to where you have to take this seriously if you're in a mobile home. You need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure, and you need to be weather aware all day. Because if you're in a mobile home, I cannot guarantee your safety, especially with the fact of how fast these storms are moving. All right, these storms are going to be moving faster than highway speed. The speed limit, I'm assuming over there, is 75, 80 miles per hour. It's about that. It's about that fast as to how these storms are going to be moving at maximum. And when they go, all right, and when these tornadoes are on the ground, they're going to be moving that quickly, and you will not have enough time to react. You will not have enough time to react. So you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. So that's what we're dealing with here right now. Let's go ahead and talk about what could potentially be happening here in the future. So let us go to this. I'm going to pull this up here right now, and this is our simulated radar. We're going to be talking about this here because we want to give people a general idea as to when these storms are going to start really moving on through. And officially, they're already moving right now. They're already into portions of northeastern Nebraska and southeastern South Dakota, as well as even into portions of central Minnesota, to where some elevated showers and thunderstorms are moving on through that general vicinity. But this is what we're getting here right now, all right? The time is above me in Eastern. And so if you would like to kind of put two and two together, then that would be greatly appreciated, especially since if you see any of your counties here, all right, these counties, I'm not going to know every single town, all right. People may ask, hey, is this town going to be all right, or is this town going to be all right, or is this city going to be all right? The thing of it is off the top of my head, I don't know every single area over here in these areas. And so if you see a county that you're familiar with, all right, that you live in these areas, please attribute it to, I should say, as to when these storms could potentially move on through. Notice how I said potentially, because it's a rough estimate, all right? This simulated radar is not exactly 100% accurate. It's not 100% accurate, but it gives us a general idea and a general time frame as to when these storms could be moving through specific areas. So once again, if you see a county that you're familiar with, all right, attribute it to the time above me, so that way you may be able to have a general idea as to when you should be preparing for these significant storms. All right, so let us play it on through now. Let us play it on through, and by noon, it's past noon, so we're going to go to 1 o'clock right now. By 1 o'clock Central, you can see across the board, for whatever reason, my Epic Pen is not working, so I'm actually going to close Epic Pen here and reopen it. But by 1 o'clock, you can see our storms very widespread over here in the portions of southeastern South Dakota and northeastern Nebraska. And this is expected to continue to be the case all the way through, even afterwards. But this is when things start to get really interesting here, because you notice how we start to have some of these storms on the backside right here. You see how it starts to arc just like that? If we go back just an hour, it looks like it's not as arcing. It almost looks as if it's kind of a bit of a line. But right about here, at about 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time, the storms are starting to arc. And whenever we have that arcing characteristic within this cold front, which is what exactly is happening here right now, it's actually more of a dry line, but cold front is easier to say. Whenever you have that arcing characteristic, and when you have these little thunderstorms like this one, to where it starts to kind of curl off just like that, that is where you can start to anticipate your storms to start to become significant and become supercellular, other known as strong storms that could produce tornadoes. So whenever I say supercells or supercellular, immediately start thinking in your head, organized thunderstorm that can produce tornado, or in this case, significant tornado. Okay, that's what everyone should be thinking about every single time. And so we have that right there. We also have it along the line. You can see we have another storm that's arcing just like that. And then as we advance it another hour forward, you can see that this supercell that was out in front is now starting to become a lot more, I should say a lot stronger, not a lot more organized, because at one point it was already relatively organized. We also have another discrete cell right here, another discrete cell right here, and then we have this giant cluster up here. Now, whether or not this cluster can do anything, that's going to be the real question for me here today. Does this over-convect? And what I mean by that is, think of a thunderstorm as Pac-Man, all right? Each individual, or let's just say one thunderstorm is Pac-Man for right now, all right? One thunderstorm is Pac-Man. And the entire environment around it, with all the unstable energy in the atmosphere, all the rich moisture that it's currently around, that is all the dots that it eats as it progresses through each level, so it tries to continue to advance to every single level. But obviously there's going to be ghosts somewhere, right? Pac-Man can't be alone, or at least in some instances, it can't be alone, just like in the game. So what are the ghosts in this instance? Well, the ghost in this instance is all the other thunderstorms around it. So you have your thunderstorm, and then if you have all the other thunderstorms around the one thunderstorm that we are talking about, those are ghosts in this instance to these thunderstorms. And so that is what we're looking at right now. We have a lot of these thunderstorms over here into western portions of Minnesota that are relatively clustered, and whether or not that can become a little bit more discrete, if they can get a little bit more space in between each other, can determine as to whether or not those will produce your significant tornadoes or become your strong damaging winds. So that's kind of what the main question here is for right now. But as this continues to progress, you can see that we have that cell still an individual cell out in front of the main line, out in front of that main cluster. and you can see that cluster is starting to bow out. So according to this model, it looks like that's going to be more of your strong damaging wind threat, but I do think this will eventually become discrete as it continues to progress off towards the north and east. So the portions of central and northern Minnesota, as well as in the portions of Manitoba and Ontario, they need to be on high alert, especially from the time period of 6 o'clock and onwards. Probably, I would even say 5:30 and onwards. 5:30 and onwards, that's when they need to watch out the most, because that's when storms are going to try and become a little bit more discrete. And I do believe there's going to be a lot more activity across the board over there. On the other hand, a new line of storms begin to develop behind this, and you can see those end up becoming a relatively consolidated line. And we also have some other showers and thunderstorms that form in southern portions of Minnesota, as well as into portions of southeastern South Dakota. And we also have some lingering showers and thunderstorms over here towards portions of the border of Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, and Kansas. Now, this line right here into portions of Iowa, this is not going to be a huge tornado threat, but there is going to be the threat for tornadoes within that line, as well as, of course, the strong damaging winds and large hail. So we're going to have to watch out for it. And then I want you guys to pay attention here real quickly. Look at how individualized these cells are. Look at how individualized these cells are here at 7 o'clock Central. That is the main concern here, is that if they can continue to become individualized, this will be a significant tornado event across the board. So that is what we are currently watching right now. We're currently trying to, monitor this very, very closely. So once again, I'm going to go over here to the wide view of our convective outlook. All right, we already have a tornado watch issued for 8050 probs. All right, if you don't know what I just said, the first set of numbers is the probability of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within that specific tornado watch, and the second set of numbers is a 50% chance, or that percentage chance, I should say, of seeing 1 strong tornado within that tornado watch. So when I say 80-50, it's 80% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within the tornado watch, and then a 50% chance of seeing a significant tornado within that tornado watch. So there's our tornado watch here. It is for portions of Norfolk, Columbus, Sioux City, Storm Lake, Worthington, Sioux Falls, Yankton, and Marshall. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, they need to be weather aware, because there is expected to be some significant activity within that area. But on the broader scale here today, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very expansive risk for severe weather. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green, a 2 out of 5 in yellow, a 3 out of 5 in orange, and a 4 out of 5 in the red. And so if you know anyone that lives in the yellow, specifically the orange and the red, they need to be weather aware here today. So that includes areas near Fargo, Duluth, Minneapolis, Watertown, Sioux Falls, Des Moines, as well as into portions of the general vicinity of Topeka and St. Joseph. If you know anyone who lives in those general areas that I just called out for, they need to be weather aware here today, because as I said, this is expected to be a significant event. There's not expected to be too much activity otherwise. There's actually, ironically, a hurricane hunter that is starting to depart, and they're actually heading towards a hurricane that's about to make landfall over into portions of Mexico, so that's pretty cool. But there isn't really any other significant severe weather here today in other areas. There's a small chance for severe weather over here in the portions of Georgia and Florida, but otherwise, the main threat here today is within this area. So that's the reason why I ask. I'm going to be asking this a lot, over and over again, actually. If you know anyone that lives within the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you need to tell them to be weather aware today. I've already said what you guys need to do to take proper precautions to be ready for this type of event. But, just to go over the Cliff Notes version of it, if you are in a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure, or if you need to have a plan of action to get into a sturdy structure within a 2-minute time period, all right? Maybe even less than that. I actually highly recommend that if you're in a mobile home, you actually vacate the home for today and you go into some form of sturdy structure, or you just get out of the way of this system in general, all right? If you do that, you're at a higher likelihood of safety. A higher likelihood of safety than if you're in that mobile home. Because I guarantee you right now, mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. All right, there's a good chance that it could even be completely, devastated with some of these storms. So please be sure that if you're in a mobile home, you need to get into a sturdy structure today, right now. I would highly recommend right now. But if not, all right, you need to have a plan of action to get underground or in your lowest and most part of a sturdy building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. All right, and that goes for everyone too. If you're not in a mobile home, underground or lowest and most part of your building, if you're under a tornado warning. All right, that's the thing that you need to do. You also need to get protective gear if you have any sort of equipment that can protect you, like helmets or shoulder pads, knee pads, and stuff like that. You know, we have a lot of hockey players up there in this portion of the country. You know, if you are... If there's a tornado warning heading towards your general area, I would highly recommend just getting all your pads on. You know, just get it on quickly, get helmets on, stuff like that. Because the big issue here, and this goes for any sort of equipment that you have, the big issue here is that most injuries and deaths from tornadoes come from flying debris. And let's say the tornado, you know, impacts your house. Immediately impacts the house. It can cause widespread devastation, and it could cause the house to structurally fail. And if it's going to structurally fail, it's either going to be all picked up by the tornado or it's going to collapse on itself. And the people inside obviously are going to be in the middle of all of that debris collapsing on itself. So it's one of those things to where if you have, all right, if you have any sort of gear, any sort of protective equipment, any sort of pads, or if you have any pillows, mattresses, or helmets, and shoes and stuff like that, because make sure you put on shoes. You make sure you get it on before the tornado warning hits you, or before the tornado hits you. That's the thing that we're doing here right now. The big thing here, ladies and gentlemen, the big thing here as of right now, as I said, if you know anyone, please tell them that they need to do this. But if you haven't already, please be sure to share this live stream with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. Because if people don't have cable, if they don't have service, if they don't have, you know, any sort of, you know, way of getting National Weather Service warnings, they are going to go onto social media. All right, let's put it this way. They are going to go onto social media. All right, 9 times out of 10, you know, I'm not sure if I'm speaking for everyone, so I don't want to assume that way, but I'm pretty sure I speak for most people whenever I hear, you know, news, any sort of local news, you know, like something happened in the world, okay? Something happened in the world, okay? I usually go onto the internet to try and figure out what's happening. All right, I go on to Twitter, I go on to Google, I go on to Facebook, I go on to, you know, Instagram even. All right, in some instances. And so if we share the live stream in those areas, all right, and even Twitter is a big one. Twitter is a big one. You know, if we share this live stream out on those specific areas, they may be able to see that live stream. And then in turn, they may be able to watch it and see if there's anything that could be impacting their area. And if it is, all right, if there just so happens to be a person who lives in an area in a tornado warning, they may be able to be taking the proper precautions, you know, ahead of time, rather than them not knowing what's going on. So please be sure if you haven't already. Real quickly. I might as well do my part, right? I might as well do my part. Cobalt, there's expected to be some significant severe weather at that time. I would highly recommend just waiting. Like, go over to, like, La Crosse, more than likely. La Crosse or Rochester. And just waiting out the system. Alright, just take a nap if you can. Yeah, I'm going to do my part here. I'm going to do my part and post on Twitter. As soon as I get the post up, I'm going to post the link in the chat. I'm going to post the link in the chat. And if you have a Twitter, please be sure to like and retweet it. Specifically quote tweet, because that is the more effective way of getting people to realize what's happening. And let's actually go to the screen so that you guys can see exactly what I'm doing here. I'm actually going to say... There we go. And then now we do all the hashtags. Boom. And I think that's good. I think that's good. All right, we're posting it now. By the way, there's the video of the tornado that I caught the other day. I do want to mention, if you are a member of the channel, so if you are a channel member, I have posted unedited footage, all right, completely unedited footage of the tornado for you guys. Now, if you're not a member, that's okay. I'm going to be uploading a video that's completely edited, has voiceover and everything. Completely unedited for you all here within the next 24 hours. That's the tweet. Please like and retweet. Please like and retweet that. All right. This is the Outlook, more or less. You can see how expansive it is. You can also see the tornado watch within the area right within here. And to quote the Storm Prediction Center, severe weather is likely across northern Mississippi. That's not a Mississippi Valley. Northern MS Valley today. So that probably means something else. Once again, I'm not too familiar with this area here. With a tornado watch and severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, with hurricane force winds and 2-inch size hail possible within that. So that's the crazy thing here. Do I think PDS Tornado Watch will be the main watch? Probably not. If I had to guess, I think it would be like a 90-70. Here's the complete graphic. You can see St. Cloud is in the risk. Minneapolis is just barely to the side of it, as well as Mankato and Sioux Falls. But do not sleep on Sioux Falls. All right, Sioux Falls is going to get impacted here relatively soon. We'll actually switch over to the main radar here in a second. Fargo is hit or miss. Fargo and Grand Forks, you guys are hit or miss. So it's going to be one of those things to where we're going to have to watch out for that. Duluth, don't sleep on Duluth. All right, don't sleep on Duluth. Don't sleep on Minneapolis. Don't sleep on Mankato. Those areas could potentially get some strong activity as well. So I'd watch out for that. And then St. Cloud, as I said, you need to watch out for this very closely. All right, St. Cloud, Hutchinson, Alexandria, areas near Fergus Falls, all the way up towards Grand Rapids, Minnesota, Bemidji, that general area over there, all the way up into Ontario. You need to watch out for some significant activity here today. All right, let's go over here. Let's go over here to the current radar right now. And we're looking across the board, and we see this massive line of storms that are really starting to kind of develop into that line. Now, as I said, down here is the area to watch. If we can start to see this line arc, that's when the real tornado threat is going to start. And you can see how it's already trying. It's already trying a little bit. It has a slight arc, but it needs a little bit more of a well-defined arc here. So if we do get that, that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Lake County in east central South Dakota, southeastern Minor County in east central South Dakota, northwestern McCook County in southeastern South Dakota.
Here. This is probably where they issued the tornado warning. Yeah, that is the case. They did issue the tornado warning there. So this is a tornado warning here right now. Tornado warning for Unityville, Canova, Spencer, and Winfred in South Dakota. All right, so let me put this up here real quickly at the status. That way, people may be able to know as to where this exactly is. But this is a tornado warning right now. All right, this is a tornado warning here for Lake, Minor, and McCook counties in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, this is a really interesting area to look at because the rotation is there. The radar is just off to our south and east over here in Sioux Falls. And the greens are the winds moving towards the radar. All right, so greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle, right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the north and east of Spencer, and just to the south and west of Unityville. So if you're in Unityville, Canova, as well as areas along Highway 81 and Winfred. Winfred's outside of the tornado warning, but they need to watch. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. That might be the dagger. That might be our first one of the day. That might be our first one of the day. That very well could be our first tornado of the day. I would not be surprised if that was the case. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Because we do have some tightening in the velocities now. If we go back one scan, you can see how you had a lot of bright greens, but you didn't have a lot of bright reds. All right, we have maybe that as a bright red. Okay, we go up a scan. Now it's no longer a bright red. You now see that it is pinks and almost oranges. And that just goes to show you here right now, ladies and gentlemen, that just goes to show you how quickly things can flip. All right, I've been telling you guys since the beginning of the stream that the environment today is very volatile for long track violent tornadoes across this area. And the thing of it is I told you that if a tornado warning gets issued, you may not have a lot of time to get in your safe space. All right, it's going to be moving very quickly. As a matter of fact, if I pull up the warning text here, this storm is moving north at 35 miles per hour. That's not very fast, but later on today, all right, it's going to move super fast, very, very quickly off towards the north and east, and they are going to be moving highway speed. So right now, the unfortunate thing is that the town of Unityville is going to be impacted. Let's actually see if there's any sky cameras over in that area. because I do have a map. That's not a debris signature. That's not a debris signature. Once again, if you're going to use correlation coefficient, this is how you're going to use it. So here's reflectivity. Here is how, basically how much stuff there is in the air. This is the radar, looks at all the rain and stuff like that. And you can see the rain is kind of trying to wrap around just like this. You see a little bit of a hook right within that area. And the inflow, all right, so all the moisture in the environment is trying to be pulled into this storm. So right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you go to the velocities, not exactly lined up perfectly, but it's there, all right? We have our rotation right there. I actually want to see if I can take storm motion from warning. And there you go. That's a little bit easier for us to see. But it is right there. It is relatively well defined. We're going to see if we can get a new scan here. It's going to take a little bit. I think the radar might be a little bit slow as of right now. But let's see if we can find any sky cameras. And if you guys, by the way, on Twitter, all right, if you guys find any sky cameras and I'm not looking at it, please be sure to at me. Facing south. Oh, we might have a camera over here in Madison. Lake Madison. Lake Madison. And we do have a camera in Lake Madison. All right, let's go half and half. That's not San Angelo. We're going to change this to Lake Madison, South Dakota. Get that done. And let's take a look at a live view of Lake Madison in itself. There we go. And it looks relatively tame right now. Relatively tame right now. You can definitely tell there's rain out in the distance. But it looks relatively tame. And the thing of it is the unfortunate thing is, I should say, is that probably isn't going to change anytime soon. But I want you guys to note here real quickly. All right, this may look relatively normal to everyone, but look at the tops of the water here. All right, you see a lot of these white caps? See a lot of these white caps? This basically tells me that there is some very strong low-level flow, very strong surface winds that could enhance vorticity based off of the wind patterns here today, the wind shear here today. So that's the concern here right now, is that we have some very strong winds at the surface that are aiding these storms in its vorticity, more or less. So that's kind of the concern for the most part. But let's go half and half screen now. There we go. There we go. Just pulled it up. So once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning. I gotta update this too. This is in South Dakota. Do that. Perfect. All right. All good. But yeah, if you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning. We have a tornado warning for Lake, Minor, and McCook counties here in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And it is the beginning, all right? It is the beginning of our substantial tornado outbreak that we are anticipating here today. So right now, all right, if you know anyone that lives in Unityville, Canova, or Winfred, South Dakota, you need to tell them to get in their safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I want to find here real quickly. this. They're zooming out now, so now we can get a broader view of what's going on. And they're trying to look around to see if there's any storms that they can see with this. Sounding east of Tyler, Minnesota. Where's Tyler, Minnesota? Google Maps. Pull this up here real quickly. Tyler, Minnesota is near Lake Benton, so that's over there. Here is, I want to pull this up here real quickly. Here is an observed sounding, actually. Here we go. An observed sounding, so this is from a scientific group. This is from the NSSL. And here is the, the sounding, more or less, for today's event. And it is very, very significant. Very strong, damaging winds across the board. But the main thing here that I am looking at is our hodograph. And our hodograph, I mean, think of it this way. This entire box right here is our hodograph. This basically tells us what the wind shear is like with height. So this is the middle. If the line goes north, that's winds moving north. If the line moves left, it's winds moving west. If the line's moving east or to the right, winds moving east. If it's moving down, it's moving south. So whenever you have these lines that veer off to the right, just like this, whenever it veers off to the right, it's conducive for tornadoes. All right, specifically if it's within the red line. If it veers off to the right, it's conducive for tornadoes. And it also shows you what your environment is like and what your supercell could potentially look like as it moves on through. And so this is a very significant hodograph. We also have a substantial amount of CAPE. The lower level lapse rates are kind of meh at this time. It's probably because it's not the best environment, but it is still a decent environment. So not bad, not bad. And we do have a decent EML at about 700 millibars, which is right within there with our dew point. So this is expected to be a significant event. And, you know, from the hodograph perspective, from a scientific, perspective, because they sent the actual probe, they sent the probe up into the sky, in this case, the weather balloon, and they sampled the environment to see what it's like. And here we go. Unfortunately, that's kind of what we got here at this time. Let's take a look here. Once again, we do have the tornado warning here now. All right, so we still have the tornado warning. Note the red box right within this environment. Note the red box. And real quickly, excuse me. The red box is currently north and west of Sioux Falls. So right here is Sioux Falls. And right here is the tornado warning in general. You can see this is currently located just to the south and west of Madison, near Canova, Unityville, and Winfred. So if you are in those areas here in South Dakota, all right, there's a tornado warning for your area for Lake, Minor, and McCook counties, and that'll be in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, if we take a look at the velocities, the rotation that was earlier there near Unityville has briefly formed, but it is moving off kind of east-northeast, north of the Salem area here, and you can kind of see how that happens. There might be a new area to watch over here, however, approaching the Winfred area. It's very broad, but you have some very strong winds moving away from the radar, a very strong inflow into the storm, and then of course you have some very strong outflow right here. So I would not be surprised if areas near Winfred, Ramona, and Oldham, or Oldham, near the near that general vicinity over into south central portions, or not south central, southeastern portions of South Dakota could potentially see a tornado warning here soon. So I'd watch out. That's something to note. There's also this supercell that's over here near Canastota, which is kind of interesting. This also might be a storm to watch here as well. So could be something tornadic with that. But Winfred, Madison, Howard, those are the areas to watch right now. And we are still expected to see some significant activity here. I want to pull up Radar Omega just to see if there's anything that we got in general. Let's go to Radar Omega and actually see what areas could potentially be impacted specifically. So let's go to the reflectivity here. All right, so Unityville and Canova is already being impacted right now. You can see right there, Unityville is right here. Canova is right there. And sorry for blinding you all. Let's actually turn it to black so that way next time I accidentally do that, I don't actually blind you all with that screen. But Winfred is up next and Howard is up next. But you can also see the storm that I was talking about over here is starting to arc a little bit, starting to curl. And whenever we have that, that's not exactly very good. So it would be the Howard, Winfred area, as well as Cloverleaf Colony. So the Cloverleaf Colony, Oldham, and Ramona, they need to be the next ones to watch out as this continues to move on through. But the immediate threat right now is for areas near Unityville, north of Salem, as well as into portions of Winfred and the U.S. Highway 81 area and the general vicinity of State Highway 34 area over into portions of South Dakota. All right, new mesoscale discussion has been issued. It says, the tornado threat appears to be increasing across Weather Watch 292, especially across eastern South Dakota over the next 1 to 2 hours. So they are expecting this to continue to increase. Let's actually read the discussion here to quote the Storm Prediction Center. Tornado potential is increasing across Weather Watch 292. A discrete cell is developed ahead of the line / cluster of storms across eastern South Dakota. Within the band of convection, semi-discrete structures are also noted. This activity will be shifting east-northeast into a rapidly destabilizing low-level environment with surface dew points in the upper 60s. The vertical wind profile from KFSD has improved even further from just a couple of hours ago, with a 0 to 3 kilometer hodograph very favorable for tornado-producing cells. Wow. Several cells, including the discrete cell ahead of the line of convection, have shown signs of increasing mid-level rotation recently, and an increase in low-level rotation is expected with eastward extent given the very favorable thermodynamic and kinematic environment. An increased tornado threat will also be possible as this band of convection absorbs any discrete cells developing ahead of the line. Jeez. That is not exactly you want to hear, especially from professional meteorologists. Judith, my gosh. Wow. Judith with the 100, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Constant supporter. Wow. It's very generous. Very generous of you. That really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Judith if you haven't already. Joshua with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I want to pull up something here on the side screen. Surprisingly, is not as bad. They mentioned the vertical wind profile. From Sioux Falls radar. I want to take a look at that here real quickly. And hopefully it loads. Hopefully. Once again, Judith, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Vertical wind profile. Looks like it's becoming a little bit more linear, but that also could be because the storms are approaching them. There's this supercell out in front of the line. Jeez. So, if you wanted to know what the Storm Prediction Center was talking about here real quickly, all right. Yeah, this vertical wind profile is starting to become, is starting to curl off, but it also went a bit linear again. So that's kind of something interesting to note here. But I want to go over here to the radar that's over in Sioux Falls. And I want you guys to notice here, all right, they talked about how there is a giant line, all right, giant line that is moving on through with semi-discrete cells, all right? So all these thunderstorms within the line could potentially be trying to produce tornadoes. And you can see the area near Winfred and Howard, as I mentioned, could potentially be trying to produce a tornado once again. So that's the thing to watch out for. Once again, Winfred and Junius now. Junius in South Dakota, you need to get in your safe space. There's a tornado warning right now and a storm that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado that is heading off towards your area, as well as Ramona. So if you're over in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. But I want you guys to notice here, okay? Because they say there's a cell out in front of the line. Now, can you guys see where the cell out in front of the line is? It's a little hard to tell. A little hard to tell. You have your answer? If you guess this, you're correct. That is the supercell out in front of the line, and it's just barely out in front of the line. But it is a supercell. It is a very well-defined supercell, actually. You can see how the rain is starting to be wrapped around just like this into the storm. Just like that, actually. ZDR indicates a SVC right within this area, too, indicating that this thing is a classic supercell. There's also a storm out in front of it that's trying to develop, so that might be the ghost to the Pac-Man here, as I commonly refer to it. But this cell is trying to develop rotation. You can see here, you have some very strong inflow into the storm right now, and then some very decent outflow. It's very slow at this time, but until it starts to really wrap the rain around, you can't really say officially until it produces, you know, until it actually produces, because these storms are going to be very quickly materializing over and over and over again. It's just going to be one of those things where we're going to have to be on our high horses here and watch out for this very, very closely. We're going to have to comb everything. We're going to comb everything. I want to pull something up here real quickly. Luke, that's great. Thank you so much. Real quickly. I want to create that promotion, do that right now. That way I'm able to do my part on Twitter. Because as I said, I do want to try and share this information with as many people as possible. If you haven't already, I posted a tweet talking about how there is the threat for tornadoes today, significant tornado outbreak. And if you have a Twitter account, please be sure to like and retweet this. Please be sure to like and retweet this. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. If you also have any pictures, if you have any pictures that you want to send in, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter, or send it to me on Discord. That way we may be able to get perspectives out. The big thing here is for us to get perspectives out on what's happening here, so that if people could get impacted in the future, you know, we may be able to show them what could potentially happen. There's one thing that I did want to do. Well, too late now, unfortunately. Tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warnings have actually been canceled at this time, so that's the good news. So I think now is a good time to really hammer it home with the latest model. All right, the latest model here, the latest update. Because we do want to get an idea as to what's going on here right now. So here's the latest update from the HRRR model. This is going to give us an idea as to what we can expect here today. This is going to give us an idea as to what we can expect here today. Now, if you know any, if you know where you live, if you know your counties and stuff like that, as I said, I don't know every single county. I don't know every single town just by muscle memory. So if you have an idea as to where you live within these areas, try to attribute when the storms move over to the time above me, which is in Eastern Daylight Time. So subtract an hour to get Central. And we see here that at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, storms really start to form over here into portions of northeastern Nebraska, elongate further along the line. Now, obviously, if we take a look at the radar already, that's kind of happening right now. So, might be a little bit earlier than anticipated. Then, as we progressed to the 3 o'clock hours here in Central, a lot more widespread showers and thunderstorms here now. Discrete cells begin to form. There's actually 2 supercells out in front of the line right there. Wow. 2 supercells that form over there. That would be near the Mankato, New Ulm, Redwood, Olivia areas, near Highway 14 and US Highway 71. If that were to be the case, that's going to be a very significant threat. And then a little bit later on this evening, you see that this line back here continues to push on through, and it extends all the way up into portions of, the Grand Rapids down to the Minneapolis area. And if you live within those areas, you need to watch out for the significant, strong, damaging winds as that continues to move on through. Now, luckily, as of right now, from the looks of it, from the latest HRRR, the second line of storms that move on through don't seem to happen, which is kind of the good news. But if we go back, to just one run before, you notice that there is, well, actually, not even one run before. Let's go back a few runs before, and you start to notice that there is also the threat for the lingering showers and thunderstorms. Wow, when did it actually cut off? Well, these were the storms that I was talking about on the rear, but they seem to have severely decreased over the past few runs. So that's kind of the good news. That second wave may not be as significant now, which is good. That's really good if that's the case. But the only issue now is that because these aren't going to be as significant, what that tells me is that these storms out in front of it take out all the energy. Takes out all the energy, and now this is the prime threat, the prime threat for severe weather. So that's kind of what we got here right now. That's kind of what we're anticipating. New tornado warning here.
Tornado warning for Lake County in east central South Dakota, eastern McCook County in southeastern South Dakota.
7 miles southwest of Orland. 13 miles south of Lake Herman State Park. So there's 2 areas that I'm looking at here that could be producing a tornado. One is over here. All right, so you remember our supercell, right? Our supercell down here near Montrose. And I said that if this can continue to wrap rain around, this could potentially uptick in activity more and more. And you see how the inflow continues to intensify more and more, but we also have our outflow, our winds moving towards the radar that is starting to uptick now. And so they've issued a tornado warning because of that. Also some very strong damaging winds on the bottom side. So I wonder if this line could actually overtake the supercell and potentially not even produce a tornado. If that's the case, that's the best case scenario in my honest opinion. But on the other hand, a bit further north, there's also a storm that could potentially be producing a tornado north of Winfred and west of Ramona in South Dakota. All right, so there's a giant area here with a tornado warning for Lake and McCook counties here in South Dakota. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas here in South Dakota, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado or tornadic rotation as possible, because that's what we're dealing with here right now, is these storms that are going to continuously try to produce more and more rotations, more and more tornadoes across the board. So let's take a look. All right, the cell to the north, the cell that's off to the north that could be trying to develop a tornado here, this one is near the Oldham and Ramona areas. This is north of Winfred right now and is heading off towards Oldham and Ramona near US Highway 81. So if you know anyone who lives in that general area, they need to take their proper precautions right now and get into their safe space. Because there could be some significant activity moving on through right now. So underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible with that one. So once again, Ramona, Oldham, Sinai, as well as Onberg and Arlington over in the portions of South Dakota. If I just called your, if I just called your town or your city, or if you know anyone who lives near that area, you need to get in your safe space. Down further to the south, we also have the developing rotation over here. All right, so once again, we have another storm that is developing right there. There's a new rotation, and it is still trying to uptrend, still trying to produce a tornado. It's just kind of interacting with this big boundary right here. We have a big line of showers and thunderstorms with actually damaging winds, if I actually measured it out, and upwards of almost 80 miles per hour possible within this, which is really intense, very intense. And so if this line can catch up with this rotation, and actually looks like it's starting to try to do so, keyword try, it might kill off this supercell, and we might be just dealing with, over hurricane force winds, which is obviously not good either. This just calls for more widespread damage as a strong damaging wind threat. And areas near Madison and Franklin, as well as areas near Montrose and areas along, I believe that's Highway 19, State Highway 19 near Orland, and the Peninsula Park, Smiths Park, Chautauqua, and the Prairie Village area, as well as Eunice. If you live in those areas that I just called out for here in South Dakota, you need to get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, because there's some very strong damaging winds starting to move on through that general area right there. And let's actually take a look at the winds now once again. The strongest wind that I have here, you can see, is 80 miles per hour. 80 miles per hour is how fast the winds are within that line that is now starting to catch up to the tornadic rotation. And the thing of it is for most people listening right now, they may not be thinking, all right, well, tornadoes, they do a lot more damage than the strong damaging winds. I've been through a storm. Whenever it's windy, it never really does damage. The thing of it is here right now, ladies and gentlemen, is that 80 mile per hour winds, or at least we'll say 74 mile per hour winds or stronger, that's hurricane force. Hurricane force winds. And you've seen numerous hurricanes do damage just by them being windy. And that's the case right here. We have 80 mile per hour winds possible within this line that's going to be moving on through into Orland, moving on through into Madison, Prairie Village, Eunice, and Chautauqua, and the Franklin area. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, they need to get into a sturdy structure, because this can do damage. May not be as significant as, say, a strong tornado, but it is still some very, a high likelihood of this producing some good damage within this area. So please be sure, if you haven't already, all right, share this live stream with as many people as possible. If you know anyone who lives over there, copy the link to the live stream, share it with them, post this on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, especially if they don't have cable, if they don't have service, they don't have anything to get actual warnings. We may be able to provide those warnings for them and keep them up to date as to what's going on. So that way, if they are in the path of these storms, they may be able to know exactly what's going on, and they may be able to take their proper precautions. Anything near Mitch, South Dakota? Let me take a look real quickly. If you mean Mitchell, Mitchell, South Dakota is getting some scatter showers and thunderstorms, but not too much. The line actually, ironically, has already passed through them, and they're not even in a tornado watch right now, so I don't anticipate them to get too much activity here at this time. I want to go full screen now to our camera over here. Our camera right over here near Lake Madison, South Dakota. This is right next to Madison, South Dakota, which is in the tornado warning right now. It's in the tornado warning, and there's very strong damaging winds that are moving on through in this area. Very strong. Actually, I think, I'm not too sure, but if we take a look here, at our half and half screen after we go back. So that's our storm down to, I believe that is the west. I'm waiting for these, this camera to pan over to the side. And actually, I want to see if the other camera, so if we go Lake Madison 1 here, is this seeing anything, or is this looking off? So this is looking off to the east. So Lake Madison 2. I think we'll be able to see what's going on with Lake Madison 2 if they pan the camera, which I believe they will. I believe they will pan the camera, but if we go back to our high resolution radar here, you see these dark blue pixels right within there? Those dark blue pixels are over 80 mile per hour winds. That's actually, believe it or not, that is 87 mile per hour winds right within that there. 87 mile per hour winds. And the latest scan, of course, gusted it out a little bit more. But you get the point in how this storm, regardless of it producing a tornado, could potentially try and put down a lot of damage from these strong damaging winds. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here right now. Is that this storm could potentially produce some widespread activity. They're panning the camera over there. Let's actually take a look at what this is looking at right now. And we're going to be able to see something here soon. They panned it off towards the south and west. As I said, a reminder, look at all these, look at the waves starting to move, towards the camera here. And notice the white caps out in front of it, all right? You see the white caps. That's some very strong winds that are pushing these waves further and further, and we have some very strong low-level flow. And you can even see the American flag right here. Pretty gusty here. I'd say probably about 10 to 15 mile per hour winds, maybe 20 as a gust. Would not be surprised. So we do have some very strong low-level flow that's moving off into this general area. And we're just going to have to continue to, notice as to how this moves on through. But I would not be surprised right now. Let's actually go back to our half and half screen here. Once again, Madison is all the way up here. This is Madison, and here is our storm to watch. And I want you guys to pay attention to the fact that this storm is now starting to hook right within here. It is now starting to hook, and we have potentially a little bit of rotation trying to develop inside the line. And if we take a look at the velocities here, that is exactly the case. You see our greens and blues are the winds moving towards the radar. Our reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. And you can see we now have a TVS signature right here, a tornado vortex signature from radar, saying that there could potentially be something within this storm. So this is something to watch very closely. We have our live camera on this right now. We're watching this live as this continues to move on through. But just for perspective as to where this is at, all right, I'm pretty sure not a whole lot of people know where Madison, South Dakota is. If I zoom out here right now, you see this red box right here. That is a tornado warning. You also see down here, this is Sioux Falls, South Dakota. All right, I'll zoom in here right now. This is Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and this is our tornado warning. Madison is right there. Okay, and if we zoom in here now, we zoom in back to this. All right, so a little bit closer now. You can see Sioux Falls and Hartford down there. Here's Madison. There is the storm to watch right there. And, I mean, this is just going to be one of those things to where if you're in Madison, Wentworth, Rutland, Nunda, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because this storm could potentially be trying to put down a tornado. I would not be surprised if they actually, I would not be surprised if this actually was trying to put down a tornado. Jeez. Yeah, this thing is starting to uptick a little bit more. Interestingly enough, I think... Let's watch this as it goes into Lake Madison. I think that this right here is the thing to watch. If it puts down a tornado, it's going to be right there. You can also see the updraft within the storm too. You see all the bubbling clouds right within there. I think that might be the area to watch right there. If it's going to put down a tornado, it's going to be right within there. And I would not be surprised if it did put down a tornado. That's why I'm looking very closely. I'm trying to see if I can spot anything. I'm so happy that I went chasing on Friday, because now I can actually legitimately spot the tornado. Spot numerous tornadoes and stuff like that. Oh, that might be a tornado on the ground. That could be a tornado on the ground according to radar. I think that might be it right there. That could be it. What I'm looking at right now here, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the half and half screen. All right, so the velocities here don't really paint the best picture for you. I'm hoping storm motion does, and it doesn't. But you see right within here, you have something that's starting to curl around here, something that's starting to ball right within this area. And this is a pretty significant storm here that is trying to produce a tornado. Maybe, potentially a little bit of a debris signature, maybe. All right, can't say for certain at this time, but it lines up perfectly with the velocities here right now. Lines up perfectly with the velocities. So that's what I'm watching out for very closely. And yeah, I think that might be a funnel cloud right there. Might be. We're still a little bit far away, but it is approaching the lake, so we're watching this very closely. But I think that might be it. If you're just tuning in right now, we have a tornado warning with the potential of it producing a tornado right now south of Madison, South Dakota. I almost said South Carolina. South Dakota. And this thing could potentially be trying to produce a tornado here any second. So if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground, or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because I would not be surprised if this thing was trying to produce a tornado. Would not be surprised if this was trying to produce a tornado. Can I put the link to the camera in the chat? Well, we're watching it right now here on the stream. Yeah, I mean... It's so hard to tell right now, but it's coming. It's right there. There's also a pretty well-defined lowering right within here, too. But I'm watching this line of storms right here. That would be the stuff to watch if I was trying to figure out if this thing is going to produce a tornado. Right in there. From the looks of it, this is looking about 7 miles away. So the camera is 7 miles away from the actual storm. And it is starting to approach very, very closely. I'm also watching that. That's also something really interesting to note there. If I had an idea exactly as to where this camera was, I might be able to give a better idea as to where we're looking at. But this is... there's something right there as well on the right-hand part of the screen. Let me actually see what I want to do. So let's move this over. There we go. So now you can see what I'm looking at now. That might be something right there. And then there's something back there too. There is something back there. So behind all that little band of rain, there is something. But that right there is very ominous to me. And it would line up too. I do see that wall cloud right within there. But this right here is very interesting. I would not be surprised if that would be the area to try and put down the tornado. I wish that I had control of this camera to kind of shift it off a little bit. Wish I had control of this camera to shift it. But I do believe that is an area to watch right there. Might be a lot of scud too. Could easily be a lot of scud. There's the main line. And it is starting to get closer and closer into view. So just to, recap here real quickly. Okay? We have a tornado warning here right now in South Dakota. This is near the Madison area. All right, so Madison, South Dakota. There is a developing supercell, developing thunderstorm that could produce a tornado that is moving through this area here. It could potentially move through right now. And we're watching it live with the camera right above us in Lake Madison. So if you know anyone that lives near Madison, Rutland, Wentworth, and Nunda over here into portions of southeastern South Dakota. All right, so let's put into perspective. Here is Sioux Falls. Here is the area to watch right there. That's, the storm that could potentially produce a tornado. That is what we are looking at. And if you know anyone that lives over there, north of Sioux Falls, near the U.S. Highway, I believe this is 81 area, U.S. Highway 81 near Madison, as well as areas near Wentworth and Chester. They need to go ahead and take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. People are telling me to check Discord. I don't know what they want me to check specifically. Tornado watch is likely across portions of Minnesota, which is not surprising to me. That is pretty ominous. Oh yeah, that is a pretty significant storm there too. Oh wow. Good call, DOS. Good call. Very good call, Doss. Let's go back over here. This is the supercell over here near Irene and Viborg and Centerville. This is another supercell right here. Another supercell that could potentially produce our long track tornadoes. This one probably might even have a better shot. Viborg as well as Centerville, Irene, Davis, Worthing, areas near Lenox and Harrisburg. That's going to be another area to watch. I think we might have another sky camera for that area. New MCD is very concerning. Threat for strong tornadoes and widespread intense gusts. Tornado watch will be needed. Jeez. I wonder if they pull the trigger on a PDS tornado watch. I don't know. I think it'll be 90-70. I think it'll be 90-70. Give me a second. I want to look at something here. This is over there. Okay, so that makes sense to me. But yeah, Irene, Viborg, Centerville. This cell is definitely... This one's the one to watch, in my opinion. If there was going to be one that was going to put down a tornado, it would be right here. That is a heck of a shot right there on our screen. Let's go full. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Oh, that might be it. That might be it. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground right now. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground right there. Tornado on the ground. Madison, Wentworth, underground right now. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground right now. You can see it right there. There's the tornado. Tornado on the ground, fully extended. And these clouds are moving very fast, very fast. Tornado on the ground. We just saw a tornado. We just saw a tornado on the ground. Very rapidly rotating wall cloud right now. If it was going to produce a tornado again, all right, if it were to extend all the way to the ground again, it would be right there. You can clearly see the rotation right within here. There's the funnel cloud again. There's the funnel cloud again. It might try and put down another tornado. Once again, tornado on the ground right now. Jeez, look at all that. Yeah, this entire line is just producing tornado after tornado after tornado. That's what I would assume, because it's just moving very fast. Guys, if you are watching this right now, you need to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way, we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. All right? Because if people who live within these areas don't have cable, if they don't have service, if they don't have Wi-Fi, they'll go onto social media. And they'll be able to find our coverage here. So please be sure to share this, because that was a tornado on the ground that was near Madison. So once again, this is in Madison, South Dakota. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for Moody County in east central South Dakota, eastern Lake County in east central South Dakota, northern Minnehaha County in southeastern South Dakota.
There's the tornado warning right there. Let's go back to our radar here now. And it's just basically for this entire area over here from Nunda, Rutland, Coleman, Chester, I-29 and stuff like that. That's what's going on. That might be a new area of rotation right within there. I actually wonder. Let's actually, I'm looking at the camera still. I don't see any tornadoes with that right now. But I want to take a look and see, is there a camera around? There is not a camera in Brookings, unfortunately. But if you're just tuning in here right now, we just saw a tornado. We just saw a tornado near Madison. There might be a new tornado that's forming. There's actually might be multiple tornadoes that are trying to form right now along the line extending from Badger, Arlington, Sinai, Nunda, and Rutland all the way through. There are a bunch of rotations within this line, and we're just trying to see if we can find any tornadoes here with this. But basically, if you are in eastern South Dakota, right now, or if you're in portions of Minnesota, you need to watch out for this live stream right now. You need to watch out for these significant storms because we did just see a tornado. I did check the new meso. Oh wait, not the one in Nebraska, but they're trying to look around to see if they can find any tornadoes here. And the camera feed just cut out, so I want to see if I can, would Lake Madison 1 be the best? Yeah, let's go back over here. This is the other camera in Lake Madison. That's the other camera in Lake Madison, trying to see if we can find anything. Very low wall cloud. These storms are moving very fast. Very fast. Oh, that might be a tornado there. Go back to the left. Go back to the left. Go back to the left. They're trying to look at this. I probably just saw a funnel. Probably just saw a funnel cloud that was near Madison once again. And there are numerous cells, once again, numerous cells along the line that are continuing to try and become more and more widespread. Jeez.
Yeah, I see it. I'm bringing it down.
That doesn't look like a funnel to me right there. I want him to go back to the left if they can with that camera, because there is definitely something there. 100%. No, it's not from the Radar Omega camera. This entire line is just producing so many rotations. So let's go back to the half and half screen here now. Back to the half and half screen. And I want to go back to the cell that's over here near Viborg. This cell, as I look up and tilt, so higher and higher into the sky, it does have some pretty decent rotation, but it's not fully there yet. So I'm not too concerned about that quite yet. I'll check back at that here in about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes. Jeez. This is crazy. All right, so now I actually have a little bit of time. Once again, there is still a tornado warning here, but I want to read the mesoscale discussion to you all because this is going to give you all a perspective as to what could potentially happen today. And I actually want to go over to Minneapolis's radar. That's an elevated supercell near St. Cloud. Actually, it's not too elevated, believe it or not. New tornado warning issued.
Tornado warning for East Central Kingsbury County in East Central South Dakota, North Central Lake County in East Central South Dakota, Western Brookings County in East Central South Dakota.
That's not too surprising to me. The Sinai cell is starting to go. Looks like it is trying to produce a tornado, or it's trying to put down a tornado. Let me read real quickly. It says the threat for strong tornadoes and widespread intense gusts is increasing across extreme eastern South Dakota into central and southern Minnesota. Tornado watch will be needed, and according to most people, tornado watch actually has been issued. So we'll come back to that here in a second. But there's the storm in general. You can see a tornado vortex signature has been indicated here from the radar. Right within there, you can see the rain wrapping it around like this, the hook right within the line. So right in the middle, right on top of that bottom part of the hook is where the tornadic rotation would be. You have the rain wrapping around, inflow coming in unimpeded. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be at. And if we go to the velocities, you can see there's a good reason why it's worn. You have this bowl characteristic right within here on one side, bowl on the other. And usually when you have that, to where you have the reds and pinks moving away from the radar, the greens and blues moving towards, with the winds getting in stronger and stronger towards the center of the circle, you more than likely do have a tornado within that line. So not really too surprised if that is the case. If you are over into Volga, as well as into areas near Bruce and Brookings, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looking back at the camera at Lake Madison again, you can just see how fast the winds are across the lake and how blinding the conditions are across the board. So crazy enough to say the least. I'm still looking to try and see if I can find anything there. But yeah, Volga, Bruce, Sinai. Let's actually go over to Radar Omega. North Grove Addition, Allenburg, as well as areas near Johnsonville and Esterline over towards the Interstate 29 area, the I-29 area. If you guys live in those areas, but specifically, more importantly, the areas near Onberg, Sinai, and Volga. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Still can't see the tornado watch quite yet. Very interested to see what the tornado watch is. But this is the beginning of a very volatile day. Very volatile day. This is the Convective Outlook here from the Storm Prediction Center, issuing a scale of 1 to 5 on the severe weather scale. There's a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in red. And it is anticipated that we will see a couple tornadoes, with some of them long track violent tornadoes within these areas, as well as hurricane force winds, maybe even stronger than that. So if you know anyone that lives within the area, if you know anyone that lives in the orange or in the red, all right, specifically over in these areas here, you need to tell them that significant activity is anticipated today. So St. Cloud, Minneapolis, St. Paul, tell them that this stuff could be happening. Marshall, Olivia, New Ulm. Why can I not see? Wilmer, Montevideo, Granite Falls, Redwood Falls, all these areas over here, they need to watch out here today, because there is a significant storm that is anticipated to move through this entire area. Let's look back at the velocities. Don't see too much with the velocities, fortunately. However, I do see something that is starting to try and develop. So the old rotation, if there was a tornado, it would be over here near Volga, just to the west of Volga, actually about to cross over Highway 14. There is a new storm that's developing, one to the north. All right, so we have one to the north near Bruce, and then we have another storm to the south over here that might be heading towards Brookings. So if you know anyone that lives near Brookings here in South Dakota, they need to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's go full screen to this. I want to see if I can find any sort of cameras that may be within this area across the board. And unfortunately, no. Pretty soon we will be able to see the storm that's heading towards Sioux Falls, though. So we will be able to see those sky cameras. And I think that's probably what I am going to want to do here. I think I am going to want to pull up that sky camera for Sioux Falls, because that supercell is starting to get closer and closer. So let me do that. And that might be the way to do it right there. That's from the Sanford Hospital, and I'll pull it up here so that you guys may be able to see. Look at that. That's from the Sanford Hospital, looking off to the south. I have no clue where the Sanford Hospital is here real quickly, so let me just pull it up here. Load, please. Sanford Hospital. That's in downtown. That's downtown Sioux Falls. But my goodness, I mean, that perfectly tells you what this storm is capable of. I mean, this is a volatile storm that is trying to really develop and maybe even try to put down a tornado. So if we do see one, it'll be right here in front of us. All right, let's go back to this here real quickly. So there's the storm in question. This supercell over here near Hurley and Davis, as well as Lenox, heading towards Worthington and T, Chancellor, and then eventually towards the Sioux Falls and the western side of Sioux Falls near Hartford and Crooks. That's where the storm's going to be heading off towards. We have some large hail with this, and we also have some pretty strong thunderstorm activity. As you can see, if we pull back our half and half screen, this is not Lake Madison. I am going to want to update this here to Sioux Falls. So there we are. And that'll be the one to watch. But yeah, this storm is inching closer and closer to the camera here. And we'll show you guys more and more as this gets closer. But man, oh man, that is a heck of a storm. That actually, I think, is the wall cloud there. I actually think if we go more into a full screen here, I know it's buffering, so I apologize. But as soon as it alleviates, I think right there is the wall cloud. And hopefully it unbuffers itself. Let's try and take a look at the other cameras here to see if it's going to load. Sanford Pentagon doesn't seem to be loading. Downtown. Oh, that's a good view too. That is a really good view. So we'll be able to see what's going on with that. Yeah, that's probably a better view, to be completely honest with you. I want to take a look one more time at just the... Would this be the... it's crashing anyway, so downtown would be the best one. So we'll watch that very closely as that continues to approach Sioux Falls, as it tries to produce a tornado. But let's go back off to the north to our tornado warnings here. Once again, we have 2 tornado warnings at this time for Lake and Minnehaha County, as well as for portions of Kingsbury and Brookings County. So if I just called your county over here in South Dakota, you have a tornado warning and you need to get underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building, especially if you're along I-29. All right, here is I-29 right there. This red line that moves through much of the screen here. That is where it's at. And so if you know anyone who lives within those areas, they need to take their proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly if you're near Brookings. In my honest opinion, there's a storm that's heading off near Brookings, and that could be a strong one, regardless if it produces a tornado. Because if it does try to produce a tornado, it'll have some very strong damaging winds across the board, and that could be an upwards of hurricane force, maybe even stronger than Category 1 hurricane force winds. So that'll be the one thing to watch as this continues to progress. But Brookings, Bruce, White, Toronto, Esteline, if you know anyone that lives over there in South Dakota, they need to take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. There's also a storm. Actually, these lines of storms that are starting to kind of dissipate a little bit. But there's a storm that's heading off towards Tyler and Lake Benton, as well as Ward and Flanderow. That might be some storms to watch out for later on. So like areas near Minneota, as well as Marshall, Tracy, Russell, Lind, and Ballatin, as well as areas near Cottonwood and St. Leo. That might be something to watch out for a little bit later on. So yeah, those storms are pretty crazy. Let's go full. Let's go full to Sioux Falls. And I'm starting to notice, all right, so we have a lot of rain over here, and then we have a clearing. This is our wall cloud right there. And it is very much so rain-wrapped. It is very much so rain-wrapped right now. But that's the new area of rotation that is developing. That's the new area of rotation that is developing near the Lenox and Worthington area. So if this thing does put down a tornado, it'll be somewhere over there. It will be somewhere over there. So we need to watch out for that very closely. But this is in Sioux Falls right now. This is in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And this is, and this is near the Chancellor, Lenox, Davis area, Worthington, T. If you know anyone that lives over there, they need to take their proper precautions. Twin Cities? Oh boy. That'll be crazy if that's the case. Is that a funnel? I can't tell. It looks like Scud to me. It looks like Scud, which Scud basically is just cloud, so irrelevant cloud. Pds Tornado Watch incoming. Oh, geez. That's not good. That is not good at all. Jeez. Southern Minnesota and adjacent parts of the Dakotas, not including the Twin Cities. Not including most of the Twin Cities metro. So that's where the tornado watch is going to be at, more than likely. Wow. If you're just tuning in here right now, all right, just for reference here real quickly, we caught a tornado earlier on stream. Look at that. That's where the tornado was. We caught a tornado, and that was near the general vicinity of Madison, South Dakota. We're going to be tracking these storms all the way throughout the day here today. And there is expected to be some significant tornadoes possible today, according to the National Weather Service, and I've seen it myself. I'll actually show you here the official text. This is from the senior meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Twin Cities. This is from Bill Borgoff. He says, just finished coordinating a watch with the Storm Prediction Center, PDS Tornado Watch until 10 p.m. for much of central and southern Minnesota. So, we're kind of hoping that, you know, this thing doesn't do anything, but the unfortunate thing about it is that could be trying. Speaking of could be trying, look at that. Look at that. That's, oh boy. I wonder. I wonder if that's a tornado right there. I wonder. That might be a tornado. That might be a tornado. Oh, there's the PDS Tornado Watch. Wow. PDS Tornado Watch issued. $90-80 probs. $90-80 probs. $90-80 probs, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch has been issued. Brookings went confirmed. This storm went rain wrapped. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado near Sinai. So if you're near, well, that was actually before. Yeah, this is not good right here. So let's get the warning out here real quickly about the cell that was producing a tornado here. So this one over here is confirmed. Confirmed tornado warning over here. You can see tornado observed. It actually might be easier. Well, no, you can't do that. But if you're in Bruce, Toronto, White, as well as Bushnell, Brant, and Esteline, you need to get into your safe space. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for western Duell County in northeastern South Dakota, eastern Hamlin County in northeastern South Dakota, southeastern Grant County in northeastern South Dakota, southeastern Codington County in northeastern South Dakota.
So that's the new tornado warning there. This is the first time I'm ever showing this on stream. First time I've ever shown this on stream. You see this very dark red box, almost black, right within there? That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. That is the highest tornado watch caliber that you can get out of all tornado watches. May not be the highest probability wise, but that is the highest probability, or that's the highest caliber tornado watch that you can get. From the Storm Prediction Center, a particularly dangerous situation, or PDS Tornado Watch. And to quote the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center, primary threats include several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread damaging winds and scattered significant gusts to 80 miles per hour likely, widespread large hail and scattered very large hail events to 2.5 inches in diameter likely. The probs are 90-80 for tornado. 90-80 tornado watch. Which, if you don't know what that means, basically what I'm saying there is the first set of numbers is a probability of 2 or more tornadoes within the tornado watch. They're saying it's 90%. The probability of one or more strong tornadoes within that tornado watch, 80%. And unfortunately, this is just the beginning because we are looking live here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where we have a developing supercell that is moving towards Sioux Falls right now. And this might be trying to put down a tornado. Rotation is starting to intensify. If you're in T, Sioux Falls, Harrisburg, areas along I-29, Hartford, and Crooks, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. But yeah, we might have a tornado that's going to head towards the Sioux Falls metro here in a second. And this might be that right there. That might be the tornado. Lowering is continuing to intensify on radar. That might be the tornado right there, ladies and gentlemen. It is right there. If you need to spread, guys, we need to spread the information. Sioux Falls is about to get hit by a tornado. Sioux Falls could potentially be hit by a tornado here in a second. Very strong signature here based off of velocities. If I'm them, I would look at the left side. The left side is what I'm looking at. Right over here. Yeah, that thing is intensifying more and more. It's trying to put down a tornado. It's trying to put down a tornado. It's somewhere over there. The clouds are starting to expand. The wall cloud is starting to expand. But right in here is the area to watch. And specifically, right over here. That's where I'm watching. Yeah. That looks to be pretty close. It's a wall cloud right now. If you're tuning in right now, this is in Sioux Falls. All right, we're going to go back to the screen right above us. This is a supercell right here along the line, and it's producing rotation right within there near T and Lennox, and it's heading towards Sioux Falls, specifically the western portions of Sioux Falls. So if you know anyone that lives over there, they need to take their proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning here. Would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning because this storm continues to rotate more and more and more. Let's go back to the full screen here. As I said, if you know anyone who lives in Sioux Falls, you need to tell them to get in their safe space right now. You need to tell them to get underground or get in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or rotations as possible. If you know anyone who lives over there, tell them what I just told you. All right? Spread the information. Copy the link on, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. "3D won't work, it's along a line." These are not your classic supercells, so they wouldn't tell us anything. Yeah, I'm watching this very closely right here. Bit of a bowl right within that. That's really interesting. I want to direct our attention real quickly. All right, just for 2 seconds. This is how weird the weather can get. All right, if you look to the left, there's a little mini hurricane right here. All right, we call that a mesoconvective vortex, or an MCV. And it's a literal hurricane. It's a little mini hurricane that just isn't a hurricane. But it's like, it's a little vortex. Look at it. It spins and spins and spins. And that's on the backside of this thing, which is the crazy part. So if that doesn't tell you how high the vorticity is today, I don't know what does. I really don't know what does. Yeah, I think this wall cloud that we're looking at right now, there could potentially, I think they're trying to look for a tornado. I wish this camera would look back and forth, because I know they can move it. I know they can move it. Real quickly, I want to take a look at Sanford. And that's still not working. So let's go back to downtown. Oh, what is that? Might be something right there. Severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for Sioux Falls. No tornado possible tag on it. Wish this water tower would just delete itself. Wish the water tower would delete itself. What are you doing? Why? What is it doing? Camera? Don't do this to me. No. What is the purpose of this? Are they trying to find hail? Camera? Look to the left, you donut. Look to the left. What is... That right there is a hefty wall cloud. And that could potentially be trying to put down a tornado. And radar just showed it too. Radar just showed it. Let's go half and half screen. Our camera is positioned over here. Or actually, it's more over here. And new area of rotation just developed along I-29. New area of rotation just intensified along I-29. So we have a possible tornado that is heading straight for Sioux Falls right now. Yeah, I don't see anything to the left. It's gotta be to the right. It's gonna be over here. That's where I'm watching, right there, chat. If it does put down a tornado, it's right there. It might be a tornado on the ground, actually. It might be putting down a tornado right now. That might be it. New tornado warning issued.
Tornado warning for western Lincoln County in southwestern Minnesota, eastern Brookings County in east central South Dakota.
It's not Sioux Falls. But right there's your wall cloud. Right there's your wall. And right there is a funnel. That is a funnel. So if you're just tuning in right now, this is a supercell heading straight into Sioux Falls right now. It's heading into Sioux Falls, and we could potentially be seeing a tornado right in front of us. All right, this is your funnel cloud right within there. You can see the rain wrapping around it. Stop zooming into that. The tornado is right there. That's the tornado. There's your wall cloud. That right there is a big funnel cloud right there. Huge funnel cloud. And this is heading straight for Sioux Falls. It's heading straight for downtown. There we go. Move the camera down a little bit. So there's the rain pushing out. There's the whirlpooling effect on the backside. Right within here is where I'd watch. It looks like from presentation-wise, it looks like it has deteriorated a little bit. Just based off of looking at it, it looks like it's went down a little. We're in the inflow notch right now, though. We are now in the inflow notch. You can see all the clouds now starting to surge into this here. Rain starting to wrap around it. Right here is where I'd watch. If you can follow that cloud as it continues to move off. Right there is where I'd watch. It looks like it's gusting out, and on radar it looks like it's gusting out too. On radar it looks like it is gusting out as well. Alright, so specifically, okay, if you know anyone that lives near the Sanford Medical Center, okay, so the hospital, the Sanford Hospital, as well as areas near Split Rock Heights, areas in Sioux Falls, and areas near Cactus Heights, Sioux Falls, the Iverson subdivision, Augustana University. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, they need to get in their safe space, because that very well could be a tornado that's heading straight into Sioux Falls right now. It's gusting out at the moment from the looks of it. But if this thing, you know, recycles, it's going to be right over the city. It's going to be right over the city. That could be a little cold air funnel right there, too. Is the camera fixed yet? It's already passed. That's already passed as well. So I think that might be the best camera we have, is the downtown one. Did the camera just get pushed down? The camera? No, I guess they're just looking down to the ground. Look at all the trees here just for reference as to how fast these winds are. Jeez. And just a reminder, there is rotation near all of this too. We were tracking this all. Could have potentially saw a tornado on the southwestern side of Sioux Falls near T and the intersection of 29 and 229, Interstate 29 and 229. I just want to remind everyone here real quickly, we do have 3 tornado warnings. All right, so we have tornado warning for Dual, Hamlin, Grant, and Codington counties, as well as for portions of Lincoln and Brookings counties, and then for Minnehaha County. So if you're in any of those counties over there in South Dakota or Minnesota, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So let's go back to the half and half screen here now. So that was Sioux Falls above us. Could have potentially just saw a tornado from the live camera. That would be our second tornado of the day if that's the case. That would have been our second tornado of the day that we caught on camera if that was the case. But now these storms are starting to race off, and unfortunately, this brings up another issue. All right, and I want to talk about it here real quickly. Okay? If I go out here, you can see these little blue, let's go full screen with this, not that. Let's go full screen with that. You see these little blue four-letter words right within there. See that, see that, see that. There's one right there, there's one right there, okay? These are all radars. These are all radars. And the further away from the radar you are from a storm, the higher you typically look above the ground. And the thing of it is that because that's the case, you're not looking at what's happening at the ground, and therefore it's not really too reliable because tornadoes happen at the ground, of course. So we're starting to get to an area right within here of a dead zone where radar is mostly ineffective. And we're hoping that nothing happens, but as I said, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, which is the highest tornado watch that you can have, issued by the Storm Prediction Center, is here. You can see this giant new tornado warning. Well, not giant new tornado warning, but just
Tornado warning for northwestern Duluth County in northeastern South Dakota, southeastern Grant County in northeastern South Dakota.
We do actually have cameras that are over in Olivia and Wilmar, which might actually help in the future. So we'll watch out for that. Ortonville. Are these storms heading towards Ortonville by any chance? I think it's already in Ortonville, unfortunately. But that is a new tornado warning for the Kransburg and Altamore areas. I actually want to go take a look at the Aberdeen radar because I think that might be the best way for us to see anything. And yeah, there's clearly a lot of rotation with these cells. Clearly, there's a lot of rotation with this storm. So that's not all too surprising, especially with how consistent this has been. Did they just update it? Did they just update the Storm Prediction Center's Convective Outlook? They did just update it. They did not go high. They went moderate. They kept it at a moderate. So no high risk. No high risk. They also cut off the 10 tours over here into portions of Kansas and Iowa, except for this stuff down here. So they kept it moderate. They kept it at 4 out of 5. No high. The line is also starting to elongate now. Look at this, chat. This is exactly what we did not want to see. The line is elongating, and if they can become discrete, you know, similar to what it's like right now, to where you have one storm right here, one storm right here, one storm right here, one storm right here, it's going to be widespread. Very widespread. now the real question is, which one is better? Anything coming to Richland County? Let me take a look here real quickly. Richland. Richland County, North Dakota. Yes, there is expected to be some activity over for you all. Maybe some strong damaging winds and large hail. That is what we are anticipating right now. Let's go back to radar here real quickly. The regular radar. 2 tornado warnings have been canceled at this time, which is the good news. We still have this storm over here near Elkton. So if you're in Hendricks, Wilno, Ivanhoe, Porter, Canby, and Minneota, you guys need to watch out, because those are the storms that amazing English, Nate, that I was talking about earlier. That I was talking about and how they could potentially become tornadic as it continues to progress. So this is what we need to watch out for. Now, on the other hand, there's also a storm producing some very strong damaging winds and large hail north of that. Don't see too much rotation with that cell that I just mentioned, but this one, all right, we've seen it all day today here so far. Bunch of storms that have continuously just, spun up over and over and over, over and over and over again. So that's what we've been kind of watching out for very closely. I'm trying to see here on the side. Yeah, here's a, that's not a very good graphic that they issued, unfortunately. Here's the best thing that I can show you here right now, guys. There is the PDS Tornado Watch. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Very low quality, but you can kind of tell. Bemidji, Grand Rapids, Brainerd, as well as Fergus Falls, Morris, Wilmar, and Watertown here, all under a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. 90% chance of tornadoes, 80% chance of EF2 to EF5 tornadoes. Very high probability for severe weather over here. This is an intense storm that is anticipated. Jeez. Yeah, St. Cloud is in the risk. St. Cloud is there. I want to take a look at something here real quickly. Let's take a look at our good old pal, the violent tornado parameter. This basically tells us where violent tornadoes are more than likely possible. And, it was pretty high over near the Sioux Falls area. It's actually just a little bit north of Sioux Falls was the highest portion of the violent tornado parameter. Take a look at the significant tornado parameter. Starting to get pretty high over here. Canada is also starting to wake up in areas north of Duluth. That's something to watch out for. As I said, extreme southwestern portions of Ontario could get some real activity from this. Real activity. Heart and Soul with the 5 says, will these storms have the same intensity tomorrow? I doubt it. I highly doubt it. It is only a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 5% chance for tornadoes over into portions of Kansas. It's a 5%. Yeah, so basically, all right, I'm going to say every town name that's in the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Fairmont, St. James, New Ulm, Gaylord, Hutchinson, Morgan, Olivia, Wilmar, Litchfield, Montevideo, Madison, Canby, Graceville, Morris, Benson, Wheaton, Elbow Lake, Alexandria, Fergus Falls, St. Cloud, Elk River, Malacca, Mora, Onamia, Little Falls, Long Prairie, Brainerd, Staples, Wadena, Perham, Detroit Lakes, Park Rapids, Walker, Reamer, Aitkin, McGregor, Grand Rapids, Bena, Big Fork, and Togo. If I just called out your town or your city, or if you live anywhere near that, you need to be weather aware today. I highly recommend you actually stay on this stream, because I will be continuing to provide live radar analysis. But why I just called out all those cities is because, once again, if you're just tuning in, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, or not tornado warning, tornado watch, geez. A particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, which is the highest tornado watch that you can issue from the Storm Prediction Center, has been issued for this area. Funnel north of Elkton. There's a bunch of funnels over here across the board. There's funnels in Brookings, funnels in Esseline. There's actually a bunch of reports of funnel clouds across the board. There's a lot of reports of funnel clouds across the board, which is unfortunate to say, because this is a very active already, and it's not even in the main portion of the risk. So once again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. Huge funnel on Sioux Falls. Cam? Really? That's not a funnel cloud. That's not a funnel cloud. That is Scud. That is indeed Scud. All right, let me try and figure out what the next camera should be. Let me go to Aberdeen real quickly. Ortonville is up there, and these storms are going to be heading towards Ortonville. What's the current trajectory? There's Ortonville. New tornado warning issued.
Tornado warning for southwestern Roberts County in northeastern South Dakota, northwestern Grant County in northeastern South Dakota.
So I think we're going to go with the Ortonville camera. It's facing northwest, unfortunately. I think, actually, if we go to Watertown. No, they're not doing anything. So we actually, the Ortonville camera would, the storm would have to pass through Ortonville in order for us to be able to see anything. Because unfortunately, we don't have it. Look at Twitter. Jeez. Where is Wagner? Yeah, I saw it, Baseball Science. I did see it, I did see it. Trying to find a bunch of other stuff here. Once again, if you have any pictures, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder. That way we may be able to get perspectives out. The big thing here is that we're trying to get perspectives out. So for the people out in front of the risk, we may be able to show them what they could potentially have. All right, that's what we're trying to do. So here's some interesting stats from the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Interesting stats. This is the first PDS tornado watch in Minnesota since 2013. This is the first particularly dangerous situation tornado watch in South Dakota since 2008. This is the first May PDS tornado watch in Minnesota since 2008, and the first PDS tornado watch in South Dakota in May since 2007. So it's been a long time coming since these areas have had as much activity as they have. Which is pretty crazy if you think about it. Very crazy if you think about it. There's a cell that's north and west of Ortonville heading towards Graceville, Collins, Dumont, and Wheaton. That might be the next one to try and produce a tornado here soon. Yeah, that one might try to produce a tornado here soon. I'm going to be completely honest with you. So Graceville, Collins, Dumont, Wheaton here in Minnesota, not in South Dakota. Let's do this. There we go. Look at Sturgis Cam. We will probably in a bit. "64-mile-per-hour wind gust report over near White." That'd be north of Elkton. Cell near Canby is still going. These cells have not formed discrete, which is the good news here. Unfortunately, according to the models, that will change here in approximately 1.5 to 2 hours. Maybe even an hour, actually. Let's take a look at this real quickly here, chat. I want to show you this here real quickly. This is the models. All right, these are the models of what's happening here today. Timing is above me in Eastern, so please subtract 1 hour in order to get Central Daylight Time. But just look at this here. If we go back in time, you can see there's the mess of storms. The activity moving through Sioux Falls. And this is currently happening right now. It's actually, according to the radar, it's a little bit before this. But these storms that form out in front, which I don't quite see at the moment, I'll probably have to look at satellite to try and find it for myself. Those storms end up getting out in front of it, and look at how discreet they are then. They are out by itself, and then they really move on through. There's the second wave that I was talking about right there. There's the second wave that develops and pushes on through. So you have one line of storms, two lines of storms, and then a potential third that's coming in behind it. And that's kind of the concern here for the most part, is how this is going to continue to create, you know, storm after storm after storm after storm. "70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported over here in Brandon, South Dakota. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report over here. So that's east of Sioux Falls. 63-mile-per-hour wind gust report along I-229, which is more than likely where the aforementioned funnel cloud went through. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Rock County in southwestern Minnesota, east central Minnehaha County in southeastern South Dakota.
Yeah. Looks like the rotation. Oh, that's a new one.
Tornado warning for northwestern Big Stone County in west central Minnesota, southeastern Roberts County in northeastern South Dakota, northeastern Grant County in northeastern South Dakota.
So, let me get this straight. They're going to issue... Sturgis camera? Jeez. Hold up. 2 seconds. Sturgis, South Dakota is not even near this risk, so just stop it for right now, okay? We're not looking at Sturgis. So let me get this straight. They issue a tornado warning for these cells, but for a rotation that looks like it's on the ground over along Highway 229, no tornado warning. That makes a lot of sense. Totally makes a lot of sense. Storms are now starting to continue to progress further and further east. Tyler might be something to watch here, but there is a new tornado warning here for Rock and Minnehaha counties over here in Minnesota and South Dakota. That will be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's also the storms off to the north. If we go over here, we also have a camera up here, believe it or not. Video has been removed by the uploader, so that's unfortunate. We don't have a camera here anymore, unfortunately. All right, well, there goes our camera. Can't use that. That's fun. But that's fine. Not that big of a deal. Look at the Rapid City Skycam. We looked at it earlier when we saw, you know, possible tornado. So the nearest camera that we would have that's anywhere near relevant of what we actually could see is either Wilmar or New Ulm. Wilmar or New Ulm, either or. We also have a camera over in Windham. So that would be down here. So that might be the next one to watch. And then Lakefield. We also have a camera over there as well. So I'll see what I can pull here. But, you know, it says desolate as you can get, which is the good news. Bad news is, you know, if there are tornadoes that do form within this, I mean, it's going to be almost impossible to realize it unless if there's someone on the ground watching it. And that's kind of what the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center is going to have to rely on today, is the storm chasers hoping that they know what's going on and stuff like that. Once again, if you have any pictures, please feel free to send it to me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. This cell near Millbank heading towards Ortonville is starting to really wrap up. That might be a cause for concern here in a bit. But yeah, that is tornado warning here. Let's read out for the counties for Big Stone, Roberts, and Grant County, and that'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Ortonville, Millbank, Clinton, Graceville. Also a new rotation developing near Wheaton and Dumont, as well as Collins, or Collis. If you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to get in their safe space as well, because that one might be a significant storm too. We also have a camera over near Alexandria, so that might actually be helpful as well. Just popped my finger. So far, so good, chat. So far, so good. Storms have remained relatively linear. 64 mile per hour wind gust report north of Elkton near Hendricks. So that is severe capabilities. A lot of 1-inch size hail reports too. Let's look back at this cell over here. Yeah, it looks like it kind of deteriorated a little bit. Brief tornadoes over near Garrettson. But yeah, very linear so far. Now, the only issue is that later on, that won't be the case anymore. That will 100% not be the case anymore. The storms that are... Wow. So that's Sheldon, that's Spencer. Where is this all at? There's Sheldon. So... we do actually have some cameras. I do believe that is near the storms that are forming over here in northwestern Iowa, and this might be the next one to watch. These storms might be the next ones to watch. Tornado reported? Really? Public confirmed tornado east of Sherman at 3:14. That was 8 minutes ago. That was before the tornado warning. There also could have been another tornado south of it near Garrettson. But that's 2 confirmed tornado warnings here so far today, I believe. Is it 2? Looking through to see if that is 2. Because we definitely had abundance of tornado warnings so far, I'll say that much. So that's the first tornado warning. It just stuttered again, so oh well. But now, this is heading into portions of Rock County, Minnesota. If you're in Rock County, Minnesota, this storm has had a history of producing a tornado. You need to get in your safe space. Because this storm still looks like it could be potentially trying to produce. I mean, this entire line is still trying to produce. There's so many individual rotations within the area that it's just going to be continuously really hard to look at it over and over and over again and try and find stuff. Reports of a camper flipped on I-29 north of exit 121. So damage is already starting to go. A lot more reports coming in. Go back to the Aberdeen area. I really do appreciate everyone's help so far. Once again, thank you so much. If you haven't already, all right, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, because we have a significant situation underway, and in about an hour and a half to maybe even an hour from now at minimum, it's going to start to really ramp up. Things are really going to start to get intense, very intense. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to spread this information out with as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. Once again, there's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued. You can see right here this dark red line that swerves in and out just like this. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It's the highest tornado watch, the highest caliber tornado watch that you can issue if you're a forecaster. And this will be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. They are expecting, to quote the Storm Prediction Center, several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely. So they are anticipating widespread activity of both weak and strong tornadoes, as well as widespread damaging winds and scattered significant wind gusts to 80 miles per hour likely. That's over hurricane force winds possible within this line. All right, so not only are you anticipating tornadoes, you're anticipating strong damaging winds as well. And the big thing here, just to say here, ladies and gentlemen, all right, is that if you are in the orange or in the red, you need to watch out very closely this evening. Very closely. Because the threat for significant tornadoes is possible within this area. All right, the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in orange, and the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in red. So that's the reason why I keep saying, please spread the information. If you know anyone who lives within these areas over here in Minnesota or in South Dakota or in Iowa, all right, you need to share the information with as many people as possible, because these storms could potentially fire off and become significant. But yeah, anywhere within the red, all right, just expect activity. Expect activity. It could be as, you know, it could be as good as just a general passing shower or thunderstorm with some strong damaging winds and upwards of 50 to 55 miles per hour. It could be as bad as a significant tornado. So if you're in the red by any stretch, all right, if you see your county and you know where you live within that county, all right, if you are in the red, you need to watch out for this very, very closely. There's a report of a tornado. There's the report. It's slowly coming in on GR2. So let's go to Earth. Let's see. Public report, a tornado that briefly touched down 5 miles south-southwest of Jasper. Which kind of makes sense. Let's go back to Aberdeen. Worthington has a sky camera? Yes, they do. Oh, wait, do they? I actually didn't know. I thought they did, but it's not on the thing here. I'll pull it up here when it gets closer. The storms that are over near Dumont and Wheaton, still a lot of strong damaging winds at this time. We're also looking really high up in the sky, unfortunately, so we can't really tell too much of what's happening on the ground. But there's a lot of strong damaging winds with these storms so far. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds at minimum. I want to take a look real quickly. This is going to tell me exactly what's going on right now. We're going to go to full screen here. This is not in Sioux Falls. So we'll turn that off for right now. This right here is a graphic which tells me, all right, this tells me as to whether or not we can see tornadoes within a specific spot. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is a very good way of determining as to if you could see tornadoes or not. So the red outline is 0 to 3 kilometer mixed layer cape. Well, mixing layer cape. And the blue lines are surface vorticity. And of course, the higher vorticity that you have, the higher the chance for tornadoes if you have energy. So that's the reason why they combine the two. And right now, there's a decent amount of vorticity along this line, but the main batch of vorticity is right here and right here.
Tornado warning for northwestern Lac Qui Parle County in west central Minnesota, southern Stevens County in west central Minnesota, western Swift County in west central Minnesota.
So that's really interesting. So the best areas of vorticity is right there and right there, and the best cape, best 3 cape is right there. And so that's kind of what is happening right now. The reason why we haven't had anything at the moment congeal and become big, you know, produce your tornadoes and stuff like that, is because your vorticity and your cape is a little displaced from each other. But as soon as they combine, as soon as both of them, the highest ends of both spectrums are there, you're going to get your tornadoes. You're going to get your big time tornadoes here today. And we just have a lot of cape and a lot of vorticity here. And we're kind of expecting that both of them kind of combine. All right, I mean, with so much here, it's kind of hard for it not to. The only way that this doesn't happen, is if all the storms would become linear. So if all the storms over-convect, it'll become a giant damaging wind threat. But for right now, it looks like the environment is still a little bit displaced, where we have a lot of the cape right here, a lot of the vorticity right there and right there.
Tornado warning for southeastern Big Stone County in west central Minnesota.
Oh, I didn't know they had this jurisdiction. That's pretty crazy. So let's go back to the radar here. Once again, we have a tornado warning here. 2 tornado warnings have been issued actually, but only because of jurisdiction issues. So this is National Weather Service Aberdeen's jurisdiction, right within there. This is National Weather Service Twin Cities jurisdiction, right within here. So they actually did a really good job at combining the polygons, believe it or not. Very good job at combining the polygons. But we have a tornado warning for Lac Qui Parle, or Lac Qui Parle County, as well as Stevens and Swift counties until the top of the hour, until 4 p.m. Central. And then we have a tornado warning for Big Stone County in Minnesota until 4 p.m. Central as well. So if you live in those counties that I just called out for, whether you live in Correll, Appleton, Lewisburg, Odessa, or eventually areas towards the Chokio, Alberta, and Morris areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And there is some pretty strong rotation with this too. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away right in the middle, to where you even have some dark blues and some bright pinks within those velocities as well. So this is definitely some relatively strong rotation within the line, and I'm not really too surprised that they issued this tornado warning. So it's all the more reason why, if you're along Highway 12, you need to get in your safe space. Let's actually go over and take a look at Omega and see if we can actually... where is the radar? What? There it is. Jeez. Let's actually see if there's any more towns here. So Correll, Fairfield, Artichoke, as well as areas near Hancock, Alberta, Chokio, and Morris. So if I just called your town over here in western Minnesota, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So now's the time to go. Now's the time to get in your safe space. Let's take a look at the velocities here with Omega. And once again, still does have some rotation right within that area. Also has some rotation over near Clinton, north of Ortonville as well. But not as strong as, of course, the one down to the south. So that's the reason why that storm has now been tornado warned. Let's go over to this tornado warning over here, north and east of Sioux Falls. And this would be for... this would be Rock County in Minnesota. Rock County in Minnesota. And that'll be in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. So if you know anyone that lives in Hardwick, Edgerton, Leota, Kenneth, Trotsky, I would tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building over here in southwestern portions of Minnesota. Because this storm, these storms are going to continuously have more and more opportunities of trying to produce a tornado. But it's still one of those things for right now, even though it's not producing a tornado, we are still going to want to prepare accordingly. All right, so that if it does produce a tornado, then you guys may be able to get in the correct position to be safe. That's the big thing that we're trying to get out of the way right here. I want to see Worthington. Someone said Worthington had a sky camera. Worthington Bay. I don't see anything with that. There's a camera south of it. North of Sibley, there's also one near Sheldon as well. Trying to see if there's any decent cameras that I can show you all here. Don't see too much with that. What about Sheldon? Facing northeast. Well, obviously that's not really going to help too much. That's not helping too much either, but we'll be able to see something hopefully soon. What about Lakefield? Facing southwest. So this might actually be a really good camera to watch out for, especially as this continues to progress. Where is Lakefield? Lakefield is right there. And yeah, these storms will be heading off towards that area. So hopefully this will load more and more, and we'll be able to get a good view of what the storms are doing. I also want to take a look here real quickly to see these other cameras here that are off into portions of central Minnesota. If they are doing something. Weather cam 2 in Olivia. Interesting. Oh, wow. So there is a couple of cameras. That's in Wilmar. Okay, so I found the camera, or I found one camera in Wilmar. This is Olivia. So the Wilmar and Olivia camera I found. So I'll be able to use both of them. That's good. And I'm doing this right now, chat, so that I can figure out what to do when the situation arises. Oh, that's looking off to the south. So that's going to be a good camera to watch. Wilmar is going to be really interesting to watch. Olivia's not bad either, so I think that's going to be a good camera for us to use. What about Alexandria? What's going on? This is facing northwest. And it's not really giving us too much stuff, actually. What about the St. Cloud camera? St. Cloud State. That's looking off to the north. Yeah, that's definitely looking off to the north, so might be able to use that. There's another camera that's facing east. Facing southeast, unfortunate. Is there any traffic cameras over here now? There are traffic cameras over there. There's also traffic cameras south of Glenwood. So that would be facing these storms, believe it or not. That's unfortunately not doing anything, though. I think those are down. Weather station's reporting moderate rain in the area. Well, that's very nice. Could it show, you know, maybe a camera or two? That's showing a camera. That's not bad. All right, so this might be a good website to use in the future. Yeah. Benson's not under a tornado warning. The storm is near Appleton at the moment. So Benson in itself has just a bunch of scattered showers and thunderstorms. It's to the west of that, along Highway 12, north of Bellingham and Corel. So it's already passed over Highway 7, about to pass over Highway 12, and is about to move toward, towards the Chokio, Alberta, and Morris area. So if you know anyone that lives over there in Minnesota, I would tell them to get into a sturdy structure, get underground, or get into the lowest and inmost part of their building, because there could be some significant activity over there. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Madison, Minnesota had a 63 mile per hour wind gust. Turnerville, South Dakota had a 66 mile per hour wind gust. And these storms across the board continue to tell me that there is definitely a lot of activity over here. Look at that. This over here, this just in from Ryan Kelly. It's actually 4 minutes ago, just south of Pipestone. So Pipestone, if I look it up here, that is north and east. Interesting. So a possible weak tornado over there, but let's take a look. That was in Pipestone. You can clearly see the funnel right within there. There's the dust swirling around. That's indeed a weaker tornado right within there, 100%. Look at that. Yeah, Elena, I would still be weather aware because I'm not sure if you know, there's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued for your area. Once again, that's Ryan Kelly at East West Weather. At East West Weather. Oh my gosh. That's a sounding west of Marshall. So that's basically right along where the line is. And the environment is volatile. The environment is very volatile. Basically just to describe it, all right, up here is your hodograph. This is what you typically try and find to see if your wind profiles are going to be good enough for supercells. Right here is the center. So if this squiggly line right here is above it, so up above it, it's north. So you have winds moving north. If you have it going to the left, it's west. If it's to the bottom, it's south. And if it's to the right, it's east. So north, south, east, west, right within there. Whenever you have your line that goes off and curls to the right just like this, it's expected to be supercellular. So you're expected to get supercells within the line, or the environment is good enough for supercells within the line, and it would be pretty significant. And yeah, I mean, that's a very good hodograph for tornadoes. Cape is very nice as well. 3,000 joules per kilogram. Typically, you only want about 1,500 to 1,800 to get enough for severe weather. And yeah, that's kind of what we got. 3 Cape, 157, unsurprisingly. Decent amount of vorticity at the bottom too. Storm relative helicity from surface to 1 kilometer is over 300, which is absolutely insane. So, I mean, this is a volatile environment. A volatile environment for supercells. Very volatile. Holy. As I said, if you guys find anything more, please be sure to at me, at Nate_Snyder. These storms continue to gust out more and more. There's only 2 tornado warnings at this time. Let's go back up to the Aberdeen radar. If you guys... the thing of it is that if you guys would like to talk more about weather and stuff like that, alright? Believe it or not, I own a Discord server, alright? I'm not going to promote this too much. I don't really promote all too much, okay? But the Discord server that I'm in helps people understand as to how these storms form and what they do and all sorts of stuff like that. Just basically, if you want to learn more about weather and whatnot and talk about it, as well as talk to me and all sorts of stuff, because I talk a lot in my Discord server. I mean, obviously, it's mine. Join the Discord server. Link is in the chat right there. Link is in the chat because we do talk about all sorts of stuff in there. Real quickly, I want to do something here. Update for Big Stone. I'll take a look at this here. I'll pull up Big Stone. If you're talking about Big Stone, Minnesota. Big Stone, Minnesota. They're fine. They're not in a tornado warning. Big Stone is actually in a severe... Actually, they're not even in a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's kind of the good news there. New tornado warning just popped up on our screen.
Tornado warning for Stevens County in west central Minnesota, western Swift County in west central Minnesota.
So this is now issued for Chokio, Alberta, Morris, Donnelly, and Fallaway, as well as Hancock, Cyrus, and areas around that. So if you know anyone who lives near that, so specifically Chokio, Alberta, Morris, and Donnelly, if you know anyone who lives over there in Minnesota, they need to get in their safe space right now. They need to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this definitely is... This definitely is looking a lot more organized, in my honest opinion. And you can tell. You can tell. The velocities are right here. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. If we take a look at normalized rotation, you can see it there. You can also see a bit of this S shape right within that. And usually when you see an S shape in any storm, you know it's tornadic. You know it's tornadic. So and it just updated and it's still there. So this thing still has a tornadic signature. Of course, if you do see this S on normalized rotation, where you find it specifically is right in the middle of the S. So right when it comes out of the curve on both sides. So when it curves in, where it flattens out right there, that's where the tornadic rotation is at. So that definitely is something there. What is predicted for Alexandria? We're watching nervous. Please let me know. Alexandria is in the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Now, you guys are expected to get numerous rounds of showers and thunderstorms to move on through. So I would watch out. I would definitely watch out. Just basically, all I got to say is I'm anticipating one of two things to happen at worst. Either you get hurricane force winds or stronger than that, so it would be 74-mile-per-hour winds or stronger, or the potential risk for large hail and a tornado. That's what I'm looking at. Okay. Ow. You may not be able to see that, but I do. There it is. That is a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust report at Appleton, Minnesota. 90-mile-per-hour wind gust report. That is an ouch. That is an ouch. North Dakota, fortunately, they seem to be more out of the risk. It'll be moving off towards your east. So here's the risk here, more or less. All right, you see this here right now. If you are in the red, expect anything. All right, literally expect anything. Expect any sort of severe weather possible within your area. Expect tornadoes, expect strong damaging winds, expect hail, okay? And prepare accordingly, all right? Don't be scared about it, okay? Because, you know, there also is the instance that it doesn't happen too, but with the environment that we're looking at right now, it's volatile enough to where it could happen. And that's the reason why the Storm Prediction Center has such a high confidence that this event could happen, that a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch has been issued for some of these areas. All right, that's how high of a confidence that the Storm Prediction Center has in this event here. So if you are in the red right within that area, let's actually be a little bit more specific here. If you are in the yellow or if you're in the red right within here, you have a risk of tornadoes. You have a relatively high risk for tornadoes. Actually, as a matter of fact, the yellow is a 10% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius, and the red is a 15% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. You also have a 5% in brown and a 2% in green, so that is something to note there as well. But if you are in the yellow or if you're in the red, there is the threat for tornadoes, some of which could be large, violent, and long-track tornadoes within some of these areas. You also have the wind. If you are in the red or if you're in the pink, expect hurricane force winds possible within your area. Expect hurricane force winds possible if you're in that area. Because I'm going to be completely honest with you, there's a good chance that it will happen. There is a good chance that it will happen. So when we tell you that this stuff is happening within this area, just have a plan of action. Have a plan of action if stuff doesn't go the right way. Yeah, Ortonville and Clinton is fine right now. Storms just passed on through. Morris, Hoffman, Evansville, Barrett, Hoffman, Donnelly, and Cyrus, they're all in the pathway now from these storms. They're all in the path of these storms. There's also these storms over here. These storms from Boston to Wilmar. Actually, I think we can probably pull up Wilmar's camera now. We probably will here in a bit. But let's go full. Let's actually go half and half. We're gonna move the status here so that now it's in Minnesota. Give me a second. So that's in Minnesota. And this is in Wilmar. There you go. All right, so that's another camera over there. We'll be watching that very closely because there are, once again, showers and thunderstorms that are starting to try and become discrete just to the west of that position. So we'll watch out for that very closely. And then, of course, we also have the cells that are north of that heading towards areas like Fergus Falls, Elizabeth, and Rothsay, all the way down to areas near Alexandria. So just for a timing here, all right? I know scattered showers and thunderstorms are moving on through right now across specific areas of 94, but the main line of showers and thunderstorms are going to be approaching I-94 in about 30 to 45 minutes. So if you live along I-94 from Fergus Falls and Rothsay all the way down to like Alexandria and Sauk Center, all right, that's how much time you have before these storms really start to go across your area. So please be sure to plan accordingly if you haven't already. Remember, have a plan of action. If the tornado warning does get issued for your area, if a tornado warning does end up forming, okay, please be sure to have a plan of action. If you're in a mobile home, I highly recommend now is the time to start figuring out how to get to a sturdy structure, or even move to a sturdy structure right now if you can, because this is going to be a pretty, fast moving storm, to the point to where if they do issue a tornado warning, you probably won't have enough time if you're in a mobile home, because mobile homes will be destroyed. All right, there's a good chance to where mobile homes will be completely obliterated if there's a tornado right in front of it, because I've seen it happen. Weak tornadoes have obliterated mobile homes more often than not. So if you guys live within those areas, and if you're in a mobile home, contact someone. Say, hey, can I stay with you if you're in a sturdy structure, not a mobile home? Or go to a gas station or a Walmart or something like that. Any sort of building that is way sturdier than your own. Now would be the time to get it. Also, have pillows, helmets, any sort of protective gear. Like say if you played football or hockey and you have helmets or shoulder pads and stuff like that, any sort of pads that you may have, equipment, put those on if you are under a tornado warning or if a storm does seem to be heading off towards your area. All right, because if a storm does produce a tornado, it's going to be quick, it's going to be moving through your area, and you won't have a whole lot of time to react to it. So that's what I'm trying to basically get across to everyone, is that you just got to prepare. That's not, it's not like it's going to happen the entire time. It's not like it's going to be a given. All right, but on the off chance that something does happen, you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared. Looking through here, Tornado Watch has been issued by Environmental Canada. Tornado Watch has been issued for Ontario. This would be from the Baudette and International Falls all the way to Ignis. So let's actually let's pull it up here There's the tornado watch issued. And you can see right there that it is pretty expansive. From Baudette all the way over to Ignis, Highway 17, all the way down to just outside of Thunder Bay, as well as for Atikokan, and then all the way back down to International Falls and Baudette. All right, so if you know anyone that lives over here, they need to watch out. Anyone that lives over here in western portions of Ontario, they need to watch out. Hazards, damaging wind gusts up to 130 kilometers per hour. So that's about 85 mile per hour winds. Tornadoes, dime to ping pong ball sized hail. Any tornadoes that do form will be fast moving and likely wrapped in rain, making them difficult to see. Now, we do have a way of seeing tornado warnings here. We do have a way of seeing tornado warnings for Canada. So we will be covering both the United States and Canada at the same time. We actually have two radars that can see it. We have both Radar Scope and Radar Omega. Although, I have no clue if they fixed their de-aliasing issue over with that. That's a really interesting supercell that's moving off into that area. So we'll keep you guys updated. We will keep you guys updated. But once again, that is a tornado watch issued for Atikokan, Emo, English River, Fort Francis, Ignis, Mine Center, Quetico Park, Rainy River, Wraith, Sign River Village, Shabandowin, and Uppsala. All right. That is a tornado watch issued by Canada, the Environmental Canada meteorologist. Nova Scotia is not going to be impacted. Nova Scotia is all the way on the eastern side of Canada. This is the south central portions of Canada, near the prairies. The camera that is near Wilmer is starting to take a beating from the wind. It really is starting to take a beating from the wind. Storms near Slayton continue to try and go. Might be a tornado warning that gets issued from Marshall here soon. That might be something to watch. Yeah, that might be a tornado warning that's issued from Marshall, Lind, Amherst, Milroy, Green Valley, and Cottonwood. So if you live over there, I would watch out. 66 mile per hour wind gust report at Morris. There's also supercells that are starting to develop near Primgar, I should say. Primgar. That does look like it is starting to develop more and more. Watch possible, 60%. Said a couple of tornadoes. Yeah, could be a tornado watch possible. ETA on the Twin Cities. It'll be around 7 tonight, 6 or 7 tonight when you guys will actually get your activity. I want to load this real quickly. Jeez, look at that. I'll let that actually load so that we can see what's going on here in a bit. But let's go back to the radar here. And I actually want to see those cameras near Sanborn, Hartley. Wonder if we'll be able to see something as soon as that continues to progress. So we'll watch out for that here in a bit. Let's go back to the full screen. What have you missed, if anything? if you haven't been to the stream today, we caught 2 tornadoes on camera. 2 tornadoes on camera. And a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. That's basically it. What? So that's the Spencer camera. Ooh, so we do actually have good cameras over here. This is in Spencer. And of course the quality, the light quality is kind of meh. But this is looking at a supercell that's near Sanborn, so that'll be something to watch out for here. And I also want to see Lakeview camera. This is looking off to our south, so we do actually have a decent view. I'm actually pretty happy with this. I'm actually pretty happy with these cameras. So we'll be able to see what's happening in Iowa as they continue to progress northeastward. We will be able to see it progress further and further. So, you guys want to see what these, oh, that's a tornado warning. Never mind. We can't see anything now.
Tornado warning for southern Douglas County in west central Minnesota, western Pope County in west central Minnesota.
So let's go back. Let's actually pop this out and move this over with our other camera. There we go. So let's actually go back to this. Let's go back to that. And so the new tornado warning they've issued is for Alexandria. They have issued a new tornado warning. It is very hard to see what the rotation is. All right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Radar is practically useless for the most part. They're saying radar indicated rotation. The only way that the radar would indicate rotation is if it was from Minneapolis. And actually, that would be the way to go. Minneapolis is the radar to go now. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for Grant County in west central Minnesota.
So that's the new tornado warning. But Minneapolis is now the radar to use. Minneapolis is now the radar to use. Which I'm so happy I don't have to use Aberdeen anymore, because Aberdeen's radar is kind of garbage. But yeah, there's 2 areas of rotation right within there. One over here near Cyrus, so one right there. Another one that is north of Swift Falls. So that'll be heading towards the Glenwood and the Lowry area. And then eventually towards Alexandria. So if you know anyone who lives in Glenwood, Cyrus, Lowry, or Kensington, as well as Farewell and Starbuck, they need to get in their safe space immediately. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. Because there are some here. Pink's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. Pink's moving away from the radar. That's a terrible arrow. And green's moving towards. So we got one right there, and we got one right there. And they do seem to be relatively organized as this continues to progress up further towards the north. So if I just called out your city, you need to immediately get in your safe space and immediately take your tornado precautions. If you are a little bit further north, well, new tornado warning, so give me a bit.
Tornado warning for eastern Leon County in southwestern Minnesota.
What? Down there? Oh, look at that in a second. I'm going to turn off Aberdeen's radar. Aberdeen can go away. Notice how I didn't call, however, Holmes City, Ferrata, Alexandria, Nelson, Garfield, and Brandon. All right, you guys have a little bit of time. All right, I would start going ahead, get pillows, get mattresses if you can, get equipment. You can get those on because you have, according to the radar, a little bit under 20 minutes before the storm really is on top of you. All right, let's actually take storm motion here. So Home City has about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. So you have 15 minutes to get, you know, any sort of gear, any sort of protective equipment, pillows, mattresses, get shoes on, get helmets and stuff like that. Brandon in about 25 minutes. That's how much time you have. All right. Now, as for the other rotation down here, okay, Ferrata, you actually have about 20 minutes, okay? So you have about 20 minutes before the storm is expected to move on through your area. Alexandria, you have a half an hour. So Alexandria, Garfield, Nelson, you have about 25 minutes to a half an hour before these storms make it off towards your general area. So I highly recommend right now that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Afternoon, love Jesus Lee. Afternoon. But I mentioned that these storms would be moving very fast. These storms are moving north at 60 miles per hour. So you're not going to have a whole lot of time to really react to what's going on. Benson had a 67 mile per hour wind gust report. That's really crazy. Yeah, Benson is fine. So they got through the first wave. There's going to be another wave of storms that are going to move on through, so you're not out of the risk yet. But the first band of significant storms have moved through, so now you're going to be in a little bit of a lull period. If you know anyone that lives in Glenwood, Lowry, Ferrata, Holmes City, Alexandria, Garfield, Kensington, Lowry, tell them to take their tornado precautions right now, because there is a storm. There's actually two storms that are quite tornadic that are moving off towards that area, and we have them right here. Look at normalized rotation. Go back a scan. Is that actually... Yeah, velocities have updated here. And we have one storm that is right within here near Cyrus. So right here is where the rotation number 1. Rotation number 2 is with this supercell right within here, south of Starbuck, heading towards Starbuck. If you're in Starbuck, Glenwood, and Lowry, you need to get in your safe space immediately. All right? Because there's a storm that could potentially be producing a tornado that is heading right for you all. It's going to be right there. So you need to take your proper precautions right now if you haven't already. Yeah, a lot of storms are now starting to form over here. If you take a look, those storms that I was talking about and how they'd elongate more and more and become the discrete cells, they're starting to form over here across the board near Wilmer. They are starting to form near Wilmer. So this is kind of the risk here, more or less. All right, we could potentially see a tornado with these type of showers and thunderstorms. If they can become a little bit more discrete. If they can become a little bit more discrete, they're going to probably produce tornadoes. And I rarely say that often. I rarely say that often. Whew. 18Z NATO cast still shows... Yeah. That's an ouch still. That's the NATO cast for today. Now, this is the new models, so they tend to do bullseyes a lot more. If we find... There you go. This is the regular NATO cast with HRRR and RAP. You can see that this area right here is confined with the highest potential for tornadoes. So there is still a really volatile environment according to the algorithm here. According to the robot, it's telling us that there could potentially be something. So NATO cast, I'm going to be watching that. Be watching that very closely. All right, let's take a look at the tornado warning now to the south. This is for Marshall. So yeah, there you go. Unsurprisingly, they've issued a tornado warning for Marshall now. As we said that they would issue a tornado warning for Marshall. So if you're in Marshall, Green Valley, Ghent, Cottonwood, Milroy, areas around that near Lind here in Minnesota, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Jeez. This right here, I think, is going to explain it all. This is the observed sounding in Minneapolis at 20Z. And, that might be the dagger. That might be the dagger. Basically what I'm seeing here. All right, so remember, here's your vectors. All sorts of stuff like that right in the middle. If you were to go north of that point, so if you were to go higher to that point, to the top, those are winds moving north. If you were to go to the bottom, that'd be south. If you would go to the right, that's east. And if you go to the left, that's west. So north, south, east, west. And if you ever see the red line here curl off, all right, the winds are veering to the right at 90 degrees. In this case, it's actually 73 degrees. If it veers off to the right at all, the environment's tornadic. And this is a very tornadic sounding. Very tornadic sounding for a potential long tracker. We also have an abundance of CAPE down here, an abundance of CAPE. About 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE across the board. Mixed layer has about 2,000, which is what you want. And then you have a very stout EML that's starting to peak through here at 700 millibars. And that's not good. That is definitely not good. Whenever I see an EML like that to where the dry air seeps in. All right, so just for perspective, the further to the left the green and red line is, the lower the temperature is in Fahrenheit or dew point. So the green line is dew point, red line is temperature, and that's with height. You can see this is 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 9 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 15 kilometers above ground level. Whenever you see dry air start to seep in like that, that's pretty concerning in my honest opinion. That is pretty concerning. So there is indeed a elevated mixing layer with this system, and that's not good. That is definitely not good. But man, oh man. Yeah, I'm so happy that I went chasing the tornado on Friday, because now I can use that knowledge of what I have. I can use that knowledge of me catching the tornado and spotting it and stuff like that for stuff like this. All right, that gave me so much experience, so much valuable experience to help you guys out here with the stream. I will say, if you do want to see the tornado footage early, okay, so we do have, oh, that is an observed tornado, wow. Weather spotters confirm tornado heading towards Alexandria, jeez. All right, so if you're in Alexandria, get in your safe space right now. Glenwood, Ferrata, Holmes City, Kensington, Lowry, Starbuck, get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Tornado on the ground right now. Tornado on the ground. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder so that I can give you guys a good perspective, give other people good perspective if they live in those areas as to what's going on. But as I said, if you want to see footage of the tornado earlier than when I release it, There's actually unedited footage of the tornado that I posted for members only. So if you want to become a member and support the channel, feel free to do so. But otherwise, should be able to upload the video within the next 24 hours. But that was such good experience. Such a great experience for me to be able to determine as to what I need to look for. And all sorts of stuff like that. And it's helping. It's helping. So if you're in Alexandria, Ferrata, Home City, I-94, get in your safe space right now. The time is now to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to share this information with them, all right? Share this live stream on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, across the board, on social media, YouTube. Especially if people live within these areas.
Tornado warning for northwestern Douglas County in west central Minnesota.
That's the big thing there, especially if there's people who live within these areas. How many people actually live? Alexandria, Minnesota has 13,700 people. So, let me actually here real quickly, chat. I want to take a 2-panel here. I'm going to actually remove storm track. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save image, radar only. We'll do that. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to warn the people of Alexandria on Twitter. But yeah, now I'm trying to do my part to share the information. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can continue to spread this information out with more and more people on YouTube. Because I'm assuming that's how some of you people found my channel, is from the recommended feed. This would be reported on the ground near where? Near Starbucks. Need to add the media. Almost done here, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to do my part and stuff like that. There we go. Made the post. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Douglas County in west central Minnesota, central Pope County in west central Minnesota.
There we go. So there's now the tornado warning. New tornado warning for Alexandria and Glenwood. I just posted that on Twitter. Please be sure to like and retweet that so that we can continue to spread this out with more and more people. So the link in chat helps me spread it on Twitter. That would be greatly appreciated. Let's actually take a look at the camera. Let's go here. And then let's go here. And this is Alexandria right here. So Alexandria, unfortunately, the camera that we have is not exactly the best. It's looking off towards the northwest, and we also got, you know, a big Viking here. But let's pull it up here. New storm that's starting to move through Benson, Montevideo, and Granite Falls, so that's something to note. You can see the trees are starting to whirl around over near Alexandria, so that's going to be something to note still. I see also there's a new tornado warning for Evansville and Millerville in Minnesota. That actually has some pretty strong rotation with it too. You can see the pinks and reds moving away from the radar, greens and blues moving towards, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Big flash of lightning that we just saw there. And then, of course, we still have the cells in question near Glenwood and Lowry over here, as well as Starbuck, heading towards Alexandria. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet as well, because those storms could potentially try and produce tornadoes. Let's go to Sioux Falls, see what they got over here. Don't see too much with that. Let's go full to this. Let's exit out of that. Here, 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 here. Don't have anything in view with that cell near Lakeview yet. Nothing in view with that yet. We probably will, but take a little bit. It'll take a little bit. The Spencer camera, we'd be able to see something if it weren't for its camera malfunctioning. So that kind of happens. So let's go back to Minneapolis's radar. And yeah, the rotation is now north of Glenwood. It is now north of Glenwood and east of Lowry, approaching the Ferrata area. So if you know anyone that lives in Ferrata, they need to get in their safe space. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So Glenwood, Villard, Lowry, heading off towards Ferrata. Mobile Park Estates. If you're in the Mobile Park Estates, any sort of mobile parks, get into a sturdy structure now. Alexandria has a lot of mobile homes over here. You need to get into a sturdy structure. All right, need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Now is the time if you're in Alexandria. Get into a sturdy structure right now. If you're in Alexandria, get into a sturdy structure. A mobile home will not cut it. A mobile home will not cut it. Get into a sturdy structure right now if you're in Alexandria. If you know anyone who's in Alexandria in a mobile home, tell them to get into a sturdy structure too. They need to get into a sturdy structure. A mobile home is not a sturdy structure. Because this is, if there is a tornado on the ground, like what the National Weather Service says, mobile homes will not stand a chance. I'll literally read to you right now what the wording of the National Weather Service is. You all can follow it with me. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Damaged and or destroyed. I've been looking at it, Alberta. It's been pretty crazy too. So Alexandria, you need to get into a safe space right now. You need to get into a sturdy structure. Let's go half and half screen now. That's Alexandria above us on the camera. pickup pulling a trailer was rolled near Starbuck, I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. Look at that rotation here, ladies and gentlemen. That's strong. That's pretty strong rotation. That is pretty strong rotation. If you're in Alexandria, get into a sturdy structure right now. If you're in Alexandria, get to a sturdy structure right now. Is that a lightning strike that we just saw? This is a view here. This is from Rachel Nutter. Rachel Nutter. The view from Marshall, Minnesota. So along that line. And it looks very linear at this time. You do have a bit of a shelf cloud right within here. Don't see anything too prominent. But that is something to note, 100%. Wow. This was a video from Michael Martz, a very good storm chaser. Very good storm chaser. And this is specifically near Ruthton, Minnesota. At 3:40 p.m. 3:40 p.m. And I mean, just look at the wall cloud. Definitely a funnel dancing within it. That is a funnel cloud right within that. And it's rapidly rotating too. Oh my gosh. What just happened? So amazing footage right there. I want to direct your attention here. PDS? Yeah, it is a PDS. Particularly dangerous situation for Alexandria. The unfortunate thing about this, chat, the radar is broken. And when I mean the radar is broken, I mean the radar is broken. At least it was for GR2. There we go. I'll just use wind profile for that and just hope for the best. Yeah, PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Pope County. At 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles north of Glenwood, moving 8 miles south of Alexandria. Well, I should say, or 8 miles south of Alexandria, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Otter Tail County in west central Minnesota.
Let's go half and half screen. This is in Alexandria. We're looking at it right now, and the camera is dark. The camera is very dark. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be right in front of us. It is going to be right in front of us. And it's very dark. I mean, the thing of it is it's 4:30 right now. It's 4:30 right now. And it's just... yeah. And that's darker than dark. Let's go full to this here real quickly. I wonder if Alexandria... come on, give me something. No dice. Let's go back to the half and half screen. Once again, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Alexandria. Dino, all I gotta say is if you're lying, then this is a not a very good look. But if it's actually legit, because it's rain wrapped. Everything is rain wrapped. You can't see it coming, so you wouldn't be able to tell if it's a wedge or not. Look at the winds here starting to wrap around. Here we go. This is Alexandria right here. Let's see what happens. Camera's starting to cut out. A lot of lightning on the side. It's just going to keep buffering over and over and over again. If you're in Alexandria, Nelson, or Carlos, you need to get in your safe space right now. Alright, so Alexandria, it just crossed over I-94. It's heading towards Nelson right now. Near the Douglas County Highway 82. So, Highway 82. And it's about to cross Jeans Road. Jeans Road right now. Moving off towards the general vicinity of County Road 73. So, Carlos, Bell River, Nelson, Osaki's. If you live in those areas... you need to get in your safe space. All right, here's the text once again. Here's the text once again. At 4:30 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles north of Glenwood, or 8 miles south of Alexandria, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. That is what the National Weather Service is saying here right now. Camera did die. The camera is dead. Velocity still show that something is there. Don't see debris signature, but we're like 11,000 feet up above ground level, so we can't really see too much anyways. Yeah, that's not helping. Jeez. About these storms down here real quickly. They are starting to materialize more and more. If Spencer's camera functioned... have they fixed it? Oh, look at that. Here, let's go half and half. This is Spencer. And yes, I know the camera is not exactly the best. I know. Spencer, Iowa, right there. And very ominous clouds that are off to the west of Spencer. Actually, I think this is looking northwest. So unknown if there is something over here. I actually am going to want to take a look at Lakeview. And yeah, these storms are starting to get closer and closer to Lakeview, so we'll be able to watch it very closely. Oh, they moved the camera. That's pretty cool. So they do have control of the camera. Then they should totally move it to the right. Oh yeah, Selin, Alexandria, and Nelson may still be going. They are moving it to the right, so that's good. At least we're able to see what's going on over there. Uh, 2 seconds. Jeez. Yeah, there it is. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. Tornado on the ground still. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So now it's law enforcement confirmed. Law enforcement has confirmed the tornado. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Alexandria, moving north at 45 miles per hour. So you need to get in your safe space. Not a tornado in Glenwood. Not a tornado in Glenwood. It is not a tornado. Jeez. So let me update my thing here real quickly. Edit video. There we go. I've updated the stream name. I've updated the stream's name. Once again, large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado over here near Alexandria and Nelson, as well as Carlos. So if you know anyone who lives in Carlos, Miltona, Rose City, Osaki's, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's pull up Omega. There's storm relative velocities, if that makes things a little bit better on Omega. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So this will be heading off towards the Bell River, the Browerville, Eagle Bend, Clarissa, Parker's Prairie, Osaki's, Rose City, Spruce Center, Miltona, Clotho. If you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because it's right there. It's right there. And just to show people real quickly. All right, this is the whole thing. At 4:38 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Alexandria, moving north at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. And they just issued a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for eastern Pope County in west central Minnesota, northeastern Chippewa County in west central Minnesota, northwestern Stearns County in central Minnesota, eastern Swift County in west central Minnesota, northwestern Kandiyohi County in central Minnesota.
So that's a storm that is over to the west of Wilmer. That's heading towards the Bruton and Sauk Center areas. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jackson County in southwestern Minnesota, Cottonwood County in southwestern Minnesota.
There's a bunch of storms with rotation on that. Oh, and that was a brief tornado that was over near Okabena. Huron Lake, Okabena, Wilder, Highway 60 and Highway 62 over here in Minnesota. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because there is more than likely a tornado in progress right now. Or at least it is possibly in progress. Look at that. So before, just a second ago, you saw this thing actually upticked in velocities very fast. And ironically, it actually was counterclockwise rotation. New tornado warning. It's rapid fire tornado warnings now.
Tornado warning for eastern Douglas County in west central Minnesota, Todd County in central Minnesota.
Rapid fire tornado warnings now. They're firing everything. New PDS tornado warning. New PDS tornado warning. Large and extremely dangerous tornado still. We have reports of damage over in Starbucks. Spotters saw a rain-wrapped tornado on the ground. Trees are down and a pickup truck towing trailer was rolled. So now this would be over near the Carlos area. All right, that's where the tornado would more than likely be at right now. If you're in Carlos, Miltona, Rose City, Eagle Bend, Clarissa, you need to get in your safe space right now. Here's where the rotation would be. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right in there. So Eagle Bend, Bell River, Rose City, Clotho, Spruce Center, Clarissa, Eagle Bend. Large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. You can pull that up here. At 4:45 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located along a line extending from near Carlos to 9 miles south of Lake Osaki's, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. If you're in a mobile home and you're out in front of this, all right, if you're in Eagle Bend, Clarissa, Browerville, areas towards Staple and Motley, you have a little bit of time. Get to a sturdy structure if you're not in one, all right? Mobile homes will not do it. Mobile homes will not do it, all right? You need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Because mobile homes will not be the answer, all right? If you're in a tornado warning in general, if a tornado warning has been issued for your county, all right, you need to get in your safe space. And you need to get into a sturdy structure. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You have one near Wadena here soon, Deer Creek, as well as Henning, all the way up towards the Sebeka area, New York Mills, and the Otter Tail general vicinity. You have another one over here down. Once again, the large and extremely dangerous tornado near Miltona and Carlos that's currently on the ground right now. I'm trying to see if there is anything on Twitter. A lot of people have been sending stuff to me, which I really do appreciate it, so thank you so much. There is now starting to get reports of damage near Ferrata. Damage is now starting to be done. Which county is Glenwood in? That'd be Pope County. Just got new reported damage of camper damage from law enforcement. Homes damaged in Ferrata once again. So a lot of damage over here. Real quickly, I'm gonna go for the. Actually, I might as well do it with the other one if I'm gonna do it. Pope County is unable. So we're going to go with Douglas County. It's got to add, so we're going to just let it go here for right now. But we're going to have a scanner in the background, try and listen to see if there's any more damage that's being reported. We have a lot of reports of damage from the strong damaging winds. Numerous trees reported down over here in Stevens County. And then over here in Swift County, we have sheds damage with a possible tornado over there. Be safe, Dino Brothers. Be safe, all right? If you're able to take pictures, do it safely. Please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder, but your safety comes first, all right?
What did you say about backup? I'm afraid of. Call right now. No, they don't.
Keep this on in the background.
Go ahead. You guys get any further? I'm stuck with a tree down at 11:620, so I'm gonna have to get out on foot.
Trees down.
How was it? There's one tree.
A lot of lightning with these cells, too. Exorbitant amount of lightning.
11-914 and 11-910 are both okay.
All right, that's good.
Where my alley's all house, we're gonna start checking this. Oh, we got power lines down here too. We gotta start checking. Oh man, everywhere here.
Damage everywhere?
Check for Stephen runs way back. We got a couple more people heading out in personal vehicles to go and help you guys out. One rig is running around for it, checking the town itself.
You guys hear that, right?
Why do you guys want name masses with me?
Once again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado ongoing right now near Carlos and Miltona. If you're in Eagle Bend, Clarissa, Parker's Prairie, Bertha, Hewitt, you need to get in your safe space right now. Now is the time to go. Large and extremely dangerous tornado still ongoing right now at this time.
Outside of Maple Lake, we got a lot of damage here. We'll have them start checking house to house. Majority of this house is up here is pretty much totaled. I'll get a hold of Matt Lanoux.
Not really. Let me turn it up for you guys. Hopefully that's a little bit better.
But it's been great chatting with y'all. I'll be clear and monitoring.
Hopefully that's a little bit better for you all.
GTA on the northeast side of Alec. I got a nice feeder tail looking like it's heading towards Nelson, but that's about all I can say.
10-4, the road is not passable. Big pine tree.
Bunch of trees down, still being reported. Once again, if you guys see anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder so that I can continue to try and get this information out. I'm looking through Twitter to try and see if I can find anything. I don't see too much. Power outages. Power outages are now being reported once again. Jeez. Storm still in Rose City, heading towards the Eagle Bend and Clarissa area. If you're just tuning in, we still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Let's actually go to Omega to see it here. We still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Carlos.
Beach Road.
To 9 miles south of Lake Asakis. All right, so we still have a large and extremely dangerous tornado ongoing right now. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get into a sturdy structure right now. Guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. All right, we need to try to continue to share this information with more and more people.
110th Avenue there. I'm gonna head down by officers, make rounds. She said it wasn't too bad here, but we'll go check it out quick.
As I said, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people who live within these areas, because we're not done by any stretch. All right, by any stretch of the imagination, we are not done with this risk. Here, I'll turn off the satellite for right now. What was that? You take a look here.
On the 120.
Getting interrupted here. There it is. If you're in the red, you need to watch out for significant development here today. If you're in the red, you need to watch out for significant development today. All right?
Go ahead, 1410.
If you're in the orange, you also need to watch out for significant development today. But if you are in the red, you can anticipate strong thunderstorms that could either produce hurricane-force winds or large, violent tornadoes similar to what we have right now. New mesoscale discussion.
10-4. 1337, I think we're going to be able to get them all here. We got some extra helpers, so we should be okay now. 10-4, do you want me to send responders?
So basically that mesoscale discussion said that these thunderstorms out in front of the line could potentially produce tornadoes themselves. Which, I mean...
How many you need to raise it? After the better check.
Sorry, I was talking to someone on the side. Big PDS Tornado Watch still. I mean...
It's gonna be 307 Oak Street.
That right there is a PDS Tornado Watch still, which is the highest tornado watch you can issue. That's the reason why we're so concerned for today. It's just, there's so much activity anticipated here right now.
You'll have to come down 87, and then come down the
Jeez, that is a large tornado.
Is there anyone on the south side of
234 is working that way now.
Good for that. Might be the only way we can get through where that big, huge shed is.
Storm still is going, once again, still a large and extremely dangerous tornado, more than likely. It is now heading towards the Eagle Bend and Clarissa area, as well as Browerville. So you guys need to watch out for this very, very closely. because I mean, if you haven't already, you need to get into a safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There's got to be a really nice storm. That's the Wilmer
55-209.
camera. We want to take a look. Yeah, there's Olivia. And Olivia's probably giving us a good stuff. Picture of the tornado. Unfortunately, I can't show it. I need to...
I located a leaky propane tank. It's at the
Where
address
is...
of 11900. A big tree fell on it. It's leaking. You can hear it.
Hold up.
11900 for a leaking propane tank.
Yeah, temper.
Be able to tell the name of the company?
We track side by side from fire departments to head toward Parada. Outside of Parada Beach here. Or if we can get some maple.
Artichoke is near Appleton's. That was the cell that went near Morris.
North Central Otter Tail County in West Central Minnesota, Southeastern Becker County in Northwestern Minnesota.
Wait, that's Otter Tail? That's that cell up there. Does Fargo, am I able to see? There's Grand Forks. Yeah, per him, that does look like it is trying to intensify in itself. Man, that cell approaching Eagle Bend still has some very strong rotation. Man, that thing still does. We're starting to see a shelf cloud in Olivia, Minnesota. That's right above us, so.
DG4, please.
Oh, velocities. They're maxing out. Still a large and extremely dangerous tornado according to National Weather Service.
Talked with Steve from
Still a large and extremely dangerous tornado.
and then they also called
Man, look at those velocities. 109 on top of 101 at 12,000 feet above ground level. That's very strong mesocyclone. And it also has an updraft. A ZDR column. Once again, still large and extremely dangerous tornado heading towards Bertha and Eagle Bend and Clarissa. If you know anyone that lives over there, near Bertha, Hewitt, Staples, Aldrich, Motley, Philbrook, Clarissa, Eagle Bend, as well as areas near Esterdy,
Do you want me to grab
Leader, Ellis, and Bridgman, you need to tell them get in their safe space right now. Now's the time to go, because this could be your long-track violent tornado. This could be your long-track violent tornado.
down to the radar? If you guys could send some people, and if you got any side
Storms are
by sides
moving
or anything
fast.
like that, and head down to Fareda.
We will send a couple trucks down there. We'll stop at home and grab my four-wheeler and head down there.
10-4.
Carlos, unit 11 to dispatch. If they need some of us too, we can do the same.
They're sending people down. Yeah, still some very strong rotation within this storm. Still some very strong rotation.
The Lord is actually on their way. I'm going to start them on a 10-year-old and have them start checking on the south end of our district and start working their way towards the beach. They're bringing chainsaws too.
There's also some rotation north of Osaki's heading towards Browerville and Clarissa. So even if this storm passes through, all right, the large and extremely dangerous tornado is currently located over Eagle Bend. So the large tornado is currently located over Eagle Bend right here. You can see reds and orange moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be.
Mailboxes that have been checked already.
That's where the tornado is at right now. There's a new area of rotation, a little bit weaker one, north of Osaki's and south of Osaki's.
Carrying over trailers right now. There's supposed to be one person, and one of them we can't find nobody down here.
10-4, we're going to send a north rig down that way.
Wait. Just said cars rolled over? My goodness.
Stand by.
The bot subscribed. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, this is very long track. My goodness. 3D the storm can't. Number one, we're far away from the radar. Number two, it's along the line. So this is the only time 3D is not helpful to us. Now, these storms that are over near St. Cloud might help. That is if they start to get stronger.
Perfect, unit 2 to 15. Yeah. You want us to drop the skid loader to drop one and leave the side-by-side at Jilly's? Yeah, that won't be a bad idea either. Move a lot more that way.
Yeah.
Sounds good with me. Number 2 in Jilly's, right?
Yeah, Dino, that doesn't sound very convincing now.
By at the station.
Correct, at North Ambulance Station.
10-4. Who has seizures?
Oh, it just consolidated again fully. Pixel to pixel, gate to gate. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still on the ground right now just by looking at it. Just by looking at it. Yeah, Staples, Motley, Philbrook, Bertha, Eagle Bend, Clarissa. All of you guys need to stay in your safe space. Verndale, Aldrich, get in your safe space right now. Bertha, Hewitt, get in your safe space right now. This is in Minnesota. Significant storm, large and extremely dangerous tornado, more than likely still ongoing. Dino said that he was in another town when earlier he said he was in Alexandria, and there's 45 minutes away from each other. So yeah, CCA is less useful due to the fact of how high we are. That is true, which is the reason why I'm not using it too much. I'm just like, I'm looking at it based off of the consolidation of velocities here. Right up here, this is in Olivia, Minnesota. Look at this shelf cloud here.
I can't copy you.
Yeah, shelf cloud looks absolutely nasty there. Ooh, Bertha might be weakening a little teeny bit. Still has some very strong velocities, some outbound velocities, so I wouldn't count it out quite yet, but it looks like from the latest velocity scan, just a little teeny bit weaker. There's also a cell once again near Rose City. heading towards the Clarissa and Eagle Bend area, and Browerville. That might be something to watch very, very closely.
Who called? What was that?
I don't see any other storms besides this one in the Wadena cell.
Brandon Fire to Douglas County on DG1. Go ahead, Brandon Fire. We just are out here by Odyssey Steel, and a chunk of their roof is gone. Just wanted to report it. You said Odyssey Steel? Yeah, that is affirmative. Odyssey Steel. And the roof is laying on the pig barn on the next property over, and there are pigs in the barn.
Jeez.
10-4.
Those are well-defined supercells in Iowa. So that'd be something to note.
Tree blocking southbound 29, right by Lake Reno.
More trees down.
State Patrol's been made aware. Kilo 1 to Unit 9, how are you guys doing?
Yes, I know there are storms starting to form near St. Cloud. Eventually, these will be impacting the Malacca, Mora, Pine City, Rush City, Cambridge, Princeton, Onamia, Isle, Warman, and Hinckley area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I'd tell them to just watch out for this very, very closely. The line is about to breach the camera, and the camera is shaking all over the place.
Very little rain. Copy that, thank you.
Down 2.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Pds. Not seeing anything on Twitter.
We'll be at the garage in just a couple minutes.
Interesting enough.
10-4.
Ted? 209, you are all muffled. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't see too much on Twitter, to be completely honest with you.
234 of the 900 block South Lake Maple. We got several units down here. We'll be checking a lot of damage.
10-4.
Fire Douglas County, we're en route down to Ferrada for assistance.
10-4.
Yeah, I don't see too much on Twitter. It must be pretty quiet at the moment. Must be very quiet at the moment.
Carlos 12-4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, chat. You would think that for a long track violent tornado, there'd be more footage. But at the same time, we have to consider two things. Either A, people don't live in this area, which could very well be a thing. Pictures in Discord, ping me. Unless if you're talking about the stuff that you DM'd, then I can't show that anyways. But either...
I'm heading.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, that's some big time damage over there from John Humphreys. John Humphreys has some pretty intense damage.
So let's get you out of their building.
Long Prairie. New tornado might be developing here near Long Prairie. New tornado might be developing over here near Long Prairie.
Don't want to other areas of the county because I heard there's more weather coming possibly.
We got a easterly drift, doing some rain there, but I don't know if you're gonna have any more severe.
New tornado might be developing near Long Prairie, 100%. That might be the next long tracker, too, if that's the case. We also have 2-inch size hail that's been reported over in Alexandria, which is the crazy thing. Oh, that de-aliased. That's not gonna help. That is very ominous in the distance. I wonder if...
Go ahead, Brandon.
Is there any rotation in Olivia?
Do they need any more assistance down in Fredo? We do have 2 side-by-sides if needed.
They said just to hold off for right now so they know what they got, but thank you.
No, there isn't any rotation in Olivia at the moment. Yeah, Long Prairie might be the next one. Long Prairie might be the next one. And that'll be heading off towards the Cushing, the Lincoln, the Browerville area. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, because this storm could definitely go. I mean, we have a profile that's very similar to the one up north in regards to intensity. You can see the pinks and oranges moving away, greens moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right over Long Prairie. So Long Prairie, Cushing, Lincoln, Browerville.
Yes, please.
Need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Staples, Aldrich, up here. What is that? You see that right there, chat? I think that's a branch. I think that's a branch. It definitely does look like a branch. That scared the crap out of me. I'll tell you what. Never do that again. Never do that again, branch. That windmill is also going crazy in the background. I'll tell you that. Looks like the cell near Aldrich is pretty broad.
The Ferreira Supper Club parking lot.
Looks like it is pretty broad.
209, completely inaudible.
So I think Long Prairie is going to be the next one. I think Long Prairie is going to be the next one to go. At least if I had to guess, I think that's the next one to go. New thing just came in. New tornado warning.
For eastern Todd County in central Minnesota, northwestern Morrison County in central Minnesota.
Interesting.
16 Douglas.
216.
No.
Yeah, there's the new tornado warning. They have not confirmed anything, so no longer on the ground at this time, which is the good news.
Roger that.
Real quickly, I want to do something here.
Valley copies.
Not what I wanted to do.
1239.
10-4.
There we go.
I'm going to be checking all the houses starting County Road 4 up north of County Road 23.
10-4.
Yeah, that's kind of the good news. Haven't seen too much. Oh, geez. Here's some of the damage over here.
Just, 23 and 4 now.
New tornado warning.
I don't want any
Tornado
deputy by
warning
themselves
for
when they're checking.
southeastern
I mean, you
Medina
can start,
County
but we
in
need to get
central
another car to
Minnesota.
you, so we have...
That's Union County in central Minnesota. This is some of the damage.
41, 221, I'll head to
This looks like a convenience store. This looks like a convenience store. Upon further inspection, you know, because you see some shelving over there. Maybe well, it doesn't look like a fridge. But that was over in Florida, Minnesota. That's from John Humphreys from Severe Studios.
We shut all the gas off. There's no...
It's not what I wanted to...
North Lake Road.
Yeah, I am.
All the residents have been checked that are flattened, and everybody is okay thus far.
Oh, wow. I have no clue if this is correct or not. But this is tornado and damage between Milan and Appleton. So this was the confirmed tornado that was over near Appleton. Look at that. There's some of the damage to the shack, the side of the barn. But go back to the tornado here. Look at that. Thank you for sending that in. Thank you for sending that in, Caitlin. So that tornado warning that was issued for Wadena County, it's basically the northern extension to the former PDS tornado warning. And it's now moving northeast at 75 miles per hour. So that's... I'm not sure what the speed limit is, but if it was over here on I-81, on the eastern side of the United States, it'd be flagged for speeding by the local police.
242 or whatever.
So that's a new tornado warning until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
For clarifying, you've checked all houses on that.
Road all the way to the south. Checked and cleared. I have 33, 225, 2.
I'm just combing everything now to try and see if I can find every single little individual rotation. That's how near Round Prairie still is pretty concerning to me.
32 on 23. 4.
Is it strange how the prefrontals haven't done anything?
$221, go ahead.
Now I'm really curious.
With where deputies are so I can keep this.
So St. Cloud is the next camera to look at. Brainerd or St. Cloud? That would be the next one to watch as this progresses. And then there's one near New Ulm as well. But all of this stuff down here is pretty linear, which is pretty interesting about that. The speed of these storms are increasing, which can either do one of two things. Either A, make the event a lot more volatile, or B, create a lot of strong damaging winds.
Millenville, Douglas County.
Go ahead.
New tornado warning.
It does have fire, or it does have back, so everything's up and running. And
Actually, no, it was just updated severe thunderstorm warning, so it tripped me out. There it is. That's classic.
Cutting in and out there.
Still a lot of rotation near Staples, but it's very elevated at this time.
Part of your transmission.
Very, very elevated. Which might be the good news. Is Minnesota flat for the most part? Yes. Massive tornado watch issued? Where? Down there? Maybe. Maybe. That's what I wanted to look at. That's right. See what the latest models say. Well, it's saying that the storms are going to be semi-discrete within the line. Semi-discrete within the line. Interesting.
Do you have any firemen available to come down to the beach road?
So those prefrontals may or may not do anything. The thing to watch would be this cell near Morrill and Hillman, as well as Page and Onamia.
And what I'm thinking is,
Or
we need to
Onamia.
start from like the Clover Edition Road.
The cell near
and get
Morrill
all the
is
propane tanks turned off.
little concerning in my honest opinion.
10-4.
There's your giant tornado watch.
Jim, was that Parade Beach Road?
40-20 probs, really?
Yes, Parade Beach Road.
That
Yeah, you guys get to see the tornado watch that I'm talking about. Look at this giant tornado watch. Look at this. Extends all the way from the border of Oklahoma and Kansas to the border of Iowa and Minnesota. It's a huge tornado watch. Maybe. Let's see. Joshua with the 2 says, looks to me like all might slide north of Mankato. There's a good shot that it could, but this also extends further down to like Spirit Lake, so I wouldn't think too much of that. I would think it would be probably likely that you guys can get some activity. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported near Staples.
Light rain, light gray skies.
Copy that. Why don't you head back to town hall, Phil? When you're coming through town, watch the standing water in the low spots on the road. There's quite a bit.
Iowa, Minnesota border good tonight. You guys are in a tornado watch, so depending upon where you are, maybe. But if you're like Northwood, along 35, you guys can get some activity.
Make sure they're suited up. Have a mask and FEBA on. There's a leaking propane tank, I believe. 10-4. That's at 12146. Yep, I've got that one written down.
There's the second line that I was talking about heading through Yankton.
Looks like your windows about got ripped out of those here.
Or at least more or less kind of like the third line almost.
The list, and we'll get to it when we can. Maybe even try and call somebody out here.
I didn't really think it was going to be a major tornado outbreak either, but I just kind of had a higher
Everybody's fine here. Lieutenant.
higher likelihood of something potentially happening. This cell near Morrill still is the storm to watch. Same with the Princeton and Zimmerman cells, but it's just they're not doing anything, which is the good news. It's very good news.
Copy.
Yeah, Florida is gonna Florida.
Oh, let's copies.
What? What? Really? There is a fire in Wadena, Minnesota right now. After they just got hit by a tornado. Or nearby almost got hit by a tornado. This is the video in question. And this is a chemical plant fire. Chemical plant.
Ready to command, be ready to Unit 1.
Team in light wind, I'm going to get a hold of Douglas County and see if we can clear it.
Cheese.
PH, they stated they're waiting in the conference room for instruction.
I mean,
Power Nelson.
that's crazy.
I would like another check and a couple of guys if you can go on. They're on the left side of Nelson, and that's what we're coming.
Copy that.
Perhaps a bit too much warm air aloft relative boundary layer moisture. Yeah, maybe.
Steve with County Highways en route with barriers.
Unfortunately, thank you.
Theresa with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's the best way to support my channel. And after this live stream, if you want to, or if you want to leave the live stream now, I caught a tornado on Friday. I went out storm chased on Friday. And the unedited footage, all right, so I'm going to put out an edited video here within the next 24 hours. Unedited footage of the tornado is accessible to you right now, not only as a sneak peek, but it's just unedited footage, so you can see the raw power of the thing without it being edited and whatnot. It will be available to you if you go onto the channel and go onto the members only video. So if you want to see that video, see all the exclusive perks and stuff like that that you can get as becoming of a member, then feel free to do so. Go down to the join button down below, hit that join button. But that really is the best way to support my channel, and I really do appreciate it. And by the way, it was a heck of a tornado, like a crazy tornado. I still can't believe I got that tornado. Some of you have seen, you know, here, real quickly.
You're coming through.
I'm going to show you guys the video of the tornado that I caught.
We're seeing nothing but light rain and light wind. I think I'm going to have all my guys head back to the home.
This was the video of the tornado that I caught.
That sounds good, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground, doing damage.
And there's more of it, by the way.
Debris in the air.
10-4, you want us to start at
Go
4 and
around.
17? 10-4.
Don't
and,
go towards it.
K156 went up to 50, it's north of the interstate and was going to go east.
Tornado right now.
10-4, thanks.
Still on the ground, doing damage. Yeah, that's a tornado.
Yep. That was one of the craziest tornadoes I've... I mean, it was my first fully condensed tornado that I got, that I could fully see. Here's some damage over here. This is near Florida, Minnesota. Look at the damage here. That definitely looks like probably high-end EF2 to low-end EF3 damage from the looks of it. I'd say high-end EF2 just to be safe.
We're just north on 23 outside of Parada there. We're removing a bunch of down trees that's blocking the roadway, and then we'll be en route still to Parada.
How far away was the tornado from my house? 3 hours away. Maybe even 3.5 hours away from my house. I went to go chase it. Do I have a link to become a member? I typically do.
Sure, if you're down by the
Monetization,
area,
memberships.
use the call that ends in 7.
Yeah, if you want to become a member, click the link in the chat. If you want to become a member, link in the chat. But it's one of the craziest things that I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
Road. 10-4, I do. 10-4, thank you. Can you give me the address one more time?
There's a day 4?
It'll be 12146 Parada Beach Road.
Go ahead.
It says strong damaging wind gust. I probably won't chase it on Thursday anyways.
10-4.
What's the blue stuff by Minneapolis? Just some general activity for the most part. Not really too much. Seen the fire in Wadena? Yeah. Wadena is not getting a break. We would be able to see it from radar if there was a radar over there.
Everybody's okay.
But there isn't.
All places got to be removed.
South Maple Lake Drive, we got a power line down.
That's nice. Yeah, Winona is safe for now. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Cass County in north central Minnesota.
All the way up there.
I didn't catch the last
Duluth
part of that
radar might
your
actually be
transmission about
better.
The tree in the road?
There was a tree.
Oh yeah, it is.
all the way
Oh
across
yeah,
north
it
of
is.
Cassie, but the owner of that truck is
There you
got his
go.
hands on working on it now.
10-4.
Well, there's your new rotation. We're looking up just a little under 10,000 feet.
Go ahead.
Strong damaging winds for the most part, Michael.
I think so. Start at 82.
How long will it take for these storms to impact Brainerd?
The first mile south of 82.
I'd say about... You could get some general scattered showers and thunderstorms within the next like 2 or 3 minutes, but 15 minutes is when I'd actually put a time on it. Be as early as 15 minutes. But yeah, this thing has some decent rotation with this. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be.
Well, their units know
About Argo in the northern section.
and talk with Red Cross. 10-4, will do.
Are you talking about this cell right here near Lake Ithaca?
Copy 220.
Itasca?
Go ahead. I'm just
Is
clearing
Keister,
Brady
Minnesota
Road.
okay tonight?
Where do you
Let
want
me
me to
take
go?
a look.
We're just gonna rally at Childs Lake Road and Garibaldi.
Let me take a look. Let me take a look.
From there.
Let me take a look. Let me take a look.
10-4.
Keister near Albert Lee. You guys are going to get some strong damaging winds for the most part. I would say strong damaging winds. Trying to look through chat to see if there's anything else.
21.
Go back to Duluth here. But once again, there is some pretty decent rotation with this cell here right now. 2,000 joules per kilogram of Cape with 274.
You can send them
storm
to
relative
Fire
helicity.
Department. We'll send them out from here.
That is pretty good.
10-4.
There is some pretty strong rotation. I'm gonna text my dad real quickly. I do want probably another burger. Heh. There we go. Yeah, Leader, Olean. If you know anyone that lives near Bacchus and Pine River, is there any cameras over there actually?
10-4, 1940, County 17.
So that's Pine River right there. Bacchus is right there. There's a camera in Grand Rapids, but that's gonna be a long time before this actually gets there. Be about an hour. Sheesh. Yeah, that cell continues to rotate more and more. I wonder if it's a jurisdiction thing now. So that is in Duluth. Yeah, for good reason. Oh, that might be a debris signature.
East than west, I think.
Oh no, that might be a debris signature. Latest scan came in, probably no dice. Good chance it could be. Good chance it could be. Regardless, if you're in Bacchus and Pine River, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because this storm could be trying to produce a tornado. And it could be heading straight for your area.
I believe Fredo 1.
10-4, Unit 1, are you almost here?
Yeah, that rotation near Lake George has been there. I just don't think they're going to warn it.
Unit 1, we are on our way. We're going to cover the fire hall first.
Yeah, it's cell near Bacchus and Pine River. You need to watch.
I can get here quicker.
At 4 and 23 to stop all northbound traffic.
Yeah. It's gotten a little bit more broad now. It has gotten a little bit more broad. Very much so broad. On storm relative velocities, you note a lot of the grays in the middle. So we have some very broad rotation, a lot of strong damaging winds surging in behind this now.
For now,
But if there is something to form, it'd be right there. It'd be heading off towards the Bacchus and Pine River area. Would not be surprised if that was the case. Let's go actually over to Duluth's radar. And there's the rotation right there.
You said you have Glenwood there, what?
It's my forecast for Duluth and Apostle Islands area. I think you guys are going to see this activity, but it'll be a lot later tonight. I think it'll be a lot more of a strong damaging wind threat.
Go ahead.
We're on scene right now.
Yeah, it's so hard to say. Yeah, I've been looking at that cell too, Gabe. I mean, it's there, but it's just not good enough. That is a new storm that's starting to develop there near Laporte. Or Laporte. That is a new cell that's starting to develop there, so that might be something to watch there too. No one was going to say this event was going to be like 2011, so stop it. How much cape there is in central Kansas that would warrant a tornado watch? I'd assume a decent amount. Yeah, there's a lot of cape over there. Like 4,000 joules per kilogram of it. And a decent amount of storm relative velocity too. PDS. Not surprised. PDS. I am not surprised. I am not surprised at all. Tornado on the ground. At 5:46 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Bacchus, or 25 miles south of Walker, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Not too surprised about that. That other cell near Guthrie and Laporte also could be producing a tornado too, which might be something to watch out for. But yes, Bacchus, if you're in Bacchus, Oshawa, as well as Mildred, Pine River, the Foothill State Forest, that general area, Hackensack, need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Looking at this, it probably would go northeast of here. I'm at 3789 and this house is completely demolished. This is the heaviest damage so far.
Just said building completely demolished? Jeez. Yes, Gabe, but it'll be an hour from now, so we don't know if anything's going to change.
I'm looking at 3 power lines laying across the road, and the lines are kind of stretched diagonal.
It looks like it's starting to leave the warning box.
Again,
It's starting to
50,
curl
50.
off to the left. Might be trying to occlude a little bit within the line. But if that's the case, it's going to try and curl back towards Bacchus.
26 Douglas.
That is if it survives its occlusion.
289 out at 3109.
You clearly see greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle. But as I said, this rotation is starting to curl off to the left now. Let's play the loop here.
Wow.
You can see how it originally formed right here, and then it curled off to the left. Here.
Nelson, everything's fine.
Yep.
9 anyway.
Main area of rotation curled off to the left a little bit. So if this thing does end up recycling, it'll be heading straight for Bacchus.
You want to try that again?
Oshawa.
You're all muffled.
Oshawa and Bacchus. And then Pontoria.
Asking to use the webcast services. Where are we sending them to?
Red Cross is coming to the fire hall east entrance.
Santa, are we sending people there at this time if they can get there from us?
Yes, 10 people here.
Yeah, it's right next to Oshawa heading towards Bacchus. As I said, if you know anyone who lives in Bacchus, they need to get in their safe space. Where was the chemical fire? All the way back over in Wadena.
They're going to run out to where the...
So yeah, Hackensack, as well as Bacchus and Oshawa. You need to get in your safe space right now. You need to go.
Careful.
Or have you missed a couple PDS tornado warnings, including the one that's occurring right now? Jeez.
Scratchy, but yeah, you're comfortable. So anyway, a little scratchy, but yeah, just looking to see the better careful around here yet. Just storm pass through here, no big damage. You know, scary looking clouds, but no big damage here anyway. So that was good.
So not as much damage reporting from him. That's good. Scanner broadcasting from whichever Whichever county was north of Pope. So that would be Douglas. Be Douglas County. Douglas County, Minnesota, where a large tornado moved through earlier on today.
And multiple reports coming out on TV of some of the lake areas down from Alec up between Alec and a little bit of Fergus Falls, and then the whole squall line is moving, of course, to the east.
Can I check Uppsala? Yes, I can.
So, yeah, it was another goodie. We had very fast moving. I watched those clouds. They were just flying past our house here.
Now they're talking about how fast the clouds are moving. Uppsala.
And look for it. I didn't see a shock cloud, just a bunch of fast-moving clouds.
You're currently getting impacted by some showers and thunderstorms. They're not severe at the moment, so that's the good news. But still something to know.
129.
Line moving through Sioux Falls again. Yeah, so much for those ones being the main. Oh, that might be something to watch. Discrete supercell near Cosmos and Cedar Mills. Discrete cell near Cosmos and Cedar Mills.
I didn't even try to check it in that then. So thanks for checking me in. I'm through a relay anyway.
Oh, and that eventually will head towards St. Cloud. So in about 45 minutes, St. Cloud will need to watch. Because there's a supercell there. There is a supercell.
Go ahead.
Address of 12343.
But that is a supercell there near Cosmos. That's the thing that we were afraid of. If this storm does do anything, it could potentially produce a strong tornado. And it'd be your classic strong tornado, too.
10-4, we'll arrange oxygen.
Yeah, those cells in the Iowa-Minnesota border aren't really too...
I had for 221.
Too concerning to me at the moment.
Expand.
Go ahead.
Sailors in 871, 923, and Ford are all okay on South Maple.
That, yeah. Cosmos. That's going to be the cell to watch, 100%. That is going to be the cell to watch. We'll watch that very closely. But obviously there's another storm over here approaching Bacchus. A lot of strong rotation with this too.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious. Are you getting damage down at your end of town then, or we got nothing here at Cardo? It's a little wind, a little rain, but nothing severe.
Nothing here, just a bunch of rain. Freda Beach Road there are a bunch of houses there are completely beat up. According to the Facebook, they're having the sheriff's policy and such meet at the Freda Supper Club to go in and assess the situation. We do have some people who live over there we know, and their house is probably not there.
Yeah, this storm is knocking on Bacchus's door.
Too bad.
It's knocking on the door right now. Alright, looking at Twitter. A lot of people sent stuff in to me, so I appreciate it.
So he went and reset him anyway. For some reason or another, he didn't get the alert, and I did. But the city water treatment plant didn't come back up again. Put power back on it. The VFD's always reset it right.
This was from Adler here. Adler Hansen. This is the storm near Ormsby.
The Cardinals Fire Department is going to parade also. Give them a hand.
Ormsby, Minnesota. And is about 22 minutes ago. Looks like a lot of strong, damaging winds for the most
Copy
part.
that. You need anything else? Are you good right
Definitely a really interesting shelf cloud with that one. So good stuff, Adler. Good stuff.
ISD with it, W7 ISD.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else on Twitter. Trying to see if there's anything else on Twitter. I don't see too much.
Control person, really, we don't have a certified qualified person for that. If some guy gets out there and just starts directing, or it's more how it's usually done around here in Douglas County for the ham operation anyway.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Coordinates in that, but everybody just keeps in touch with each other and reports what's going on. And then they keep in touch that way.
Forgot it did that. Hold up.
To Chen Hansen then. But lately I've been working with Julie Anderson also, our EOC for Douglas County. So maybe we can go through her in the future.
What? These people haven't done anything, I swear.
I think there was, I want to say there was 7 of us at one time there, but my math could be off.
Are you serious? When was this? Storm date 5:30 at 6:48. Yeah, I doubt it. There was a tornado that was right near my house. I think it was probably Friday.
Go to your radio in your basement to up. I mean,
that sucks.
Wasn't that a feature that EAC radios used to have, where you could? I don't remember. I know Dad used to do it when he had them.
Storm still over Bacchus right now. Once again, PDS tornado at the moment.
I transmit UHF. The one thing receives UHF, retransmits it back out again in VHF. So, yeah, that's possible to do. I actually did it once upon a time, but it's been a long, long time since I've done that, and I had to get the book out to remember how to do it.
Half a mile other side of me here, and that lined up in the middle of town. And this one went through Ferreira, went toward Nelson.
Yeah, cell near Bacchus is starting to gust out a little bit. Could potentially be a tornado heading towards Hackensack, though. Could.
Where are you at?
Actually, looks like there could be a debris signature right next to Bacchus. Believe it or not. But it's hard to say. It is very hard to say.
Shelf clouds come through before and blow some wind around, you know, but nothing like this.
But there's the tornado if it were still on the ground. South of Hackensack, north of Bacchus. So if you're in Hackensack and Bacchus, you need to get in your safe space still. Whipholt and Longville. Whipholt and Longville.
Hello. So we're gonna have supper right now and do something and see the next one what happens. So anyway,
I just popped my neck and it felt so good because my neck was stiff.
Happened in Alexandria.
He's reporting power out. I don't know what part of town it didn't exactly specify, and supposedly Carlos was out of power, but evidently not your section, and so it's
Yeah, if it were to produce a tornado, it would be south of Hackensack right now, heading towards the Longville and Whiphold area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to take their proper precautions and get in their safe space. I'm not hearing too much.
We did lose power for a short time. It wasn't off all that long, just a little while, but not all that long. Maybe 45 minutes. You know, it's hard to say exactly how long it was, but it just felt like 45 minutes.
A lot of thunderstorms over here in Kansas. There's actually a little bit. That's kind of funny.
Storm a little bit, and it looks like it's all clear through here, so we get up and move around a little bit.
Good evening. If I'm still awake for the next one, I'll keep my radio on.
Let's put a radar over in Wichita.
Last one I came through. At 3:30 in the morning, we had hail here. We had 3/8 inch hail and half-inch hail. We had a lot of pea-sized stuff, you know, real small stuff, you know, 1/8 inch, you know, 3/16. But we had some 3/8 and a half-inch hail come down this last one at 3:30 in the morning. I was awake.
Load, please. There it is. This cell is Kansas really gonna do more than?
216. Can you repeat that? You're walked on.
Is Kansas really going to do more than Minnesota?
17 down to 50th area. That's where the power line was down.
No, it ain't. That thing is trash.
My group is heading back to Nelson to the corral, and we're going to be on DG7 with the fire department. I'll update you when I know a little more.
There's not a bad photograph there on the vertical wind profiles. I'm looking on the side screen to see what the environment is like. Very linear for the most part. You know, this is a very linear photograph for Minnesota at the moment.
On DG7.
Was there a tornado emergency? No, there hasn't been a tornado emergency today. There's been 2 PDS. Actually, there's been a bunch of PDS tornado warnings, to be fair. Isle, Minnesota. Did they finally do it? No.
Information list.
Where's Isle, Minnesota?
I called over while everyone was seeking shelter. Sounds like they had someone out at the 5-6 mile marker. It actually was a Honda Accord. They thought it was a medical originally. Turned out it was not. Everything's code for.
Relay that to...
Don't know where Isle is. I'm not too sure. Check Cosmos. Yeah, the cell in Cosmos. Let's go check to see. Is it finally doing something?
By County Road 87.
Kind of.
By shed number...
The line might be hindering its ability to do something.
Doesn't help me any.
Which is pretty poetic.
Are you all the way down?
Glencoe might be something to watch.
There's a T there.
Specifically New Auburn. Yeah, Glencoe, New Auburn, Plato, north of Gaylord. That might be the next cell to watch. Hold up. Is there a camera over here?
And I haven't seen any road problems, but Dale said 23 is the worst he's seen, so probably one for now.
10-4, he's going to hit the 23 first.
Monticello's up there with a camera, but I don't see anything else. Definitely not, Rob. I don't foresee that happening. Just because a tornado watch gets issued doesn't mean that every single time it's a tornado outbreak. Now, over here in Minnesota, yes, it's a tornado outbreak, but in Kansas? Prefrontal north of St. Cloud? That? Range folding. Which radar is closer anyways? Duluth. Range folding.
We closed the road at 4 and 29. and now we're going to close it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation above it, but I mean, I'm not too convinced. I'm not too convinced with that. If you were to ask me as to which storm I'd be the most convinced in watching, it'd be the cell near New Auburn and Glencoe.
You know, they can still get around, but they'll be fine.
Be that right there. Because that could potentially be putting down a tornado near New Auburn and Glencoe.
Douglas Highway.
That tornado warning has been canceled. Go back down here. Yeah, north of Gaylord heading towards Glencoe. If you're in Glencoe, you need to watch out for this very closely. Glencoe, Lester Prairie, Biscay, Silver Lake, Plato, over here in Minnesota. This would be the one to want. Or this would be the one to watch.
Okay, you still want there?
Very well defined SVC right within here. Developing thunderstorm out in front of it too, so it might be kind of clogging a whole lot of stuff.
Okay, we'll be over in 5 minutes probably.
Yeah, that would be the next storm to watch.
220, 216, DG7.
Sheesh. That's kind of funny. That is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie.
We're up on Tornado Beach Road right now, just kind of helping people get out of here. What's your location?
We are at the down power lines. We will head up your way.
Ooh. It's wrapping the hail around the rotation. It's wrapping the hail around the rotation, chat. It's wrapping the hail around the rotation, chat. Look at that.
We got plenty of help on the north side opening up.
Look at that. That's pretty funny. Right there would be the tornado. I'm assuming there's a lot of rain and or maybe even debris, but I think it might be hail. Hail and rain. But this is definitely, if I were trying to find where a tornado would be, it would be right here. This is where I'd go chase. I'd go get him. Full send.
We are also going to be getting a first responder rig with a possible side-by-side extended with you as well.
Still going, still maintaining strength, has really good helicity. Nope, well, latest scan I just saw deteriorated, so probably a brief tornado south and west of Glencoe. Probably a brief tornado south and west of Glencoe. So really interesting. Don't see too much across the board over here. That's kind of funny. Go to the Wichita cell.
No residency in or out right now. We're just gonna have to hold everyone for now.
That's kind of interesting. That cell in Whitewater and Elbing heading towards Burns.
Thank you.
That would be pretty interesting, but let's go back to... Ooh, meso indicator. Meso indicator in Glencoe. So there you go. It's not really too surprising, is it?
We're not sure. What are you looking for?
Trying to get permission to get down to the south.
Yeah, it looks like a boundary is starting to fire off out in front of it, but the supercell is trying to gain more and more traction. It is trying. Cell near Manana is also really interesting too. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead. If anyone who's going to check Salto will take us by 3276 down there. Yeah, I kind of went down for either. I don't see anything happening that happened over there at all. Okay, 10-4. I'll go check the channel quick. Oh, thanks.
That's interesting. Reports of damage near Nisswa. A few trees knocked down. Pea-sized tail over there.
Who are you looking for?
Damage threat considerable. Severe thunderstorm warning over here for Hennepin, Wright, Sibley, McLeod, Carver, and Nicollet counties in Minnesota until 6:45 p.m. So that is something to note.
We know what you got up there. If we need to send fires up there, we'll let you know. We'll get them there right away.
Maybe a new cell firing off south of Glencoe near the Plato and Lester Prairie area? Yeah, that might be something right there. Could be. Quick area of convergence that could try and form something. Big hailstorm heading to Tampa Bay. Sheesh. Not a very... it's hilarious. You want to know something interesting, chat? I would have not chased today. I would have stayed home. You want to know why? Because fully knowing that all these tornadoes are going to be rain-wrapped, probably wouldn't want to go see it myself. Thank you. Oh, appreciate it.
Tornado warning for South Central Wright County in central Minnesota, East Central McLeod County in central Minnesota, Northwestern Carver County in East Central Minnesota.
There you go. Well, there's your new tornado warning for Lester Prairie. Is that too surprising? Not to me, it wasn't.
So there's no way to really adjust that tank at all.
That's gone. That's gone. That's gone.
If you have your phone with you, just
that's gone.
Just so I can let these guys know. Client will be sending you a message with a picture of the address right now.
That might be producing a tornado right now.
Shut down the whole area.
Ooh, it's close. Ooh, it's close.
They have main sound, so I don't know how they're going to turn it back on.
Ooh, it's close. So just for perspective, guys. All right, we have red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right in there. I do not see debris signature at this time. But, I mean, this is going to be heading off towards the Leicester Prairie, New Germany, Mayer, Watertown, Montrose, Delano area. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, they need to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Could be the dagger. So once again, Leicester Prairie, New Germany, Hollywood, White Mobile Home Park. If you're in the White Mobile Home Park, you need to get in your safe space right now. You need to get to a sturdy structure, or you need to head east. If you don't have a sturdy structure near your area over in Watertown, Watertown is a bunch of mobile homes over there. If you don't have a sturdy structure, you need to head east.
Apartment 110.
Yeah, you need to head east if
10-4. Male is making suicidal threats.
Jeez. That was watermelon that I was eating. Yeah, if you're in Watertown and you're in a mobile home park, you need to head east. Because this thing could potentially produce a tornado right on top of you guys. Potentially put it down right there. Might be putting down a tornado right now, actually. Might have a tornado right now. Riddle! Thank you so much for the 10 months of being a weather watcher. I'm not sure if you saw the video that I uploaded for members only. Unedited footage of the tornado. So after the stream, feel free to look at it if you haven't already. That's available for members if you want to become a member and support the channel. It's kind of like Patreon. Alright, if you want to become YouTube channel member, please be sure to hit that join button down below. It really does support my channel a lot. Yeah, Leicester Prairie, Mayer, Watertown, New Germany. Get in your safe space right now. Underground or in your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Has a heck of an SVC. Look at this. Arcing ZDR. Tilted ZDR arc. Correlation coefficient. A lot of hail around the area. Line could be trying to gust out here on the bottom side as well, but I mean, this is a well-defined hook. This is a sideways supercell. This is what we were kind of afraid of today. That is a sideways supercell. And that definitely can be something to watch very, very closely. Yeah, I don't see a debris signature at this time. I see a lot of hail streamlining into the storm. A lot of hail. Yep. Yep. See a lot of hail. No tornado debris at this time. No debris signature at this time, which is the good news. But it does look like it is starting to kind of gust out a little bit. You can kind of see
units, has anybody seen Otter Tail Power yet?
The gusting characteristics right within there.
Jet. 10-4.
But, you know, just to look at the radar here, the velocities, you can see there is the radar right there. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Yeah, it just recycled. It just strengthened again. So you can see back to the velocities. A lot more greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right there. I think it did just recycle, and if that's the case, we have a pretty well-defined supercell right within this area right there. Yeah, that's as well-defined as you can get it. There's your outline right there, the outskirts of the supercell. I mean, that is perfectly drawn up right there. Perfectly drawn up. I think we might actually be able to do this, chat. You ready? It's time for a 3D.
Did you cover?
Let's 3D the supercell.
Of 9?
This thing is moving fast, so we got to 3D it somewhere else. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's an inflow notch. It's a wonky inflow notch, but it's there. Look at that. There definitely is a cave right within that area. So this is a supercell here right within this storm. And basically what we're looking at here right now is we have this thunderstorm that has basically a mouth. All right, these thunderstorms have mouths, and it takes in a bunch, it takes in a bunch of moisture and energy from the atmosphere, and it feeds it. So if you think of it this way, this is Pac-Man. All right, it may not look like Pac-Man, but imagine these thunderstorms, or this thunderstorm, I should say, every single individual as individual thunderstorm as Pac-Man. And all the moisture in the atmosphere, all the energy in the atmosphere, those are the little dots that Pac-Man eats over and over again. Waka, 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 and stuff like that. All right? And the inflow notch here, this little cave right within this area, right in here, this cave, that's the inflow notch right there. That's how this thunderstorm takes in all of its energy and is allowed to intensify further. Now, you might be wondering, well, if Pac-Man is here and the dots are there, where are the ghosts? Well, the ghosts in this instance are the other thunderstorms around it, because eventually there won't be enough energy in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to go around. There won't be enough energy in the atmosphere to go around for every single thunderstorm. So they fight over each other. And other thunderstorms in this instance are ghosts compared to, this specific thunderstorm. So this definitely still is trying. Still is a bit of rotation with this. It definitely looks like it is gusting out, though. It definitely looks like it is gusting out, surging on the southern side. But Montrose, what the heck? There you go, I fixed that. Montrose, Delano, Rockford, St. Michael, Monticello could be something to watch out for here in the future. If this storm continues to maintain its current trajectory and intensity, it'll still be doing its stuff. Nicknaming it the Pac-Man theory. Yeah, I honestly like it too. This analogy is probably one of the best analogies to describe for thunderstorms.
Those down trees there, and then they make contact with anything that looks like it needed.
Interesting thing here from Reed Timmer.
Do we need to send people your way?
Because, Reed, although I do love me some Reed.
We got directed to just block traffic.
Reed and I are actually, I would like to say that we tolerate each other and actually had good, I don't want to say good relationship, because it's not like we talk.
87 north of 4, we need to clear that area yet. Check.
correct. I think I'm freed up, and then maybe 227 is freed up. All of our other cars.
But Reed Timmer is on this cell, actually.
I'll send a fire
My
department.
man,
so I'll let you
Weed
know which
Trimmer.
one, Let me send them out of here.
10-4, my plan will be go north on 87.
Let's
and then head over on 86.
pull this up here for Reed.
Sure, if we even have time. Hey, that might be it. Look at that, Mike. Look at that on the screen. Holy
09,
cow.
217.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was it. That definitely looks like potential tornado right in there.
You two at Duluth and South Maple, we got people coming north.
We may not have time for the drone, do we?
Out.
We'll be over there to block that parts on that side.
Right now, we've got a possible QLCS circulation in there. You can see that dark area, very heavy rain, rapid left to right motion in there at the very least. That is some definitely dangerous straight line winds, maybe even a QLCS tornado. You can see the shelf cloud that's ejecting off to the side.
He's with Mike Scantling right now, actually, which is kind of interesting.
It's even trying to pull in a streamwise vorticity current on the north side. That's a horizontal vorticity roll that's trying to get pulled in. Not sure if we're going to launch the drone just because
Are you tied up right now?
Hey, Mike, look at that thing.
They were just clearing 23-4.
Look at that. Yeah, we may not have time.
10-4. If you want to meet me at 87 and 4, and we'll carry on north. 10-4.
Yeah, that's one heck of a storm there that Reed's getting.
Get pulled in. That looks pretty dangerous there, Mike. Look at that.
Jeez. Yeah, that looks like a QLCS tornado to me.
Maybe even a QLCS event. Mega shelf above us. Look at the mega shelf. Surge out. Wow. This is a Glencoe. I think there's a circulation of this. Look at that.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Reed.
It's wrapped up on radar, but that is where the circulation would be. It's bulging out aloft. Streamwise vorticity current coming in. Mega shelf ejecting out. This thing is insane.
Tornado warning for Central Wright County in central Minnesota.
Look at that over there, Brian.
Man, oh man. Good stuff for Reed. If you want to watch, Reed is actually live on YouTube, so go watch him. He's currently chasing that storm. That is, I believe, warned again. Yeah, that is a new tornado warning for this cell. So Reed's on this thing. And as you guys know, the classic phrase, never stops chasing. I actually think, all right, I'm gonna form an interesting hypothesis here real quickly, chat. I think there's two rotations within the same storm, one right there and then one right over here. I think there's two rotations that are now dancing around each other. So you see, there's one there, there's one there. You're gonna see this go to the left and this curl off very quickly off to the right. And yeah, I think there's two of them. I think there's two of them right now. And they're just what's called what is called the Fujiwara effect, to where two low pressure systems spin around each other. They spin around each other, and that's what's happening here right now. I think there are two rotations that are spinning around each other. It's going full Fujiwara effect. Full Fujiwara effect. Look at this here, guys. Look at this. This is going to go off to the right, and then there's going to be a new cell that's going to develop and pull down behind it. Watch this. There's the new one. The old one goes out like that. Yeah, there's the new rotation right there specifically. There's the old one. And just watch. It's now over here. This is the new one over there. and then it spins. So it's trying to spin around each other. Tornado on the ground at 7 and 10 in Carver. I wouldn't be surprised, actually. But that must be an earlier report, because that doesn't make sense if that's the case right now. It really wouldn't make sense if that was right now. It would have to be earlier. Yeah, it still looks like there's a really interesting rotation here in Montrose. Might be trying to put down a tornado if it is putting down one. I don't see... Let's put it this way. I don't see a debris signature. I don't see a debris signature. I know full well, though, that there could have been a tornado within this storm. I know full well that there could have been one. But I don't see it on radar. Doesn't line up with it. Yeah, ZDR fails the verification, so I doubt a debris signature. I doubt a debris signature at this time. Looks like the rotations have kind of fizzled out a little bit. New tornado warning up north.
Tornado warning for southeastern Itasca County in north-central Minnesota, northwestern Aitkin County in east-central Minnesota, southwestern St. Louis County in northeastern Minnesota.
That's your supercell. That is a supercell. That's a well-defined supercell on the southern edge of the line. That could potentially be the dagger. I'm surprised they issued a tornado warning for that when, you know, I didn't see a whole lot with this one there. Very high de-alias rate. Yeah, this cell down here near Aitkin, that might be a supercell right there to watch. That might be something concerning for later on. That is a tornado warning for Hill City. If you're in Hill City, Warba, Blackberry, Swan River, Jacobson, and Goodland, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is also south of Grand Rapids. I think there's a sky camera over in Grand Rapids. Yeah, there is. It's a weird one. But yeah. Aitken might be the next one to watch. Cells by Mankato. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Look pretty linear to me. The heck is that cell near Norwood doing? What's that dog doing? Absolutely nothing. It just visually looks nice. It ain't doing anything. Cell near Buffalo is starting to become a little bit more linear. There's actually... Hold up. I wanna take a look. So this is actually in Monticello. This is in the pathway of the tornado warning right now. It's in the pathway of the tornado warning. I'll check Kansas here in a second. But you can definitely see something ominous at the top part of the screen. So someone said they wanted me to check Kansas. We'll go from Topeka to Wichita. Cells in northeastern Kansas are kind of meh. Cell near Cottonwood Falls. Looks like it's producing a lot of hail. Upper level survey says it might have something in the upper levels, but it's not really too interesting. Wichita, the cell near Burns, is making me want to consider the following. Actually does have some decent rotation, believe it or not. But it's just continuously being linear. But I do think this could potentially be trying to put down a tornado. Could be trying. So we'll have to see. We will have to see, but I do think Burns could be a cell to watch. Very well organized supercell, except for the fact that it corners itself in the inflow notch. Really does corner itself. So not really too much from that. Oh, come on. That's pretty funny. Alright, well that fixed it a little bit. But yeah, Aitken still has a little bit of rotation. That's a supercell within that. Hill City's about to get hit right now. So if you're in Hill City, you need to get in your safe space. This massive line's producing hurricane force winds across the board. So a lot of strong damaging winds. There's also... Interestingly enough... How do you send pics via Twitter? You just at me, at Nate_Snyder. Speaking of which, here's Florida. This is from, oh jeez. Look at that. And that's from John Humphreys. Jeez. Whew. Dang. This is west of Emporia in Kansas. Look at that. Holy. It's not in South Dakota or Minnesota, by the way. This is Emporia, Kansas. Emporia, Kansas. Holy. Headed out for the Rangers game myself. Yeah, Morgan is Morgan's requesting that I have my my Rangers jersey next to me, because the thing of it is whenever I wear my Rangers jersey for a short period of time, the Rangers always do well. So that's how they won Game 7 of Round 1 in the playoffs. That's how they did it. Is because I didn't put my jersey on until like 13 minutes left in the game, and then the Rangers did well. Man, that's crazy. Move that over there. All right, let's go half and half screen. It's not like I can wear it the entire game, because if I wear it the entire game, it won't work. It only comes in certain spurts. So it's like a rechargeable, it's like a battery. You can only use the battery for so long. At least that's how I understand it. Yeah, that's still near Hills City. It still looks like it's trying. Now I jinxed it? No, it's a known fact among people who know me. No joke, it's a known fact. It just happens. It's a wizard. No problem, Madison. Hopefully the mods were nice to you, because they were helping you out through a lot of the time. A lot of trees and power lines down near Pequot Lakes. Jeez, I can't pronounce. Pequot Lakes and Breezy Point. Numerous trees down and branches down. Power out. Big squall line. Pretty large squall line, that is. So if you're in the areas near Duluth and north of Duluth, near International Falls and like Thunder Bay and stuff like that, I'd watch out for the potential of some severe weather coming through here soon. You guys did get issued a tornado watch over into portions of Canada. Did the Pds Tornado Watch get expanded all the way? Yeah, the Pds Tornado Watch got expanded north. It got expanded north. And it expanded east. This clearly makes a lot of sense. Clearly. Clearly it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Duluth and Minneapolis are in the Pds Tornado Watch now. The rotation might be getting closer and closer to Monticello. This camera above us is indicating there's a lot of lightning there too. No more tornado warning for it, however, but that was another lightning flash there. Is this cell south of Wichita that's looking good? What are you? Oh, you do have a left flank velocity enhancement. Well, that's very nice. Do you have anything of notice? Not anything in the upper level, so this thing is definitely surface-based. Wouldn't be surprised if a land spout formed over there. Oh my gosh. There's Monticello. The camera live here with us right now. Oh, the winds are changing with time. And now it's not as bad. Sheesh. Keep that at the top part of your screen. I don't see too much besides a little bit of rotation about to cross over I-94. I think it actually already did cross over. Go back to the stuff in Grand Rapids. Let's go back over here. Yeah, that's Grand Rapids here for you all. Grand Rapids about to get hit by a giant line. Look at all the trees here, chat. Debris. Debris on the left side. Yeah, do we even call this debris? Do we even say that that is debris? Do we all just consider the following? I think we should. Rain, stop clogging the camera. Now it's kind of settled down just a little teeny bit, but then we're gonna probably see the winds come back here in a second, and then yeah. There's been a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch issued for much of Minnesota, but not really too much has happened besides maybe 2 aforementioned long track tornadoes that we could barely see. A lot of rain now. A lot of rain now. Is that a new tornado warning? What? No, it's not. Just got updated. Just got updated. Let's go half and half screen. Let's actually go back to the storm in Minneapolis. Don't see too much rotation. There is a little bit over near St. Francis, though. There was. Keyword was. Keyword was. This moderate did more than most other moderates, to be fair. So, I can't really say that it was one of the worst moderates, but it's still. And we're not even finished. That's the funny thing. "2022, if it can turn into a damaging wind threat, it will." Yeah, I mean, listen. All right. There's just something about storms that move north-northeast that make me think wind. All right, that's just... It's kind of how I feel about it. That's the reason why, you know, when people were saying high risk, I was saying, you can keep saying that all you want. But I just was not going to buy it. Sheesh, Robert. This is a picture near Emporia again. Look at that. Look at that. Holy. Check Janesville cell. You're going to have to be more specific because there's multiple states that are being impacted here today. I have to be a little bit more specific. The heck? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, as I said, I loved chasing on Friday. It's given me a better idea of how to track tornadoes, how to spot them, stuff like that. What storms I need to look at specifically, all sorts of stuff. I mean, it really did so much for me. I was able to track all sorts of stuff. And I'm willing to do it again. Probably not anytime soon, but that might be a new tornado warning over there north of Grand Rapids, like very far north. Now, I will have the video uploaded probably within the day, next 24 hours. More than likely within the next 24 hours. But if you want to see unedited footage of the tornado that I caught. No edits whatsoever, although I will admit the video that I created probably is very much so better. But if you are an originalist, okay, for the people who are members to the YouTube channel, I've uploaded a members only video. Actually uploaded it last night for people to see. So if you're a member, go see it. It could be right now, it could be later on, but it's my first fully condensed tornado. You can see it doing damage and stuff like that. It was actually multi-vortex, but it was like a very small rinky-dink multi-vortex, which is hilarious. So, tornado threat finished now? Not entirely. My honest opinion, I actually do see a couple of areas along the line that is rotating. But definitely is not finished. Could be Reed Tammer 2.0. That's pretty funny too. But no joke, it was one of the craziest tornadoes. It was actually, well, scratch craziest tornadoes because I've only seen 2 and I was near an extra 1. So technically I've been around 3 tornadoes and seen 1 fully condensed. But it was one of the craziest things I'd ever seen in my life, and I just played it so well throughout much of the day, so. What does the future south look like from the south coming out southwest? Oh, southwestern Minnesota. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. April, rain, and sunshine with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to April if you haven't already. It really does mean a lot to my channel. Thank you so much. There's been a lot of reports of damage over near Colcado, or Cocado. Trees down across the board. We also had golf ball sized hail in Buffalo too, so watch out for the sleeper hail event. Alright, here's the radar. You can see big line extends all the way down into Iowa, and then of course down into Kansas and Missouri. Storms behind it don't really do too much. It's the storms, however, that continue to move off into portions of Ontario. Still need to watch out for with that. And then a new line of storms initiate south of Omaha, if not near Omaha, at around 10 to 11, and then start to fire off, moving on through further. Look at the Wichita, Kansas, though. Getting more and more surface based. It also is, once again, cornered. So not really too much. Not really too much rotation with this. Not really too much rotation, but it is kind of there. It is kind of there. Yeah, not really too much, which is kind of the good thing here. Very happy that this did not go discrete across the board. Because if that was the case, then we really would have been crying. What? Why is that storm horned? 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Jeez. Let's tilt this down. There we go. Bit better. Bit better. How many confirmed tornadoes have there been today? It's a good question. 5. 5 tornado reports. So we're 1 away from a tornado outbreak officially. 1 away from a tornado outbreak. You know, I'm really happy right now that this event didn't do a whole lot within this beginning. Really happy. I mean, we still have probably hurricane force winds across the board within this line, but I'm pretty happy. What in the world are you? Little storm with a little bit of rotation. Well, these storms are now starting to get towards Canada. And they are under a tornado watch, so we'll watch it. We'll watch it. How's Keister, Minnesota now? Keister. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Keister is they're fine for the most part, but they are expected to see some severe thunderstorms later on. Probably not anything super tornadic, to be completely honest with you. Probably not. No way, bro. No way. No way. Chat. I'm not sure if you see that. I'm not sure if you do. I'm not sure you guys know why I'm reacting this way, so I'll explain it, okay? This line right here was supposed to be the line that produced the long track violent tornadoes and stuff like that, right? They issued a PDS Tornado Watch out for the areas within it, right? And they even extended further to the east to Minneapolis, right? You would think they would issue a tornado watch for the direction in which this thunderstorm is moving, right? Wrong. They issue a severe thunderstorm watch. They issue a severe thunderstorm watch out in front of the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. For these storms that are leaving the particularly dangerous situations. Bum 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 ba-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, 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 dun 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 dun. Oh boy. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. They issued a severe thunderstorm watch for the storms that are leaving the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Jeez. Yeah, well, the good news is that is the case. Now we just gotta hope that the Storm Prediction Center is right with this one. Turning it off and turning it back on again? Yeah, for real. Channel isn't the best for quality weather coverage. It's only when the storms actually get very serious is when it's really quality. We also have a little bit of personality here because we don't want to sound like a robot. Because kind of is boring if you keep, you know, saying the same thing over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Cell near Mapleton is very meh. Kilkenny, what are you? These storms just continuously... You know, they're continuously not good. That's a supercell right there approaching Cambridge in Asante. So, I mean, this is something to watch. This is definitely the next storm to watch. We're on a tornado watch in central Iowa. I'm a bit confused why, to be honest, though. Yeah, I mean, the thing of it is, all right, is that you see these storms that are over here? See these storms extending from I-80 to I-35 from Iowa Falls to Atlantic? Those are supposed to be the ones that try and do stuff. And there actually is a cell near Kamarar, or Kamrar, I should say, not Kamarar. Jeez, I cannot speak. Yeah, don't pay attention to me. Kamrar, near Kamrar. This actually is a supercell that looks better than the cells up further north. How that happens, don't know. It's there. So those storms are expected to do stuff. And there's also a 5% chance for tornadoes in your area. Yeah, 5% chance for tornadoes over here. Tomorrow, yeah, I know. I don't look at me. I don't understand. I don't understand myself sometimes either. It's just, it spews. Words spew. It comes out as random stuff. A cell south of Wichita, approaching the Douglas and Gordon area, probably is one of the best structure most people have seen. I mean, you could, but yeah, there's definitely a couple storms around your general area, so I'll watch it. I'll continue to monitor it as this continues to progress, but Looking on Twitter again to see if I can find anything, although I highly doubt I find something. Pressing X to doubt. How's it looking for Minneapolis? A lot of strong damaging winds for the most part, is what I can tell. Should have heard me laughing about it earlier when they canceled all the... They canceled all the severe thunderstorm warnings. Chris with the 5, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Says, I miss supercell storms in northern Texas. We need more. I'm tired of these lines that seem to disappoint. I understand that. Dude, if I was tracking, if I was here live on radar on Friday, there was a bunch of storms that were hooking and stuff like that over in Virginia. And that's the reason why I caught a tornado. Dude, I'm not going to let that go, by the way, chat. The fact that I caught that good of a tornado, I mean, no joke. I have seen all the tornado footages here today. I've seen all the videos, or at least I believe I've seen all the videos. And besides the large tornado, the one large tornado that someone could have potentially got, I'd have to see the full video to see if it really is interesting. You know, there hasn't really been stuff that is good as low precipitation type cells with any tornado, so it's just, yeah. But thank you so much for the 5, Chris. I really do appreciate it. That is true, Riddle. That is true. Can we see the tornado I got? So here's the thing. If you, well, we're going to watch, actually, let's watch the video that I got, that I posted on Twitter. I made available for everyone.
Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. Doing...
Yeah, Nate. So that's the one that I caught on Friday. Now, well, I'm just gonna shut up and let you guys watch.
Tornado on the ground, doing damage. Debris in the air. Go around. Don't go towards it. Go, 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 go. Tornado right now. Still on the ground, doing damage.
So, that's only a little bit that I've made public for the Twitter. All right, because, you know, Twitter's got a Twitter. If you want to, well, first off, there's two things, okay? I'm going to upload a video within the next 24 hours, all right, because I'm practically done with it. I think I'm going to upload it probably tomorrow afternoon. But I'm going to upload an edited video of this tornado because there's more footage of it. There's a lot more footage of it. And for the people who want to see it early, okay, well, they're not seeing the edited version early. The unedited version, all right, if they want to see that, I've made it already accessible to my members on YouTube channel. So basically, it's similar to kind of like Patreon, but it's not Patreon at the same time. So, if you would like to see it early, see all the tornado content early that is unedited, click that membership that join button down below next to the subscribe button that hopefully you guys have already pressed. Hopefully you guys have already pressed it. But it's one heck of a video, honestly. I'm pretty happy what I did with it. Yeah, Minneapolis, St. Paul seems to be all right for the most part. There's a cell that's down south near Lonsdale and Elko New Market. That could be something to watch out for, but... yeah, I'm alive. Is that a real thing? Jeez. That's funny. If you want to know what's funny, I retweeted it on my Twitter. I can't really show it live, but it's hilarious. Like to see the radar correspond with that? He. Ah. Oh, it's fun. Not gonna say anything, but I'm pretty sure I just said something without saying anything. He. Yeah, Mayfield was probably the craziest tornado I've ever tracked besides Bassfield, but Easter 2020 was the worst outbreak I've ever covered. It was on another level. Yeah, Camrar is really interesting. It's very low precipitation based and it's kind of struggling. But it is trying to get through there. Same with these other storms here. But it's just on the struggle bus at the moment. It is definitely on the struggle bus. Check Twitter. I've been combing Twitter forever. I've been combing the desert. But there isn't too much. Right now we're just kind of hoping that these storms continue to deteriorate. That cell near Matfield Green is kind of interesting, heading towards Emporia. You know, ironically, the cell over here near Udall might try and put down a tornado. It might actually try to put down a tornado. And I think it might be actually trying to do so. I think it might be actually trying to produce a tornado. Which would be the craziest thing. That's pretty funny. Look at the Oklahoma cell. Why? That's kind of funny. That's really funny. Imagine if that does it. But this cell over here near Udall, Douglas and Rock, that's the one to watch. That is the one to watch. Nate, in your opinion, what is the safe spot in a basement? Lowest innermost part of it. So the innermost part of it, basically. Bunch of bunch of basements are built differently, so. Wasn't the Udall cell in a 2% risk? Technically, it's in a 0% chance. Technically, it's in a 0, but it's also on the border of a tornado watch, so. I have California Dreaming by Sia stuck in my head. I really do. I really do. The Rangers have struck first. It is 1-0 as Adam Fox scores on the power play. Watching from Canada, while the American viewers impact are all right. It's the first stream I've been a part of. Super cool experience. I'm happy to hear that. Listen, you know, I mean, you know, of course we all hope it was under better circumstances, although I'm pretty sure this is as good as you can get for an event not doing as much as, you know, as it did. But I cover Canada too, so I'll be able to, you know, I've covered Germany for God's sake. I cover Canada, United States, and Germany, so, you know, hopefully I don't see you around live when I'm covering your area. And what I mean by that is hopefully I'm not covering your area to the point to where I have to see you again in that circumstance for streaming, but otherwise it's nice to see. There's actually a tornado watch for western portions of Ontario right now, believe it or not. There's actually a tornado watch. Yeah, if the closet's in the innermost part of the basement, then get in the closet. Rangers with another power play goal. Chris Kreider. Wow. You know, that looks pretty ominous. That's fine. It's fine, April. Yeah, that could be a tornado trying to form near Togo. Togo. Yeah, for real, Robert. Yeah, Togo could be something right there. That might be the storm to watch. There's a window in the center of my basement in the house we're moving to. Should we? There's a window in this. How does that work? if I may ask, how does that work? How is there a window in the center of your basement? Because if it's in the center of your basement, you know, should be in the middle. That's a new tornado warning. For the cell I was looking at.
Tornado warning for eastern Itasca County in north-central Minnesota, northwestern St. Louis County in northeastern Minnesota.
Yeah, that's not really too surprising in my honest opinion. I think it was a little too late because I think it might try to dissipate now. But that is a tornado. Yeah, that actually is a tornado warning. But yeah, Toga, Geen, Cook, Orr, Cussin, and Bike. Or Bayek. Look at the Wichita, Kansas cell ASAP. We looked at it before. Yeah, it could be trying to produce a tornado, but it's not in a very good environment to do so right now. But yes, it definitely is still there. It's actually losing traction a little bit. But there's a tornado warning right now. Geen and Orr and Cussin and Toga. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space. Madison Lake, Minnesota. Madison should be fine for right... Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's the wrong Madison that I thought of. Is it the wrong one? No, it isn't. A lot of scattered showers and spotty hail. Could see quarter-sized hail, but excuse me. If you just wait for a little bit, I think you should be fine. But yeah, that is an interesting cell to note. But I think you're fine in Madison Lake, honestly. I think you're fine. Yeah, I think it was a little too late for them to issue the tornado warning. Unfortunately, it's gone. I mean, not completely gone, but it's definitely gone. I kind of, you know what I want to do? Let's go back to this cell. It's closest to a radar. Let's take a 3D. Excuse me. That is a gnarly inflow notch right there, chat. You see that? See that? Thunder Bay Severe Thunderstorm Watch issued. So they have the Tornado Watch and then a Severe Thunderstorm Watch issued right next to it in Canada. Interesting. That's a heck of an inflow notch right there, chat. Clearly see this is where all the moisture comes in to feed the thunderstorm. And remember, this is Pac-Man. So Pac-Man eats all the moisture. Waka, 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 waka. And as long as there aren't any ghosts around, which in this instance is the other thunderstorms, it'll continue to eat. It'll continue to eat and eat and eat and eat. Waka, 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 waka. Risk of hail for tonight? Thought it was 30%. Thought it was 30%. But yeah, clearly see the rain wrapping around as the outflow, warm, moist inflow coming in to meet it right in the middle. For the potential of there to be something tornadic. Maybe. Crazy cell regardless, huh? Do, 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 do. I really do appreciate your guys' support here today so far. I know we're obviously not completely done yet, but you know, I really do appreciate everyone's support to the channel. Just for reference, we actually have 33,540 subscribers, which is pretty insane. So I thank you all for that. And if I actually look, we have 862 likes on the stream, which is an enormous amount too. So thank you so much to every single one of you for liking the stream. If you haven't already, please be sure to do so. It helps me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Ooh, crazy looking storm right here. This is sent to me by someone 30 Minnesota in Sibley County. Look at this. Look at all the leaves falling down, all the strong damaging winds with that. Look at that.
A little bit, yeah.
Look at all the branches down over there, too. Branch over there. Wow. Looks like you got a thunderstorm there. But, wow, that's amazing. Good stuff, good stuff. That's an entire county? That doesn't make sense. These counties are weird. About lightning? Well, yeah, I'd say that these storms could more than likely produce an abundance of lightning. This cell right over here near Rush City might be something to watch. Might be something to watch. A lot of reports of damage over here in Elk River. Trees down across the board. 18-inch diameter tree down. That's pretty crazy. 58 mile per hour winds over. Once again in Elk River. Becker had 63 mile per hour winds. Down tree near Champlin. The heck are you? Excuse me? Doesn't look very strong, so yeah. Definitely am considering the following. Don't think this was an outbreak, to be honest. I guess we'll just have to see. Needs one more tornado report in order for it to be an outbreak. What's a QLCS tornado threat? QLCS is a quasi-linear convective system, so basically a giant squall line. And a tornado is embedded within that squall line. So when they say QLCS tornado threat, it means tornadoes within the line. Threat. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah, I mean, if they are going to issue a new tornado warning, it'd be for Net Lake, State Highway 65, and Custon and Orr. because these storms are moving a lot further off to the north. That cell in International Falls is great. It's a Maka S right there. Abundance amount of severe thunderstorm warnings. 110 km/h winds and nickel-sized hail over here. Severe thunderstorms can produce tornadoes, so they are saying tornado possible. Tornado possible tag within this line, which is pretty crazy. Tor possible tag. So severe thunderstorm warnings for western Canada. For Atikokan, Fort Francis, Devlin, Northwest Bay, Finland, Ontario, Stratton, Seine River Village. Just saw a little bit of that. I kind of want to go see it for myself. Whoever deleted that, thank you, because that's some nonsense right there. True facts. Lots of trees down. Holy. This is the aftermath of the line that went through Sibley County. Look at that. It's the aftermath right there. If there is a tornado in Canada, will it be considered part of this outbreak? Yes. If there is a tornado, this event will officially be considered a tornado outbreak. So, yeah. That'll be pretty funny. But a lot of trees down. I mean, look at that. That's some large trees, too. I'm going to pause it here. Look at that. Look at that tree. Broad rotation into Emporia. Oh boy. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Probably best if we use Topeka's radar. Yeah, there is some broad rotation. But it's very linear. Very linear at this time. Large hail, though. Emporia's getting slammed. Well, guess who has a live camera of Emporia on hand? And if Emporia is about to get slammed, we're going to at least see the large hail. So let's see it. Look at all the rain there, too. Holy. So let's see what Emporia does. Does it dump hail? It's the news station in northeastern Kansas, like Emporia and stuff like that. WIBW. Some people said it in the chat already and stuff like that. Whew. Some intense rainfall and damaging winds. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a lot of hail that's about to move right over Emporia. You're going to see a lot of hail here in a second. Douglas? What's Douglas looking like? And which Douglas are you talking about? Because there's a bunch of Douglases that I know of. That Douglas that you're probably talking about. Pull that up. I mean, it has a little bit of rotation, but it's just like, it's really weak. It's pretty weak. Weak. Elevated rotation on Renfro, which is kind of stupid, but you know what? It happens. WIBW says baseball sized. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. What's up, Ashley? What's up, welcome back. Welcome back. The cell that is near Wichita, that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. So that's the good news. Might be a new tornado trying to develop near Gein. If you know anyone who lives near Gein, Minnesota, tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Jeez. Is this a hurricane? What is this? It just keeps coming. It's relentless. So much rain. Damaging winds. Holy. Where's this video from? It's live in Emporia, Kansas. Live in Emporia, Kansas. So the bottom left-hand side, it says Emporia State University. Man, look at this. It's just endless. It's like a little hurricane. Let's go half and half screen. Half and half screen. This is in Minnesota right here. If you're in Gein or Buick, either or. Could be a tornado ongoing right now near Gein. So if you live near Orr, if you live near County Road 23 over here in northern Minnesota, south and east of International Falls, you need to get in your safe space, in my honest opinion. There's a new rotation that's developing now. What? Ladies and gentlemen, what is this? What? Emporia is getting slapped. It's getting slapped. It's legitimately getting slapped. I can't see anything. The winds are moving so fast, I can't see anything. There's so much rain and wind, I can't see anything. Yeah, okay, Cobalt. It's this severe thunderstorm warning in Emporia. What is... What? It's still going. Look at how intense it is. My gosh. How is it getting worse? How's that possible? Question, why can't you see the typical hooks in today's tornadoes? Because it's tilted. It's tilted to the left. So it's not the ones that are... It's not the ones that are like this. Okay? It's not the ones that are like that. That's not the one that we're dealing with today. What we're dealing with today is stuff that look like that. Well, finally, it's let up. It doesn't look as bad. And as soon as I say that, I jinxed it again. What is this? It's just non-stop. So much wind, so much rain. Not to mention there's large hail within this somewhere. Now it's not as bad, thank God. Thank God it's not as bad. Tornado on the ground in sandstone. This thing needs to stop doing that. Stop, like, whenever I change screens, it needs to stop showing my background. I don't know why it does it now. Before, it didn't. Oh, it's that one. Oh, it's what I thought. I thought that storm could try. Where are you? Oh, yeah, unfortunately. Let's exit out of this, and let's go over here. They probably can issue a new tornado warning here in Sandstone. Is there any cameras over here? Oh, there could be. Oh, there might be. Oh yeah, that was a tornado on the ground. That was indeed a tornado on the ground. That was 100% a tornado that spawned north of Hinckley. Sheesh. I'm gonna try and see if I can find sky cameras over here. Yeah, that's very nice. That totally is helpful. There aren't any cameras over here? Are you serious? Hello? Sheesh. But yeah, that's a, that was a tornado, and they've issued a extension tornado warning.
Warning for northwestern St. Louis County in northeastern Minnesota.
Oh, what the heck. Yeah, so for good reason they issued the tornado warning. I wonder I wonder if Canada's gonna pull the trigger on a tornado warning. Do they do it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if they pulled the trigger on a tornado warning in Canada. But Sandstone looked like it produced a tornado. Might be trying to reproduce a tornado here. This was some tree damage over in Minneapolis here from Jasmine. Look at that. Tree down right there. I think that's what, southern Minneapolis? Is that what that is? Southern Minnie, Jasmine? That camera ain't a camera, though, George. That camera ain't a camera. Alright, let us see. Got some really interesting footage here in Emporia. Look at that. All the hail falling down at that. Yeah, close the door. I'm not going outside. I wouldn't go outside. Holy. Yeah, I saw that, Alan. Yep, Southern Mini. Alright, that's what I thought. Looks like the rotation is dissipated a little teeny bit, so that's good. Some good news. Tracking the mini. What? I don't know how that works. Let me check back with these storms that are over in Wichita. Not really too much. That cell over here in Renfro, Oklahoma. Also not really doing too much. Let's go to the Topeka cell. 66 mile per hour wind gust report with 1-inch sized hail. That was a pretty strong storm. It was a really strong storm, actually. Latest convective outlook has been issued. Crab Rave, it is only an enhanced risk. So the moderate is done. The moderate risk is over with. The moderate risk is over with. New convective outlook. New convective outlook. It is now a 10% chance for tornadoes. And ironically, it's the skinniest 10% chance for tornadoes I've ever seen. It is the skinniest 10% chance for tornadoes I've ever seen. It's still a Pds Tornado Watch, by the way. Was there any photos or videos of the large tornadoes earlier? Like the one in Alexandria? No, not from what I've seen. There's a lot of damage, however. Touche. Sheesh. See ya, Caleb. I don't know if I'll be on later on. I don't know. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for Minneapolis now. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Threat for New Prague, Minnesota? Let's see. Let's see. New Prague, south and east of Mini. General showers and thunderstorms. That's what I can tell. As soon as it moves out of your way, you guys should be good. Should be good. 2 reports of a tornado on the ground north of Deer Creek. Can I press X to doubt? Let's move Omaha's radar down there. Might be a land spout. Yeah, it could definitely be a land spout. Tornado warning for Canada. Tornado warning for Canada. Tornado warning for Canada. Tornado warning has been issued for Canada. At 9:03 p.m., Environmental Canada has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Ontario. Extra care and attention should be exercised in and around the following localities: Sign or Scene River Village, Mine Center, Atikokan, Shabandowan, and Quantico Park. Environmental Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are also possible. Now, that's very specific, Environmental Canada, but there you go. There is your tornado warning. The tornado warning in Canada covers the Tor Watch. Well, the accuracy of the Environmental Canada meteorologists and the tornado warning compared to the tornado watch is very, very high. But at the same time, all of these sectors, you know, the tornado watch covers the entire line. Or the tornado warning, I should say, covers the entire line. But yeah, there's your tornado warning. Tornado warning for Canada. So if you're in the Atikokan areas, Atikokan, let's actually take a look at velocity, see what it still has. And you can't see much with that, but you know what? Well, we're going to try and find out. But Atikokan, Lac LaCroix First Nation. Lac LaCroix First Nation. Seems to be pretty much it. You know, anyone that lives in that area, get into a safe space. Get into a safe space. Yeah, pressing X to doubt. Doubt that storm is really producing a tornado. I've seen weirder stuff. I've definitely seen weirder stuff. But that is a large tornado warning. One source said that the tornado north of Deer Creek, Oklahoma is a touchdown for 30 seconds-ish, then lifted. That sounds about right, if that was the case. Keyword if that was the case. Robert keeps sending in these good pictures and videos of Emporia. Look at the flooding over there. Look at the massive flooding. All that rain. Holy. Bro, my thing needs to stop doing that. Oh, so you're in Manitoba? Interesting. I should do gaming streams on YouTube of storm chasers. I would do it on my other YouTube channel that I'd be creating, so it'd be the gaming channel for myself and Morgan. Because that's where we plan to upload content for the roleplay server for Outbreak. Or any sort of, you know, any sort of storm chasing server that we decide to do later on. Ashi with the 8 months, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, oh yeah, I forgot about this. Thanks for doing what you do, Nate. Keep watching those storms for all of us. I will. If you haven't already, I uploaded the unedited footage of the tornado that I caught on Friday. The 4K version. So if you want to go watch it, you can. And that goes for all the members, alright? All the YouTube members that have, you know, that are currently members on the channel, okay? So if you're a weather watcher, or if you're a tornado tracker, the video is uploaded so that you can go see the unedited footage of the tornado. Unedited footage of the tornado that I caught on Friday. So far, it's an EF1. But for some reason, they haven't done any more. I saw that, Morgan. I saw that. So, you want to know something interesting here, chat? You want to know something interesting? I'm going to pull this up here real quickly. So, what was the one thing I said in the beginning of the stream, if you were there? And if you weren't, it's fine, but does anybody remember what this thing is here and what I said about it? And if you do, you'll be able to see exactly the reason why this event has not done anything. You see the exact reason why this event has not done anything. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, is it not? If you don't know what this is, the red is the 0 to 3 kilometer mixing layer cape, and the blue is the surface vorticity. If you have more blue lines within each other, kind of like this, there's more vorticity. If you have more red lines next to each other, you have more cape. Cape is basically energy in the atmosphere. So, you would want it to overlap each other. And you want the most significant portions of both ends over each other, and if you do, then you'll get tornadoes and stuff like that. Well, let's put it this way. Right here, we have a big portion of vorticity, but no cape. Right there, we have a big part of cape, but no vorticity. Big part of vorticity right here. Barely any cape. Besides maybe down here near Rochester. Big cape. Barely any vorticity. So on and so forth. Now there's only this thing right here, which in my honest opinion is not going to do a whole lot. I actually doubt that does anything, because if we go over to the not that thermo SQT maps, yeah, the environment over there is pretty garbage, and the photographs are also very garbage. They're linear as all get out, so that's not doing a whole lot. This is the only event that can really do a whole lot now, if there's going to be any tornadoes, probably be Ontario. And maybe, just maybe, the stuff that's heading towards Duluth. Which, speaking of which, is still there, by the way. Is still there. So let's take a look at that. But yep, we are considering the following. Indeed, indeed, indeed. And we still have the tornado warnings for Canada. Still have the tornado warnings for Canada. Pea-sized tail with this cell still. Any rotation now? Kind of. It's not too good. If there was going to be rotation, it would be a little bit more towards like the Net Lake and the Cabotagama areas. I don't see too much with this right now. I don't. That is amazing. I gotta bring that up with Morgan later. Oh my gosh. Block D, everyone. Block D, everyone. That's great. That's hilarious. Yeah, most storm chasers today are considering the following because, you know, they kind of didn't really get a whole lot. Reed was the only one that got something. But that's hilarious. I got a DM Morgan here. Oh, Morgan's already alive. Yeah, Morgan, check DMs. There you go. There you go, Morgan. Check DMs. Check DMs. See ya, Becca. That's hilarious. Latest scan came in. A lot of strong damaging winds. Yeah, there you go, Morgan. Consider the following. Reed is still chasing? Sheesh. I'm kind of surprised. Large boulevard tree on house? That's pretty crazy, too. Why is my glasses all foggy? All dirty. Glasses considering the following. New severe thunderstorm warning heading for Duluth. So if you live in Duluth, it's going to be a pretty substantial storm heading near your area. We actually do have a sky camera, I believe. That's facing east, so that's not really going to help. There's that. There's that. There's that. And there's that. What? Live at Spirit Mountain? It's so foggy over there. Are they in the clouds? Are they really in the clouds? Yeah, let's look at that. This is Spirit Mountain, which is right next to Duluth. It's in the clouds. It is really in the clouds. Yeah, that made me consider. I'm calling both games. That's a beach cam. That's making me consider the following. It's so foggy over there. Why is it so foggy? It's because it's 45 degrees up there. It's 45 degrees. And the relative humidity is 100%. Huh? It's 45 degrees in Duluth. And it's foggy. Got some big waves rolling in too. That's pretty trippy. Yeah, look at this. Look at the fog. It's 44 degrees in Duluth right now, and there's a severe thunderstorm heading its way. Like, no joke, just to the west by like 5 miles, it's 57. And just to the south by like 10, 15 miles, it's 81. It's foggy. What should you consider the following about in Kansas? Everything. I'm calling both games. That cell in Kansas just is producing a lot of gusty winds and spotty hail, so that's the one thing I'd be concerned about. But even then, it's a bit of a stretch. Look at those waves, chat. Look at those waves. Let's turn my face cam off. Look at these waves. What BV color table am I using? Radar scopes. Yeah, that totally makes a lot of sense. Totally makes a lot of sense. All right, let's go half and half screen. And we'll split it up. But right now we're looking at the tornado warning. At least 3, actually technically it's 2 tornado warnings. But we're looking at the tornado warning over here for Western Ontario, as well as northeastern Minnesota. That's hilarious. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, these storms continue to just try and rotate more and more. It's more towards the Capitagama areas, heading towards Highway 11, east of International Falls. That would be something to watch. That would be something to watch. Yeah, I think I lost it. I think I've lost it. Lot of damage over here near Pine City. Trees down. Burren. Trees down. Hinckley. Numerous trees and power lines down. Got a storm approaching Duluth right now. Lot of strong damaging winds. But I think this line will start to deteriorate as it heads out. Best BV and BR color table. It doesn't really, like, the thing of it is that just because I use it doesn't mean that it's the best reflectivity and velocity color table. I use it because a lot of people usually have radar scope. And I just wanted something that made it so that it looked similar to what they had. So that's why we have that. Seagull advisory. I'm not even sure if that was a seagull. Not even sure. That could be a tornado. No debris signature with that. But that could try to become a tornado over here in Ontario. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it was producing a tornado. I'm combing the desert right now. I'm trying to see if I can find anything. It's another area of rotation. Don't see anything there. Is this the only radar nearby in Canada? If that's the case, I really am considering. I'm calling both games. Does anybody know how to fix the font for the towns and stuff like that on Radar Omega? By the way, tornado warning has been canceled. Or it actually probably expired. Yeah, I get that Canada's radars are sparse, but I was kind of expecting, you know, at least another radar in Western Ontario somewhere. Dashed line thickness? Oh, that's the severe weather outlooks. That's cool. Yeah, I have no clue. Display settings, maybe? Yeah, I've got no clue. If people know how to fix the font of the town names in GR, or not GR, Radar Omega, that would be greatly appreciated. That would indeed be greatly appreciated, so I can at least figure out what's going on over there. But 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Duluth. Other than that, there's another thunderstorm back over here, or a severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado possible tag over there. I think this is the only band of severe thunderstorms right now. There's another severe thunderstorm warning. It's in Florida. It's in Florida. So once again, we're watching the tornado warning over here. 9 by Omaha popping good now? Really? Omaha? Set. Oh yeah, it is starting to go. It is starting to go. Try display settings on Omega. I did earlier. Hold up. Display settings. And then what would it be? Definitely not map type. States and provinces. It's not that. Counties and local regions. It's not that. It's not the animation speed. We have map display would be right here. Right here. Oh, look at that massive wave coming up here. Massive wave that's starting to build over in that canal. Golly. Huge wave building. That's pretty cool. Stop the Virgo. Well, they're supposed to pick up. Can't decide if they're packing it up or taking a break. I mean, there's some storms that are going to be forming over in Iowa. But it's not anticipated to be like super significant. So, I mean, they could be taking a break, but they could also be packing it up. But I think it's break. That's a massive wave. Holy. These waves are marching into shore. Oh, that's pretty cool, Evelyn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to fix that. I've been looking it up. I just don't know. Someone could figure that out. Still picture? Tell them to refresh it. Jeez, those waves are marching. I mean, those are huge waves. Also, why is the water brown? Why is the water brown? Those are some huge waves. Yeah, that is a canal park. I wonder if they get surfers over here. Like people who try to surf the waves. I would think that would be a good idea. And again, my ideas are weird. Yeah, I have no clue how to fix that. Because I totally would. You know, you know, it's not for my site, it's for your guys' site to see the towns easier. Ronta's now hurt for the Hurricanes? Jeez. What, they lost Slavin and Ronta. When I go caching, Sonomy? Or is that supposed to be chasing? If that's chasing, usually I always have a plan whenever I chase. I try to figure out specific, specific area out of the entire risk to go chase. But if you're talking about like with no expectations, yeah, it's fun. It is definitely fun. Yeah, I have no clue how to make the town names larger. No clue. No dice. Look at Twitter, Alaska's doing things? You mean from the temperature thing that I saw? Yeah. Well, the line is starting to catch up. It's about to hit Duluth. Also a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings along the Canadian-United States border. Score off of the rookie goalie. There you go. Rangers are taking no prisoners. Good for the Rangers. Good for the Rangers. Who's the goaltender in net right now for Carolina? Yeah, these waves are absolutely mental. At least the fog is gone. So the warm air is starting to come in, the warmer temperatures. His last name has like 20 letters in it. Is it Nedeljkovic? Did I get your DM? I haven't looked at Discord a whole lot, so if it's Discord DM, then probably. If it's Twitter, probably not, because I've been looking through Twitter. Kochektov? Yeah, never heard of it. The Hurricanes are going to lose. Never heard of it. Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest with you all. Besides the fact that there is still a tornado warning in Canada, the United States tornado risk is pretty much starting to slow down significantly. Still got a pretty substantial amount of severe weather over here from Charles City down to Iowa Falls. But from a tornado perspective, doesn't look as substantial in the United States. Now, we still have the tornado warning over here in Canada, so if you know anyone who lives near Atikokan, this would be west of Thunder Bay. So if you know anyone who lives near Thunder Bay or west of Thunder Bay, I'd tell them to watch out. Give me a second, chat. I want to get something here real quickly. There's just something that's bugging me. Okay, that makes things so much easier for myself. Also going to turn this on. I'll have my light on in the background. Very nice. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the funny. welcome back to the funny. There definitely is not a new day one, true facts. Yeah, still 2 tornado warnings over here in Canada. Possibly producing a tornado. This would be near Highway 11 in Canada. Highway 11 in Canada. Severe thunderstorm warning for Duluth has been canceled. There's only one severe thunderstorm warning left in Minnesota. And of course, there's a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings in Iowa and whatnot, but yeah. Let's see. Hey, that's my Orioles. My Orioles are doing the funny. People are asking if I'm going to be live tomorrow. That's going to be a good question. Gonna, it's pretty funny. The bot is subscribed, by the way, so thank you, bot, for the subscription. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see. So people were asking if I'm going to be live tomorrow. Interestingly enough, once again, there is the risk for severe weather tomorrow. Actually, there probably is a way for me to... There we go. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. That's pretty cool. Anyways, didn't really know too much of that. But there's your severe risk for tomorrow. Massive, massive 1 out of 5 and 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, with a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale localized into portions of Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. So that'll be something interesting to note. And then the 2 out of 5 extends through Chicago into Detroit and Grand Rapids. I haven't looked too much into this, but one thing I will say is that there's a lot of lightning with that cell. Wow. A lot of lightning with the cell approaching Duluth. You can see all the flashes above. But I will upload some form of weather video or live stream tomorrow that won't be associated with the tornado that I caught. However, I am uploading the tornado video more than likely tomorrow. So if you guys, could do me a favor, is that if you turn on notifications, all right, You'll be able to see the video a lot sooner. What is this scud right up here? Hold up. You see this here, chat? Look at all this scud that's rising up into the storm there. Look at how crazy that is. Anything else tonight from Minneapolis? Highly doubt it. But look at that. That's buzzing. Whew. Look at this lightning show. How is it still light? Because we're super far west. Yeah, here you go. This is now the canal getting slapped. Excuse me. Look at that. Look at the flag down there too. It's 11 o'clock. Wait, is it 11 o'clock, my dudes? No, it's not. It's Morgan. Hello?
Ladle. It's 3-0 after 2.
Yes. You also have killed some of their players, I hear.
Lindgren almost died. Because Niederreiter almost boarded him. By the way, if you're not on speaker, tell chat I said hi.
Did you hear that, chat? Yeah, Duluth is currently getting lightning after lightning after lightning shot. There also might be a water spout.
What?
And there's also a tornado warning for Canada.
That sounds fun.
It goes down to 73 tonight, going up to 93 tomorrow.
That's weather.
That is weather.
Bloody hell. Oh, and then it's high of 76 the next day.
That is weather.
So.
All right, well, yeah, I'll, hypothetically, I'll end the stream here probably in about 30 minutes-ish. So I'll be able to laugh at you.
No, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Not until I have to.
Well, anyways.
We're not gonna lose.
Anyways.
We'll talk when you're done.
Yep. See ya.
Okay.
There's Morgan. Yeah, it is 40 degrees in Duluth. There's so much lightning. So the storm in Canada might actually be trying to produce a tornado. It might actually be trying to produce a tornado. Yeah, might be trying to produce a tornado. Unknown at this time, but yeah, I mean, it is trying to loop around. That is pretty classic. That is pretty classic. I also want to take a look and see. So those storms in Wichita aren't doing anything. Omaha. Storm in Omaha is starting to become linear. We could see a tornado warning or two along the line here. Would not be surprised. No way a Canada tour? Yeah, I know, right? You did, Barry. Anything bad happen? And if not, that's good. I'm happy you're safe. But how about the storm going through Fargo right now? Fargo is not really doing too much besides some strong damaging winds. I don't really see all too much activity with this storm. I just see a lot of, excuse me, a lot of strong damaging winds. Guy on the pier, genius. Yeah, I know, right? People are brilliant. They're brilliant. Brilliant. Brilliant, I tell you, brilliant. How's Wellsville, Kansas? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Lamau? Wellsville is south and west of Kansas City. They're going to see a storm here. Probably will create some damaging winds in upwards of 40 miles per hour. 40 to 50 miles per hour. Is that really even damaging? Probably not, but you know, you kind of get my drift here. Could get some storms, but I don't think it'll be too impactful for you. I think you'll be fine. Yeah, this storm still looks like it's trying to produce a tornado. It's trying. Bookend vortex, bookend vortice over here. And it might be heading towards Atikokan. How many people live in Atikokan over here? Population 2,700 people. Almost 2,800 people, actually. Woo! That's a crazy shot. Look at this here from Evelyn. This is in Florida, I believe. Yeah, it's in Spring Hill, Florida. Look at that. What's the thing that I usually say on the channel? Florida's gonna Florida. Florida is going to Florida.
Look. That's a big one.
Yeah, look at that. Gnarly shots of hail right there. But yeah, could potentially be a bookend vortex, maybe a potential tornado heading towards Atikokan in Canada. Watch out for that. Watch out for that. Huh. Ooh. Got no clue where this is at. That's Sioux Falls. All right, so this is in the Sioux Falls area earlier on today when we were looking at the tornado on the live camera, because we caught 2 tornadoes today, believe it or not. We caught 2 tornadoes. Both of them, ironically, in South Dakota. But look at some of the damage here from the trees. A lot of trees down. Look at this car, too. Holy. Lot of trees down. But yeah, still have a tornado warning here. The radar over here in Canada has not actually updated. That also could be a developing tornado there as well. No debris signature. The Canadian radars, for whatever reason, do not update like every few minutes. Which is kind of the stupid thing, especially since some of these areas could potentially be producing a tornado. Yeah, it's 10:05 Eastern. Velocities have not updated on any of these. Oh, that might have just updated. Yep, see you, April. Look at Twitter, I won't believe it. Yeah, I saw Alaska already. Surface-based Cape Atlantic hurricane. That also happens too. Especially on the outer edges of the hurricane. Almost got hit by a tornado. I wasn't even home, I don't believe. Because there's no way a storm went through here anytime earlier. No way. Big severe thunderstorm warning now issued for Dryden. Tornado possible tag on it as well. So if you know anyone that lives in Dryden, in Canada, Atikokan, that general area over there, please be sure to share this information with them. Because I do believe a storm could be potentially trying to put down a tornado. Could be trying to put down a tornado in some of these areas. Located 8 kilometers north of Lac La Croix. Hazard tornado. Here, let's pull it up so that everyone can see it. Where did the tornado warning go on that? I have no clue where that went. Locations impacted include Quantico Provincial Park, Lac La Croix, Beaver House Lake, Flanders, Calm Lake, Dovetail Lake, Circus Lake, Crooked Lake, and Sturgeon Lake. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, they need to get in their safe space underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Yeah, probably because the United States threat is over. Reports of damage over near Rudd. Numerous trees down across the board in Iowa. Let's actually go see what's happening with this thing now. Yeah, very strong damaging winds moving through Charles City now, Floyd, Orchard, Osage. So if you know anyone who lives in Elma, Alta Vista, North Washington, Jericho, Saratoga, and New Haven, as well as Riceville in Iowa, I would tell them that this storm could potentially produce hurricane force winds, because apparently a train spotter measured 72 mile per hour wind gust within this storm. Yep, see a Mercedes. Or Mercedes. CTP just released a few storm surveys from the 27th. Really? Let's go see. Has my tornado officially been rated yet? No. No, it is not. That was an EF2? Sheesh. Yeah, they have not rated this tornado yet. This was the one that I was on near Montpelier. Okay, really? What was this damage? So they're gonna rate this damage to these crops, but they're not gonna rate the damage to the other tornado that was on? Really? Yeah, bent power pole. Yeah, that makes me consider the following even more. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, Friday, May 27th. There was a tornado that was northeast of that near Greencastle and Mont Alto and Marion. I even know where that area is because I live in frickin' these areas. When did it actually move on through? From 11:45 a.m. to 11:46 a.m. So, no joke, would have caught a tornado if I stayed up here. Isn't that nice? National Weather Service, Wakefield, please finish the storm survey so that I can figure out what tornado, what strength tornado that was. I already know it was an EF1, but just for memory's sake, it may not mean much to you, but for me, it's my first fully condensed tornado. So please. Please. 4-0 Rangers, jeez. Yeah, that might be the dagger. Not too surprising. Orioles one? That's nice too. Well, there's the tornado warnings again. No debris signature on that. No debris signature on that. Let's go back full to this. But yeah, there's the tornado warnings again on Omega. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. And they are not expired. 2 tornado warnings in Canada. Going to a concert on Friday near Boston. How's it gonna look? I think Friday things should be good for you all. Let me double check that. Yeah, you might have some scattered showers and thunderstorms, but it's not really too significant. Gabriella, it's not really too significant. Yeah, the stuff in Fargo is pretty crazy, but it's not, actually, it's not even a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. It's a special weather statement. It's not even there anymore, so consider the following some more. Tornado warning time. That cell in Dryden is starting to concern me more and more. These storms getting towards Dryden is starting to concern me. If you know anyone that lives in Dryden, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space, because I do feel like there could be a storm to try and produce a tornado. You can see the rotations all across the board here. None of them have debris signatures, which is the good news, but I wouldn't be surprised if they produce brief tornadoes. I really wouldn't. If I was the Environmental Canada, I probably would issue a tornado warning for Dryden. I probably would. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. There's a lot of cape over in that environment, like 3 cape. A lot of 3 cape over there. And a little bit of vorticity. Just a little bit, though. Not an abundance amount. We have 950 likes. Wow. I do appreciate it, you guys. Was the tornado I chased in Hanover County? I believe it was. Believe it was. It's whichever county is north and west of Richmond. But yeah, I was on that tornado warning that the National Weather Service confirmed. Because I was the one sending them pictures. And law enforcement told them there's a tornado. So, that's the other thing. Kreider hat-trick watch. Did he get the 4th goal? You said Friday, you meant Wednesday? Well, that's a different story. All right, that's a different story. Wednesday, you could see some thunderstorms. You could see some thunderstorms. And I know the Convective Outlook doesn't show it, so I'll show you the Convective Outlook here for... actually, you know what I can do? I can just go on to Omega and show you the Convective Outlook. Because I can. There's a Convective Outlook. The light green is a general thunderstorm risk, but don't let that fool you. I actually think the dark green could move its way over into Boston. I do believe that could be the case. So watch out for that. Yeah, I know they surveyed something on the 27th. It was 88 mile per hour EF1 damage that they've surveyed. There was also reports of damage to houses throughout that area. Houses and power lines and whatnot. So, you know, for there being so much damage over there, you'd think that it would finish. You'd think that it would, especially so that I would be able, you know, if I would actually, or if I could, I would be able to document it. But they didn't. They did not. Now here we are. But yeah, I do think there could be some severe weather within your area, and it would be in the afternoon. Back to the tornado warnings. Technically, it is a tornado warning, but there's 2 of them. Where am I located? In southern Pennsylvania, but I went to go chase in Virginia on Friday to catch a tornado. Oh yeah, speaking of which, if there's any new channel members that have joined the stream, the unedited footage of the tornado is up for you guys to watch. Now, if you guys don't want to become channel members, that's fine. It's just for the people who sponsor. It's like a sneak peek for the sponsors, you know, for the people who support it and whatnot. But if you haven't, that's fine. There's going to be a video uploaded within the next 24 hours of it. It's going to be completely edited and everything. So, yeah, there you go. Oh, come on. It might be producing a tornado. Oh, come on. 1, 2, 3. No debris at this time, but there is definitely something there. Igor let in a goal. Oh boy, the downfall of the Rangers has begun. The downfall of the Rangers has begun. Anything interesting shaping up for Western New York on Wednesday? Strong damaging winds for the most part. I haven't looked too much into it, to be completely honest with you, but I do believe it will be strong damaging winds. Rangers scored again. It's 5-1. Well, never mind. Tornado warning for Dryden. Tornado warning for Dryden. Tornado warning has been issued for Dryden. Dryden has been issued a tornado warning. If you live in Dryden, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Tornado warning for Dryden. Why is my table coming up, Art? Oh no, our table, it's broken. Dryden, Ontario. What's the population? 7,800 people live in Dryden. A lot of people live in Dryden over here in Canada. And it may not be as large as some other areas, but for a place in Canada like this, quite a lot of people live over here. So if you live in Dryden, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and in my opinion, tornadoes as possible, because there's going to be quite a few tornadoes that are going to surge on through. I do believe that will be the case. But that is a tornado warning that has been issued for Dryden. Better late than never, but there it is. So once again, if you are just tuning in here for the first time, this is a tornado warning for Dryden, Ontario, Canada. All right, now why should I care about Canada, you may ask? Well, first off, people are people, humans are humans. And there just so happens to be about 7,800 humans, 7,800 people who live in Dryden. And there are three rotations that is heading straight towards it. Potentially 3 tornadoes that could hit Dryden head on. So if you know anyone who lives in Dryden, all right, now is the time to tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, that's what we got to do here right now. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram if you can, especially if you know any sort of groups that live over in this portion of Canada. That would be extremely beneficial. And by hitting the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. It's my favorite ice hockey team, the Columbus Blue Jackets. But I went to a Rangers game with Morgan. So I guess I'm cheering for the Rangers? I don't know. Don't see any debris signatures. I wonder when the next scan will come in. So Dryden, you need to be in your safe space right now. Yeah, congratulations, Morgan. Yeah, Canada is in a pretty substantial environment of producing tornadoes, and Dryden is no exception. Oh, latest scan came in. One, two. I'm surprised that one may not. That should be on the ground. That should be on the ground, but it's not. That right there also makes me consider the following. That's a tornado on the ground. That's a tornado on the ground. Yeah, that looks to me like a tornado on the ground over there. Heading towards Dryden. This will be on the western side of Dryden. Tornado on the ground. Dinorwick, as well as Wabigoon. Potential tornado over near your area as well. Potential tornado near your area as well. I'm kind of surprised that's not on the ground yet. The one near Dinorwick. So if you know anyone who lives near Dinorwick in Ontario, Canada, need to tell them get in their safe space. Let me fix this. No, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. My table's like breaking. True facts. And yeah, fortunately, after it passes through Dryden, there isn't really too much left. You know, if we take a look at this here, there's Dryden. And then you can see past it, there's not really too much. I can look up and, you know, let's actually just put the radar somewhere else for right now. Let's just put it over there. And you can see there's just a lot of forests and lakes. Ear Falls might be the one area to watch, but really past Dryden, there isn't too much. So it's Dryden right now. It's Dryden right now that is in the immediate danger of not one, not two, but 3 tornadoes right now. 3 tornadoes that'll be heading off into the area. This is the same tornado I've had for like 2 years. Or not tornado, same table. Did I say tornado? Probably. Same table I've had for like 2 years. So once again, all right, we have a serious situation over here for Dryden, Ontario, Canada. Dryden, Ontario, Canada. It definitely ain't. It's spelled Ontario like this for a reason. Look at this. See that? O-N-T-A-R-I-O. The only reason why it's spelled the other Ontario is because that's the French version. And this channel is not French. It is English. So we are keeping the English version. Yeah. As I said, I'm kind of surprised this cell near Dinnerwick is not on the ground yet. Yep, see ya, Ashi. Thanks for coming out. So once again, if you know anyone that lives in Dryden, Wabigoon, as well as Dinnerwick, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Tornado warning has been issued for Dryden. More than likely is a tornado ongoing within 1 of 3 of these rotations. So we need to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible on social media. Because there's a good chance that local news may not be covering this over in Canada. So if they get the warning that there is a tornado warning for this area, we may be able to get that information out as to what exactly is happening on radar. And this could be crucial information, because some people could be thinking, hey, there's no way a tornado forms, even though there's a good chance that it does, good chance that it probably does. Yeah, that still looks to me like a tornado on the ground. Velocity. Differential reflectivity. Reflectivity. Yeah, that still looks to me like a tornado is heading straight to Dryden right now. That's what it looks like to me. And then, of course, this new cell, or not really new cell, it's been there for a while. But north of Dinnerwick, still a lot of rotation. If you're along Highway 72, all the way up to the Sioux Lookout, you need to also take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because that storm could potentially be significant as that moves on through. But quite the rotations over here. Now, once these storms pass Dryden, I think I'll end it, because there's not really a whole lot of people. But yeah, please be sure to share this information with the people of Dryden. Once again, share this live stream, friends and family, and on social media. If you know anyone who lives in Dryden, on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. Because that's what we want to do here. We want to continue to try and spread the information to as many people as possible. Well, I don't know. I was assuming that that's probably the French pronunciation. Can I not slur my words? Thank you. Be great. I don't know. I kind of assumed. But oh well. Ontario is Ontario, not Ontario. Definitely is not. Tornado watch for South Central Kansas has been canceled. It sure has. New mesoscale discussion has been issued. A replacement severe thunderstorm watch might be issued for the old Tornado Watch 294. So basically they're saying it's going to be a wind event. That's what they're basically saying. Wind and hail, at least. Oh, is that the latest scan? For 35? No, 35 was what we had already. I don't know. Someone said it was spelled that way too, and I said there's no way it's spelled that way. I'm pretty sure Ontario is Ontario for everyone. Probably not at this time, baseball, science, and gaming. If anything, I'll do that tomorrow night. Whether I'm doing a live stream or a video. There's a meteor shower tonight? Really? Is there any, any clouds over my house tonight? Doesn't look like it. I think I might be able to watch the meteor shower. Lay on my, roof. Oh, that's nice. By the way, you guys haven't seen me track tropical cyclones with this yet. Yeah. So, once again, we have Agatha making landfall. And then the models here are taking it... let's take a look at model per model. So, this is the HWRF model. It takes it out to the Bay of Campeche, and then it sits in there. So, I don't think it picks up on the new area of rotation. The GFS kills it off in Mexico. The TVCN model, however, take it off into the Gulf, and eventually it would head off towards Florida. So that would be something to watch. A potential tropical system aiming towards Florida. That could be really interesting. The particularly dangerous situation tornado watch is almost done. It is almost gone. Almost gone. That's the latest scan. That's gotta be on the ground, right? Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground that just went through Dryden. Tornado on the ground that just went right through Dryden. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground that just went right through Dryden. That is a tornado on the ground that just went right through Dryden. Oh boy. But yeah, that was a tornado on the ground that just went right through the eastern side of Dryden, right there. Yeah, it went near the airport. The Dryden Regional Airport. So it hit these people over here who lives along Meadows Road. All these people just got hit by the tornado. Especially as it made landfall. And then the general area near Dryden. Jeez. Yeah, that was a tornado. That was a tornado that just went right through or right next to Dryden. And a reminder that Dryden has almost 8,000 people that live within these areas. Almost 8,000 people. Sheesh. Still radar indicated. And the main reason why they issued the tornado warning is because of that. Man. I'm half tempted to kind of stay up because I want to see what this one does right here. That's north of Dinnerwick. I know it's not impacting anyone, but I also kind of want to see if this thing puts down a tornado. But man, oh man, it just went straight through Dryden. If not, just to the east of Dryden. Oh, there's the latest scan. Might be easier if we do dual screen here. I think it will be. Let's use dual screen. Let's actually use dual screen over here. There you go. That's so much better. Yeah, possible tornado just went through that. Possible tornado there too. Might be 2 tornadoes. This one right here is the craziest one out of all of them. Yeah, hopefully the emergency alert network went off. But that's... yeah. That is some substantial rotation across the board. More than likely a brief tornado went on through. It did actually have some substantial rotation with it as well. It did have some substantial rotation with it. We'll turn this off here real quickly, and you'll see the greens are moving towards, and the reds are moving away. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. That's where the tornado risk is at. And then there's also another area of rotation over here. All they would have is cell phone notifications. Jeez. Yep, see ya, Joe. Tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Jeez. Mark lives in Thunder Bay, so he's not going to be impacted by this. He should be fine. A lot of areas of rotation along the line still, but... That's not good. Pretty substantial rotation still. I mean, man, oh man. All these were producing tornadoes along the entire line here. I mean, you see how expansive this line is. Look at this. Very expansive line of thunderstorms, and all of them have rotation within it. You have one right there. You have another one right there. You have another one right there. You have 3 of them all within the same line right here, and one of them just went right through Dryden. You might even have one that just went right over the radar too. So if you're just tuning in here, all right, this is a tornado warning for Dryden, Ontario, Canada. Let me actually real quickly. There we go. Makes things a little bit better. Yeah, Dryden just really... took one right on the chin. 47. Oh, latest scan came in. $53, $53. Okay, so let's start west. So tornado on the ground with this. Maybe. Kind of doubt it, though. We'll just say we doubt it for right now. So that's a no. That's a no. Very broad stuff happening along the line here, so that's a no. So maybe a tornado now north and west of Dryden. Maybe a tornado now north and west of Dryden that is trying to produce a tornado. Pretty substantial storm with that here still. We have a tornado watch in Kansas. Well, Kansas isn't really going to do a whole lot. And there's a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. So, consider the following. Canada has the tornadoes. And they even have tornado warnings. Look at this. Look at these red boxes. That makes me consider the following, but hopefully you guys can see the tornado warnings easier. Hopefully you can see the tornado warnings easier, right? Yeah, thank God it's not in Calgary, but it's in Dryden, if that sounds familiar to you. If that doesn't sound familiar to you, it's west. It's currently west of Thunder Bay. But yes, there is a... at one point, 3 different rotations with one tornado going right through, if not just to the east of Dryden. Very substantial. Yeah, Canada does get tornado. Get a lot of tornadoes. Specifically near the summer months. Which is the reason why your boy's going to cover severe weather in Canada more often. So, if you have any friends in Canada that wants weather forecasts and stuff like that, whenever you guys are anticipated to get stuff, please be sure to send them my way. And also, I also want to ask if there's people who know, people who know how to navigate Environmental Canada's websites for outlooks and whatnot. Please be sure to tell me if you know if anything's going to happen. How bad will the winds be in Iowa? Or a semi on I-80 heading into this? Let me see. It's 11 o'clock, my dudes. Where are you in regards to these storms? Like, where is your current position? Where is your current position? because it depends upon where you're at. Yeah, I did say it is 11 o'clock, my dudes. Yeah, Environmental Canada web services suck. It really does. That's the reason why I'm saying if there's anyone who knows how to navigate it, you know, just kind of nudge. Kind of tell me. You're west of Des Moines. Okay, so if you're like Dexter, in the Dexter area, you have a bit of time before these storms move on through. If you are near Adair or Casey or Menlo, it'll be 40-mile-per-hour winds-ish for the most part. 40-mile-per-hour wind-ish. So let's move this stuff back over. There isn't really a lot of stuff besides this stuff that's south of I-80. So if you are near Atlantic or Adair, let's actually go single frame with this. Atlantic, Anita, Adair, Casey, Brayton. If you just plow through it, you should be fine. But it's the cells that are to the south that could eventually make up to I-80 in about an hour. That could be a concern. So that's kind of what I got for you, is that it's depending upon where you're at specifically. That's when the storms can move on through. But if you're near the line in the areas that I called out for, like Adair, Anita, Casey, Menlo, Stewart, Dexter, any of those areas that I just called out for, those town names, okay? If you just go through it, it won't be as big of a deal. But yeah, stay safe. Stay safe. Wonder when the next scan will come in. Oh, it already did come in. Correlation coefficient, survey says. It's called dual screen. No dice. No dice. No dice. A lot of strong damaging winds with that. So it looks like the line's starting to become a little bit more linear. Just a little bit more. Yep, no problem, Basil. Take care. Further up in chat, you sent links. Links are unable to send in the chat, so that's technically impossible. I highly recommend, if you are going to send links, either send them to me on Twitter at Nate_Snyder, or if you would like to join my Discord server, which has other fellow Canadians and people who live in the United States in there, and even some Germans, because I do cover weather in Germany every now and then. Then feel free to send it in there. Link to the Discord server is in the chat. And I do talk in there too. Should KCMO be worried about the storm coming in? Where is KCMO? Oh, KCMO. It's Kansas City, Missouri. Duh. 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 I wouldn't be too concerned. I think you guys should be fine for the most part. It'd just be a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything. Severe thunderstorm warning issued out in front of it, which means they are not continuing the tornado warning. That's kind of the good news, so I think we should be able to end the stream here soon. So if there's any questions, feel free to put it in the chat. We're 6 likes away from 1,000 likes. Can we get it there, guys? Can we get it there? I don't know. We also have grown exponentially here on the channel. Look at this, 33,554 subscribers. I mean, we're climbing. We're trying to get there to 34,000. We're trying to get there. We'll get there slowly but surely, though. Also, would not be surprised if there was a tornado warning or 2 in the United States. So if it happens, it happens. But I don't see a very significant risk for tornadoes at this time. They're saying the rotation's down there. That doesn't make any sense. That really doesn't. Yeah, I'll look at that in a bit. But yeah, still technically we have 4 tornado warnings. But if they were anything like, you know, tornado warnings in the United States, they would probably be canceled by now. So that would be the thing. It's understandable, rolling. That is understandable. Yeah, there we go. We got to 1,000 likes. Good stuff, good stuff. What happened? So Duluth was really cold, and so because it was really cold, like 45 degrees cold, the storms didn't get that warm, moist air and deteriorated it. So I kind of didn't realize that it was super cold in Duluth at the moment, and yeah, even though there was a 70-mile-per-hour windstorm moving on through that area, at the time I said it was. But it wasn't, you know, big storm like that. How many tornadoes have touched down today? Probably about 6 or 7. Probably about 6 or 7. We watched 2 of them on the stream in the beginning of the stream, actually. We watched 2 of them in South Dakota, so good on us, good on us. Spotting tornadoes as it moved on through. Yeah, we'll see if anything gets confirmed for Dryden, but it looked like to me that it was a tornado in progress and a tornado on the ground. Which happens. It happens, it happens. Will Wellington, Ohio get severe storms on Wednesday? There's a good chance it could. It's in a risk for severe weather after all. Should Newton, Iowa be worried? No. Honestly, no. Most people in the United States should hypothetically be, you know, sleeping by now. And that would be okay, too. I would allow it, because there's not really a whole lot of activity that warrant you staying up. If there was a moderate risk in Alaska, who would issue it? Would it be the SPC? Yes. Hypothetically. I think. Probably not, actually. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know. Probably the local National Weather Service offices, to be completely honest with you. I think they would probably do it, but I mean, it is what it is. Let's go to the storm over here in Iowa, near Red Oak, heading towards the Stennett in the Morris Mills area. There is a little bit of rotation with this storm, believe it or not, which is the reason why I said earlier that, you know, there could be the potential for a tornado warning or two. But I foresee a lot of strong damaging winds with this, so. Yep, I think that's going to be it for us, guys. Once again, if you have any questions, feel free to put it in the chat, but if not, I'm going to skedaddle. Pretty successful stream, to be completely honest with you. Am I going to stream tomorrow? I don't know. I will either put a live stream or have a forecast video up tomorrow, regardless. So I'll have some sort of content out. And then I'll also have my tornado video that I caught the tornado on Friday. I'll have that up. As well. Forecast looking like Thursday for Baltimore. Strong damaging winds for the most part. Yeah, alrighty. As I said, the storms are starting to extend a lot more, heading towards Des Moines. So Des Moines is going to get a nice little wind and hail threat, more than likely. And if I look off to the north, still storms that are trying to produce tornadoes over in Canada. But I don't see too much from it. I think it's more of a strong damaging wind risk more than anything. So I think we're going to be pretty good here. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy this live stream, please be sure to hit that like button down below. Subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. I do have a Discord server. The link for that is also in the description down below. If you want to become a member, hit that join button next to the subscribe button that hopefully you've already pressed. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me on Twitter, Instagram, I don't care, Snapchat, Discord definitely, because I'm on Discord more than I'm on anything else. And with that being said, I'm going to plop that up. find the outro here. Music. There it is. All right. So I shall hopefully see you guys tomorrow, either in a video or in a live stream. So, yeah, make sure to stay tuned to the channel. But other than that, yeah. See ya next time. So, peace out.
I'm waiting for the rain. I'm bracing for the thunder. I tweak the wooden sway in the wind. Hear my yearning. See the crimson flame like a ruby. Is the hope in my eye? If you go away, I don't see you anymore. I'm still this way, but I've been missing you. Now don't be
Just an FYI, also, all the tornado watches have been canceled. All right, back to the music.
hiding my shame. Oh, maybe I could be safe in yours. I'm waiting for the rain.
Strike 3, you're out. Okay. Consider the following, everyone.